Munataka kurudi kwa moto ama munataka kuokoka? Munataka kuokoka? Njia ya kuokoka ni baba. Nawaambia.
Mulikataa Raila. Raila alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kulilia watu. Raila ndio mwenye kuongoza hii nchi. Mpende.
Muniache niunge Raila kwa amani. Na mimi naambia nyinyi watu wa Azimio, hapa Rift Valley tuko pamoja, petition ile ya pesa 8. Dawa ya hii Kenya ni kusupport Raila Amolo Odinga 100%.
Raila Tegasikio, tuko nawe hadi mwisho. Tuungane tuondoe Ruto, serikali feki ya uongo. Baba regesha maandamano, hawa mafisi tuwaone kando. Ruto ainue mkono, Gachagua afunge mdomo.
Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tuende maandamano. Wakenya wamechoka.
You are watching Sound Candy Talk. Watch, share, like, subscribe.
Sisi vile sio watu ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimpata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu wewe umetukosea.
Sasa tumesema siku ya Jumatano. Uko tayari? Uko tayari? Tumesema sisi si majambazi.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Candy Talk. Tukutane Sound Candy Talk.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is taking place, some of it positive, most of it negative, and Kenyans are left to wonder what will happen next. Well, among the regrettable things that are happening is that we are faced with a collapse of our education system. There is already a headline towards the collapse of free secondary education. The university education is in a crisis right now after the interference of the changes that were haphazardly introduced just before admissions started. Well, there are a majority of people who are being cut out of reach for education in the country. So tonight we are looking at education in Kenya, Crumbles, and Ruto's leadership. Then the Auditor General has come out and pinpointed where the money is going. Okay, the President's office leads into extravagant expenditure, even when the Kenyans are suffering under the burden of overtaxation and high cost of living. There are still people who are spending billions on tea and entertainment and travels. Well, this is something that we need to look at without fear or favor. Something needs to be done in this country, especially when it touches on education. Our children's destiny is at stake. Are you going to sit back and do nothing, or you will rise up and be counted? Thank you. As you join us, please make sure you invite somebody, remind somebody, and let everybody know that we are not on YouTube streaming on our usual channel, Sound Candid Talk. We are on Sound Candid Talk Live, the other YouTube channel. So please let everybody migrate in good time so that you don't miss out the show. The other handles are okay. Facebook, Sound Candid Talk, Twitter, Sound Candid Talk, and of course our sister channel, Kibali Lounge, and then of course other channels that link up to this show. You're most welcome to be part and parcel of this great conversation. Please, let's be on the forefront of inviting somebody, reminding somebody, and doing the needful in ensuring that the show runs without being interrupted. I salute everyone who is joining us. Thank you so much. As we start out, our permanent secretary is already here, Tony Mahmoud. Thank you so much. William Adilo, hi to you. Thank you so much. We salute you for always being here and supporting Mahmoud again. Thank you, Ruto Asha Wainji. Na Kenya imesalia kuzikwa tu. Haya, huyo ni Mahmoud Ega anasema hii nchi ishauliwa, ni mazishi tunasubiri. Haya, hali ndio hivyo. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike kukaribishana, makinika kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna anayesalia nyuma katika masuala haya tunayoyaangazia, kuhakikisha kwamba nchi hii haitatokomea tukiwa hapa. Lazima tusimame na tutetee haki ya kila Mkenya, na tuhakikishe hakuna Mkenya ataachwa nyuma kwa mambo ambayo yanahitajika kutendeka. Tena nawakumbusha tafadhali, hakikisha kwamba hautazami kipindi peke yako, unatazama kipindi na mtu. There is a serious crisis in this country on education that I want us to weigh on, and then of course the auditor's report, the Auditor General's report on the matters extravagant expenditure, especially from the President's office. What is he cooking in the place? Why is he overspending on everything? Not on traveling. I mean, if he's not traveling, he is entertaining and is in billions. And then he's coming back with billions for begging across the globe in the pretext that he wants to revive the economy. Is that how an economy is revived? Well, let's all come on. Let's all come on. Let's all come on. Share the link. Share the link in your Facebook group. Share the link in your WhatsApp group. Remind everybody we are here. We are talking maneno Kenya na lazima kieleweke. Hakuna kuachilia. This time we must get this country back on track. We can't let our children lose their destiny because somebody is keen in misleading the country, mismanaging the resources of the country, and pretending to be the savior of the same country. Thank you. As we start out, please be on the forefront. Just as a matter of reminder, we have a poll that we are already running on the YouTube channel, which we are encouraging you to participate in the poll. And then, of course, make sure that you like the video before you cast your vote. And the vote tonight we are asking is, do you support Ruto's approach to handling the country's crisis? Do you support Ruto's approach to handling the country's crisis? 11 votes already cast. 9% say yes, 91% say no, we don't support Ruto's approach in dealing with the crisis in the country. I salute everybody. Dan Metro, karibu kwa show. Thank you. Unasema watching from Kasarani, karibu sana. Asante, unanipata kwa njia safi. Nashukuru. Tafadhali naomba usitazame kipindi peke yako. Karibisha mtu, kumbusha mtu kwamba tuko hapa. Wengi wamekwama huko kwa ile channel nyingine. Waambie hatupatikani huko, bado tuko na siku kama 4 hivi kabla turejee huko. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja ahamie huku kwa Sound Candid Talk Live. Sound Candid Talk Live. You search for that on YouTube, it will come up and you will find us. So remind everybody, send the link. I have posted it into our YouTube, into our Facebook, into our WhatsApp group for Sound Candid Talk. Please get the link. You get the link, share it with everybody so that they can follow the show from wherever they are. There is something very sad about education in the country that we cannot hold back anymore. We must rise up and be counted. Say no to the collapse of education in our country. Our future is at stake. Our children's future is at stake. We can't have an educated country. We can't have a country that has substandard education and be talking of competing on the world scale in the name of the world has become a global village. Now, when the world becomes a global village and what we are producing is substandard, how do we dance on the same stage with people who are getting high-class education when we are getting no education or substandard education? What is it that is so bad in Kenya that we can't be serious about the education we are offering to our children and the policies that we are laying out to facilitate this education process? This is a very, very serious matter. Now, I understand that the junior secondary has no teachers. Junior secondary is available, but there are no teachers. Our children in junior secondary have gone back to kindergarten because there is only one teacher teaching all subjects, just like they do in nursery school and grade 1 and grade 2. One teacher teaching all the lessons. So they are weaned from one teacher when they go to upper primary, where they have several teachers. Then as soon as they finish their upper primary, they go to junior secondary. They are taken back to kindergarten style of education. Now, how do we let that be happening at this time? And then we have a flying around leader who is pretending to be navigating this country into success. I don't think this is how success is cultivated. So I'm calling upon us, please. Oh, I forgot to share the link. Here is the link for those who want to join into the discourse and be part of this conversation. The link is available on the comment section. Click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. You will find yourself in this space and for us to talk wazi. Kwa hivyo usisalie nyuma na usingoje sana. Karibu mapema, tukaongee mapema na tukafunge mapema, tusikae kana kwamba we surrender. There's no surrender, there's no retreat. We must get our country back, and to get our country back is we must get our education working. Or if okay, it's okay. Let's not even have food, okay? But education should not be compromised. Second to education is healthcare, okay? There are 3 most important things that must be a priority for any government. Number 1, the healthcare. Number 2, the education system. Number 3, the food security. If these 3 are not guaranteed by the administration, that administration should be run out of office. That's what we are saying. Okay? Now, if they are playing with education, okay, there is no need for them to be in office. There's no need for them to be in that office. And whatever they are doing is destroying the future of this country by compromising the uncompromised. We cannot take that anymore. Well, I will play this sad clip, and then from there, I really am looking for the contact of this young man who cleared his fourth form in 2021. He's been trying to join university without success. So his story was featured on Citizen TV, and we are trying to get in touch with him and see whether he can get the required help that he needs. So if you have a link to this particular young man, we are calling upon you to help us locate him and see whether it's possible for him to get the help he needs. But in the meantime, tuendelee kukaribishana tafadhali. Hiyo namba ya watazamaji nataka ipande juu tafadhali. Usitazame kipindi peke yako, hakikisha unafuata kipindi.
Hapa mahali imefika, wacha tu nitafute ya kusurvive peke yake. Nitafute kakazi tu kanisurvivishe tu mpaka hiyo siku Mungu atafungua milango. Majina ni Clinton Mutweri. Nimekuja hapa kwa sababu nataka kufanyiwa registration niendelee na masomo. KCSE nilimaliza 2021. Nikapata alama ya A- ya 79 points. Nikaitwa nijiunge na shule ya Kabarak University. But unfortunately fees ikakuwa challenge. Huko walikuwa wanaitisha 110,000 shillings per semester kufanya hii course yangu ya clinical medicine, lakini nikaona kuwa hiyo pesa ni mingi sana, na nikiangalia situation nyumbani naona pia hatuwezi tu. So mamangu hapa hajiwezi yeye mwenyewe kupata hata chakula yenye tunakula. Imetulazimu tu tufanye vibarua hapa na pale. Yeye huwa anatufanyia vibarua tu za kuosha nguo na kazi kama hizo za kuoshea watu nyumba nini. Sasa ile pesa kidogo anapata ni chakula tu. Sisi tumejaribu, hata tumeenda tukafanya kwa timber yards nini Mjengo, hakuna kitu hatujajaribu, lakini bado pesa ni challenge. Sasa hapa tumekuja leo, lakini bado tunaitishwa 40% yenye sisi hatuna. Tumeambiwa serikali itashughulikia needy students, lakini bado sisi sahi bado hatujaingia shule. So kwanza mimi nimeingia hapo nalipa kwa at least hii Kemu University nimepata shule ni 84,500 per semester for continuing students, lakini nimejaribu kuambia wangoje help loan itokee, lakini wakaniambia kwanza lazima nikuja na 40% ili niruhusiwe nisome kidogo nikiwa natafutiwa. Sasa mimi naangalia hata hiyo 40% yenyewe hakuna mahali inaweza toka. Mimi nimeangalia nikaona sasa hapa mahali imefika, wacha tu nitafute ya kusurvive peke yake. Nitafuta kakazi tu kanisurvivishe tu mpaka hiyo siku Mungu atafungua milango. Nimechoka kungojea mpaka leo. Nilikuwa nadhani maybe hopes zangu za kuwa daktari zitakuwa revived, lakini sasa nimeona bado zinazimia kuzimia.
Huyu mtoto amepitia challenges mingi sana. Juu tuliachwa na ako wawili, kuna brother yake niliacha nao, huyu akiwa na miaka 2, huyo mwingine alikuwa na miaka 3. Hao watoto walinifanya nifukuzwe kwetu nyumbani, nikaambiwa kama sita warundishe huko kwa baba yao, nisikae hapo kwa hiyo mboma. Sasa ikabindi mimi nichukue watoto wangu niende nikomboe nyumba. Kaenda pande za Timau. Huko ndio nilikomboa nyumba, nikaanza vibarua ya kuchimbua viazi kwa msitu. Nikaendelea hivyo, wakaendelea wakasoma. Mmoja nikawaachanisha, walikuwa darasa moja, nikapeleka huyo mwingine mbele, huyo akabaki nyuma. Juu singeweza wakimaliza pamoja niweze kuwatairi pamoja ama niwapeleke secondary. Nikaacha huyu nyuma, huyo mwingine nikapeleka mbele. Sasa huyu akamaliza, nikamtairi, akaenda Angaine Secondary Day School. Haya, huyu mwingine naye akafika class 8, alikuwa bado amepita, alikuwa ende Tigithi Boys. bado siku afford kumpeleka. Tukaketi chini nikamwambia sasa, kwa sababu unaona ile situation iko, enda tu hapa Angaine usome. Akaniambia nitaenda, na akaenda. Hapo ndiye alisoma, tukasukuma na yeye hivyo, tukisaidiana mpaka akafika form 4. Kufika form 4 ilifika mahali nikakosa hata fare ile ya kuendanga asubuhi. Sasa ikabindi siku moja principal akamkuta kwa barabara saa 10. Sasa ndiye akasema huyu mtoto nitampatia mahali pa kulala, hata kama si mbonda ararange hapo, juu anataka kusoma. Ndio nikaambiwa nipatie blanketi na kamatris, nikamtafutia. Akasema chakula nitaprovide. Sasa ikaenda hivyo mpaka siku ya mtihani ikafika. Akafanya mtihani, akajikakamua. Kwanza nilikuwa namwambia utasoma yako mchana, yangu nikikuja na kukalisha unasoma yangu mpaka saa 7 ya usiku. Juu nilikuwa hata mimi nataka kusoma niwe daktari, lakini sikusoma. Sasa akikuja jioni tunakaa mpaka saa 7 anasoma, nitampatia masaa 2 analala, na muamsha tena saa 10. Sasa anaendelea kwenda shule. Sasa ikaenda hivyo, akafanya mtihani akapita, akakuja nyumbani. Sasa sikuweza kumpeleka mbele. Hiyo kabla kialiito ilikuwa na pesa mingi, sikuweza kuafford kumpeleka huko. Sasa tukakaa naye nyumbani mpaka saa hii.
Well, that is the sad story of that young man, committed, well devoted to education. He has paid the highest price in ensuring that he excels in a very hostile environment. And then having done all that, his investment that seems to be being blown up by one irresponsible government, because why should the William Ruto administration try to reinvent a wheel in a system that was already working? What was wrong with the previous system of university students getting assistance before they join, that by the time they get there, the money will be waiting? And now everything has reverted. Everybody has to jostle and fight for anything in order for them to move forward. We will destroy this country if we don't salvage committed children like this in ensuring that we facilitate their advancement. And so I'm still hunting for the contact of that young man. If you have any information, please let me have that information. Then we'll see how he can be assisted. So if you know the young man or you have the phone contact, I want that phone contact as we continue with this show. Thank you. Please, naomba tafadhali tumakinike. Watu mko wapi? Come, let's talk. Come, let's talk. Don't be afraid. This is where we must tell the story the way it is. Tuache kuogopa na tuache kufanya nini? Kukaa kana kwamba tumewezwa. Hatujawezwa bado. Lazima pambane kuokoa nchi hii kwa vyovyote vile. Mzee Michael, hiyo video bado naitafuta, ukipata nisukumie tafadhali. It is difficult for me to navigate all the options here. Our network is not as strong as usual. It's very delicate. So switching from one point to another is becoming problematic. That is why I may not be able to hunt for the video in good time. And it appears that my assistants here are not forthcoming. So well, ladies and gentlemen, let's please be on the forefront. Let's do what we must do. Hakikisha unakaribisha mtu. Nataka hiyo namba ifike 100. Watu 100 tafadhali. Tufikishe 100. Jana tulikuwa over almost 200. So let's keep pushing. Let's keep growing. Let's ensure that what we must do is done to secure our country. And then, of course, we begin with this kind of conversation. So I talked of help, and help is here. Thank you for arriving in good time. We are looking for the video of Githurai people rejecting William Ruto. If you have it, I need it played. And then, of course, I want that auditor's report on the extravagant expenditure of William Ruto on tea and the rest of the goodies from State House that is fleecing the country. All that is needed right away. Well, ladies and gentlemen, tumakinike. Paul, sijui wacha niangalie Paul vile inaendelea. Sorry, it's on the same page. Okay, we are right here. 15 votes so far. And do you support Ruto's approach to handling the country's crisis? 12% say yes, they support him. 11% say they okay. 18 wapiga kura wamezidi, wanakuja kwa fujo. Asante. Nataka hizo kura pia ziende sambamba na nini na likes ili video ikue na proper ranking. So 11% say yes. Of the 18 people who have voted, 11% say yes, they support Ruto's approach, and 89% say no, we don't support what Ruto is doing. Well, let's be on the forefront. Let's do the necessary and ensure that whatever it takes, we must win. And so, and winning is in our standing for what is right, regardless who is celebrating what is wrong. So we are live on YouTube, Sound Candid Talk Live, Facebook Sound Candid Talk, and then the other Facebook page is called Ngozi M. Bernard. So tafadhali, yoyote ile ambayo inakusavu sawasawa, kaitumie ili ufuate kipindi kwa njia inayofaa. Nashukuru tu sana tunapoendelea. Naona Kenyan would love. Kenyan would love, unaweza kusema mawili matatu?
Thank you. Asante sana Bernard. Leo nimeamua sasa kukuchokoza. I got a little space hapa kidogo, nikasema leo tutasukumana. Leo tunakimbizana kabisa. Tuliwaambia nyinyi ni tutawachezea kama nyinyi. Sasa endeleeni. Kuna video fulani Bernard, I don't know if it's I don't have the inaitwa nini? Sina nini sijapata idhini isikuji katusumbua, ni sister channel yetu. Sijui kama hiyo tulisort.
Hiyo ina shida, bora ina ngoma ama ina nini. Unajua siku hizi watu wanachanganya na ngoma ili wazuie watu kucheza.
Na ikiwa na stamp,
it's not a big deal, it's not a big deal.
Haya, sawa. Hapo umeniambia, hapo ni sawa. Hapo tutakuja baadaye. Leo niko na wewe hapo hivi for at least an hour and 30 minutes. Leo umenipata. Leo hata kama nikukusikiza nitakusikiza. But it's good to see you, sir. You looking good, sharp na kila kitu. Wewe tutakuweka sasa ukuwe president wa the United States ama wa United World. Yani unavaa bwana. Allah. Hata unanifanya nikae.
One world government, mimi niko na Yesu. Sitaki mambo ya one world government.
Sasa unaniharibu bwana, tukienda pale hivyo tuulizwe nani.
Wewe wacha, ukitaka kuwa Rigiji kuwa tu Rigiji, wacha kusumbuana na wacha kusumbuana na Mudavadi.
Yaani umeniambia mimi nakaa Rigiji?
I did not say it so now. You're putting words in my mouth.
Bernard, it's good to see you. It's very good to see you. The video that you have, I'm gonna play it. The video that you're asking for, I have it. It's on the queue. I was just listening. But Bernard, I'm at a place where, Bernard, today I just want to come to this show and just sit down and maswali what I feel, what I feel about our country. We are messing up so much, Bernard, and we've been here talking about things, and people do not understand that. Games aside, there's people who are being affected in this thing that people think ni mchezo. I will play your video once you give me the cue, And then the one nakuuliza kama ya kutoka kwa sister channel, I will also play it, and then you tell me what this guy thinks or what leaders in our Kenya thinks we are. Kama sisi ni watoto wao ama what. And there's a lady on our group chat, and Bernard, I think you're always there too, that actually wrote something when I woke up in the, and not right. I mean, she actually had to, I think her name is CH. And I was listening to it as I was getting ready to go to work. And at that point, jokes aside, politics aside, na utoto aside, you could hear this lady actually the way she was speaking, that she's really mad. I mean, she's beaten, she's sad, she's mad, and she's angry. And it reminded me of some of the communications that I've been doing, Bernard. People are angry. I mean, Baba stayed away, doesn't do mandamano. Kitengela, I mean, not Bama. I used to go there kukula nini, which we'll play that video in a minute. Watu wanafanya mandamano. Now, where is Baba? Why are you asking for Baba? You said Baba, you said nini, maandamano zinafanyangwa na Wajaluo na watu wa ODM ndio wanajua kung'oa reli na kila kitu. So why are we having maandamano when Baba is not even anywhere? Why are we having those things? I mean, why are we having people revolting against the government? And actually, the people that are revolting the government, actually, by the way, there's something that we need to demystify, Bernard. And I'm sorry if I'm going out of the topic, but I'll come back to it. Just bear with me. For the longest time, we've had this thing of all hawkers are Kikuyus. I saw some MPs stand somewhere and say that, oh, you know, matatus is a Kikuyu business. It's not a Kikuyu business. Matatu mingi zimeshikiliwa na Wakisi. Kama unakumbuka ka video kingine nilicheza ngapi hivi kitambo ka jamaa, and he came to actually, he went on TV akisema, ona sasa, yeye amepanda huko kwa nini, anaendesha Mercedes Benz, ona sasa, ona yeye amepanda kwa inaitwa super highway. Ona sasa akisema Ruto pandisha mafuta ifike 530. 30 ya kutoa 500 ya kutoa ya mafuta. Bernard, our country, people need to start listening to what people are talking about. Watu wengine tunaongea hapa hivi. The laws that are being passed, the person, what he's doing, he's become a real dictator that needs to tell me where I need to invest, where I don't have to invest. Who are you? And the funny thing, people are not seeing these things that we used to talk about, that most of the people at our Mama Mboga, they're starting to talk about them. So Bernard, to start with, before watu wengine wakuje so that nisishikwe sana, let me play that video that you are asking for, because I have it. Is that fine? Thank you.
You're good. Go ahead.
All right, let me play it. This is the video you've been asking for.
Biashara katika soko la nyama la Bama hapa Nairobi ziliathirika kufuatia wafanyabiashara kugoma kulalamikia kuongezwa kwa kodi. Wafanyabiashara hao ambao wanahusika na uchinjaji nyama waliandamana kutaka Gavana Sakaja kuondoa nyongeza ya malipo ya kuingiza nyama katika soko hilo. Wafanyabiashara walipokea ilani ya mabadiliko ya ada siku ya Jumatano. Kodi ya kuuza ng'ombe imepanda kutoka shilingi 150 hadi shilingi 300.
Kulingana na vile
tulikuwa tunalipa kitambo, tulikuwa na agreement kwa tunalipa 150 per cow, per carcass, that is ng'ombe ikiwa mzima, na so far kwa nao wametuongeza tunalipa 300 per carcass, na plus kwa hiyo carcass bado imegawanishwa, iko na matumbo inalipiwa kando, makajagio miguu iko kando, vichwa iko kando, na ngozi pia. Ile tunasema si halali kwa mtu wa biashara, manake anafinyika.
Ukinunua nyama before uuze umechomeka zao mbili before hata kama hiyo nyama vile tu imechinjwa tu hivyo before ifike hadi Bama umechoma already. So kitambo ufike hiyo do unapata pia kweli akisukumwa huko anasukuma pia wengine hivi, nyama inapanda juu, unapata hakuna kazi watu wanafanya.
Wengi wetu tujakuwa na nyama zijakuwa sokoni, customer wamekuja, bei ikakuwa tofauti, alafu wengi wao due to shortage of meat, wengi wajafungua hoteli zao, alafu kazi pia leo iko chini sana. Wengi wao mshahara leo itapunguziwa, alafu wenye wajaajiriwa hapo wengi wataenda na pesa kwa siku ya leo.
Ndio ama
No, okay, that's about Bama. Thank you for playing it. Yangu ilikuwa imekwama kuplay. But now look at Sakaja. What is he looking for? He wants to get he wants to be eating half the profit of the cow. He has tax for the legs, a tax for the matumbo, tax for the head, tax for the leg. What is he driving him? What is driving him?
Bernard, I have to, I mean, you know, we've been here for a long time. You know, before, you know, pre-election, I was one of the people that told you Sakaja is going to get it. He's going to beat mtu wetu. And that one, nilichapwa kiboko hapa sana about it. But I knew, Sakaja ni mtu wa watu. There's something going on between Sakaja and these other guys, the kina Rigijis. There's a problem there that is brewing. And we have to be patient to see that, because I'm seeing the way I know Sakaja, and hata kama kuwasaidia yetu, you know, I said he's gonna get it. Sakaja ni mtu wa Nairobi. I think he's been anachapwa and he's trying to fight back. I don't know. Maybe I stand corrected, Bernard. Especially you live in Nairobi. I grew up in Nairobi, but you live in Nairobi today. There's a problem of this Kama now, the Kanjo. The way they are dealing with people. And also this watu wa nini hawking kutolewa. At the end of the day, Bernard, when you look at it right and left, yes, lazima watu watoke kwa street, wachukuza vitu kwa street. It's true. But why are we politicizing it? Are we chasing Kikuyus? Or who? Bernard nani anakuzianga kale kanguo kako kienda pale, wote ni wa Kikuyu.
So has it taken a tribal angle, or it is a matter of destroying somebody's political career by setting him against the people?
It's both. You just hit the nail. I mean, you hit the nail at the head. You see, Sakaja, when you look at, and I'm not here to support Sakaja in whatever he does. And, you know, you're ni kazi yake. That's why you get chosen. Bernard, if I choose you to do something, you have to deal with all the angles. That's why you wanted to get that job, right? The goods and the bads. But, you see, Sakaja might have a very good idea and something that has never been done since we got independence. I don't know if, Bernard, you've ever seen pictures of pre-independence of Nairobi. When we used to have zile zilikuwa to KBS, Immediately walitoka, there was the KBS. Ulikuwa unaingilia, sisi wale wakora ulikuwa unaingilia mlango ya mbele, conductor akikuja pale na kale kakitu kake kakuzungusha, chui kupeana ticket. Unatokea, ikisimama kwa stage unatokea hii mlango ya nyuma, unarudia mlango ya mbele. Then you are in town for free. You know. Sorry, nilianza ukora kitambo.
Hii corruption kumbe mlianza mapema.
But at the time, Bernard, even our trash, you knew mali ya kwenda kutupa trash. Hatukuwa tunatupa tu nje ya mlango. And you remember very well, they used to come and take the trash I think it was every Friday or something. They used to come and take the trash, zinakuja zinachukuliwa, zinaenda, zinapelekwa. Hatujui kule zilikuwa zinapelekwa. It's just that now that we are grown up, we know they zilikuwa zinapelekwa Kariobangi. Kwenye kumejaa huko Dandora, yes. Sasa ndio tunajua. The streets used to be clean. Nairobi was clean. They even came to a point where they wanted, I mean, kuna time mimi niliumwa. Nakwambia mimi nilikuwa mkora kitambo. Hapo tu kipita hapo hivyo nini, where Kenya, Nairobi cinema used to be. Next to Winkers, for those people who know what I'm talking about. Nikaangusha anyway, sitasema ni nini niliangusha. Akimbishwa na kanju huko, we, nikaokotwa. Okay, fine, shika, bye. It's something, Bernard, that we have to teach ourselves, and we have to move on with this. Me, personally, nitachapwa leo na niko hapa wanichape. Bernard, hawking has to stop in Kenya. In Nairobi. If it's going to stop, I mean, if we cannot stop hawking, we have to put stalls for them to work at. We cannot have a country that our central business district, kuna mtu ameangusha matope ameangusha nini pale waru nini, na guess what, zikinyeshewa anaziacha hapo, kesho unakuja unazikanyaga ukipita, everything, kila kitu inanuka vibaya. Umeenda Nyamakima, Ludhuli, and all that. So Bernard, let me be the devil's advocate today. Can we agree that Nairobi has to stop the hawking thing, or make it as central market that someone can go to buy something cheap? So that when even a visitor walks through that, if you walk to most of the cities in the world, Bernard, you'll see a good city actually that is cleaned by, they have these trucks. One time I was in New York, Bernard, and in New York, they don't have parking. Not your parking spots. So what you have to do is a parallel parking. And you know how watu wengine kuingiza gari parallel parking ni shida. But then you have signs that says on Monday, this area, do not park, because the cleaning truck will come, iki clean. You park there, your car is gonna get towed. And people adhere to those rules so that on Monday, Tuesday, you know you can park there, even if it's parallel parking. Don't go to the fire hydrant, nanini. Bernard, the reason I'm saying this, I'm asking myself and I'm asking everybody that is listening to us. Namkuja hapa, munichape leo niko hapa na Bernard. When are we going to get to that place, Bernard, where that you're told do not park here, you won't park there? But here's the catch. There's nothing that government is taking there. It's just the rule of the area that you live. So it's not an advantage taken. Are we looking at our development of our countries? Now we have skyscrapers. We have, these big, places that people want to come and see. When are we gonna be so? Hii kitu kwanza, kwanza mi Bernard, ndio kitu inaniuma sana. Whoever told anyone that any business in Kenya belongs to Kikuyus? Why are we always going to Central when something is being done? Pastor, leo nimekuja nikiwa mkali na leo nimekuja nikitaka kuumwa nikulwe. Tutafunga na wewe leo. Uniambie nani alisema mali unaishi hapo nje? Wewe mwenye hiyo duka ni Mkikuyu ama ni nini? The reason I'm saying this Kikuyu thing, and then like I said, we have come to a country that has 48 going to 50 plus the newbies, that has only concentrated on the Kikuyus, mostly, number one. Number two, the big five, as they call them, including Crumbles. But we've forgotten that the country is diverse. So every little thing that happens is between Jaluo, Kikuyu, Kalenjin. And then you come and seriously sit down and ask yourself, what are we doing here, sir? With all due respect, what is it that we're doing in our country? And then you have somebody that comes and wants to be a dictator and telling you, Apana, Atamadin. I'll play that video later. I have it. I was so mad today when I was watching that video. The guy is talking to people like yeye ndio baba ya kila mtu. Hapana, hakuna mtu atatoa kitanda kama unataka kulalia kitanda. I don't know guys if you're listening to me. Bernard, sijui kama uliwatch your video of akisema kama unataka kulalia kitanda, si kitanda ni ambao na msumari, si itajengwa hapa. So are you telling me that I have to, na kama actually this is his words, kama utalalia hiyo kitanda na utaki hiyo kitanda ya hapa, basi lala chini. Okay. Sasa umekuwa babangu uniambie kama sitafanya hivi basi hivyo. Na nikitaka kuchukua ya UK, unaninyima. Wewe ni nani? Na hizi vitu wanashinda akisema nimefanya, nitafanya, who are you? Then you have the freedom of the constitution to do what you want. I don't care which bed you sleep on. Siwezi kusimamisha. Hiyo kitu umekalia Bernard, nice, comfy. Am I supposed to tell you what mahali utaenda kukalia? Mimi sasa ni nani? Bernard, our country has become of people who are cowards. I'm going to say today, like huyu mama CH Maliuko alinipatia courage leo. We Kenyans, we are cowards. We have become cowards. Tumekaliwa. Tunaambiwa venye ya kutunza watoto wetu. Tunaambiwa venye ya kuweka nyumba zetu. Nita, ulitoa wapi hiyo idhini? Baba yangu, mama yangu ndo wanafaa kuniambia, na nikitaka kwenda kuchukua kitanda ya USA nitachukua. Hata nikitaka kuchukua ya whatever. Sasa unaniambia nini? Who are you dictating? Since independence, I was not there at the birth of our country. But at least I saw Moi's, Kibaki's, and Uhuru's regimes. I've never seen them dictate on the people that they think they are ruling. And in fact, you don't rule. It's supposed to be serving. This guy is telling you what you have to do. He's telling you that you're not going to import any bed. Imagine ameenda mpaka kwa kitanda. Seriously? Sasa ungesema hata chako lama nini kitu kingine. Kitanda, that's bedroom affair. Unaendea aje huko unaambia watu utalalia hii kadri lala chini basi. Bana wacha ninyamaze for now cause nitachoma na niko na mingi. Nimejam leo.
Sasa wewe Wewe ndio unapaswa kuwa mchungaji hapa sasa, umeleta vita. Sisi tulikuwa tunafikiria umekuja kutuunganisha pamoja, tutafute handshake na Riggy na Mudavadi na Uhuru Kenyatta ili tusonge mbele, lakini wewe unaendelea kutugawa. All the same, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you. Please, let's keep inviting each other. Remind everybody that we are not streaming on YouTube Sound Candid Talk. We have switched to the smaller channel, Sound Candid Talk Live. So please find us and let's flow together. We still have got 4 more days to go, and then we'll be able to revert to our usual channel. But all in all, we must do what we must do to stay afloat. Mato, there is the issue of polluting our, or rather, corrupting our politics, so that we can lock out good people that can challenge our mediocre leadership. I don't know if you understand that. If I draw that from the Bible, the book of Genesis, you find that Satan comes and makes the man eat the wrong fruit, and then after that, if you look at the Bible closely, you notice that the following chapters, by the time we are getting to chapter 5 of Genesis, he said the heart of man was terribly corrupt. The wickedness multiplied in such a magnitude to a level whereby God regretted creating man. If you have had you have read such a statement. Now, that picture shows how Satan and in his scheme he would want to lock God out of the world. Okay, because God is holy and there's no sin in him. He will not come and celebrate sin or join sin. So he corrupts the whole world, makes everybody evil, and the evil goes to a magnitude whereby God cannot stand it anymore, and it led to the destruction of the human race at that time, saving only the house of the man, Noah, the one who created, who made the ark. Now, the reason I'm saying that is we can see our politics has bought from that same philosophy, okay? Let's make politics dirty. Let's make politics for crooks. Let it be for criminals. And then these people who think right, these people who feel what is good for the country will not come in that space because the space is dirty, is stinking, and nobody wants to go there. So that's one of the avenues by which evil is thriving in our land. Secondly, mismanagement. Mismanagement is a product of political expedience. Political expedience. Ukiangalia serikali tulionayo ni serikali ya vijisababu, serikali ya kutafuta sababu kwa nini vitu havifanyi kazi, si kwa nini tufaulu. Tunatafuta kijisababu kwa nini hatufaulu. You notice that when there was the second day of the Hamas-Israel war, okay, Boss Shulei was already on television saying the cost of living is rising because of Israel war. On the second day of Israel war. So how did that now become an issue in Kenya or over the cost of living, which has been rising for the past whole year? So I think as a people, we need to dissect these manenos closely and be able to analyze where the problem is. Tribal differences and tribal supremacy is one of the major key problems in the country. But that's not all that there is. Although it has contributed to the kind of leadership we have and the mediocrity that we have in our leadership. I believe with all my heart that if we had right leaders in this country as early as independence, if we let people like Tomboya leave, if we let people like Binto leave, if we let people like James Kariuk leave, if we let people like Robert Ouko leave and run the affairs of the country, we will not be where we are. So we are our number one enemies in terms of the progress of this country by eliminating every excellent leader in our midst in favor of mediocres, compromisers, wicked, half-baked, and of course, we'll be looking for another adjective. All in all, asante sana kwa wote ambao mnajiunga nasi mahala pote ulipo. Tafadhali tuambie unatazama ukiwa wapi, na usitazame kipindi peke yako. Kumbuka kuna kura unapiga kwa poll. Sound Candid Talk Live is the place where we are streaming on YouTube. And the question we are asking tonight is, do you support Ruto's approach to handling the country's crisis? So far, 29 people have cast their vote, and 14% say yes, they support him. 86% say no, we don't support his approach at all. Likes za video ziko 23. Naomba tafadhali tusonge mbele na hizo likes zipande tafadhali. Karibisha mtu alafu makinika kwa kuhakikisha kwamba uko katika debate and you are debating. So there is no way we'll have a bad leader and have good leadership. Tukubaliane tu mapema. Okay? There's no way we'll have a bad leader and have good leadership. The Sakaja approach to what Bama afungiwe tu huko. Kwa sababu kabla nifungue duka langu Bama, okay? Naenda kwa Kanjo. Nanua nini? License. You get that? License. Your license, si nimelipa tax nikinunua your license. That license licenses me to trade in what I'm trading. Whether it's meat, whether it's clothes, whether it's shoes. I've obtained the license already from the city council, or rather city county. All right? Now, how can he follow me after I've paid 15,000 for that's the smallest license available for your information. 15,000 for the license for the whole year. Okay? Then you follow me that now the meat has been brought by the vehicle from Dagoretti. Okay? When it arrives at Bama, it says before it leaves the vehicle to my shop, I should pay another tax for the kind of meat I'm offloading. If I'm offloading the leg, there is leg tax. If I'm offloading matumbo, there is matumbo tax. If I'm offloading head, there is head tax. What warrants that? And where is that factored? So what was the use for me to buy the license for 15,000? Okay? Then let's forget about the 15,000. Be collecting this 300 every day because that's what you want. But you cannot sell me 15,000 per year. Then you follow me in the shop that every piece of meat I cut, I should be paying you tax. Are you the one I'm cutting? Are you the cow? Are you the owner of the cow? Or what is it? What is your stake in the meat that I'm selling? Hiyo mnijibu. Na wakereketwa wengine mmeenda wapi? Kujeni mkajibu maswali. Okay? Na mnasema ati ni vita za Rigiji na Sakaja. Hapana. Kuna kitu hapa kinaendelea na sio kisiasa. Giving it political angle is looking for finding an excuse. What is happening is somebody is keen in making Kenya a poor state for poor people so that everything goes to them. If I'm not wrong, I'm not a prophet. I'm not a son of prophet. But with the trend that is taking place, watch, you remember this video, okay? Not long from now, you will hear that we want the Bama market space to build a new market. So what they are doing is get rid of the traders so that they take the market. It has nothing to do with taxes and it has nothing to do with politics. It has everything to do with greed. They want those traders away so that they take the market and build their far-fetched madness of constructions. Mware CK anasema you need also to tax us pia kusikia hii. Hey, by the way, tunalipa bill tafadhali, sio tax lakini tunalipa bills. Jana nilisema watu walipe bills, hakuna mtu amenitumia hela. So tafadhali tuanze kutuma hela. Asante Mware kwa kutukumbusha. It is important that we do what is right. So hii kitu ya Bama sio maneno na taxes na sio maneno na Sakaja. Kuna mtu anataka kujenga hapo, okay, na anataka kufukuza wafanya biashara ili afanye nini? Ajenge hapo ile skyscraper anataka. Nani ameniambia hapa katika
mbona unasahau Gikomba? Unajua Gikomba tunawashanga moto mara ngapi?
Gikomba ilichukuliwa. Hiyo moto haiwashi kwa sababu inaenda kuchukuliwa. Bama ndio inataka kuchukuliwa. Gikomba ilichukuliwa kitambo tu, title deed ishapeanwa. Ni bado mko kwa grace period. But what I'm saying is Olele TV amesema katika the first show kwamba the man behind the Krima family is not Krima and is not Krima family. It is Ruto himself. He wants that 100 acres. So he's hiding behind the Krima family so that he can take the land and dispossess the people that are already in the land. So hii maneno ya corruption ni lazima yashughulikiwe na Wakenya. Tuache mchezo. Simama imara, tetea haki ya kila Mkenya. This country will never be the same if we continue playing nice. Tumekuwa wazuri miaka mingi na tumekuwa wazuri mpaka tumeharibika. Lazima tusimame useme hapana, akuendangi hivi. Akuendangi hivi. So every space in Nairobi wanatafuta. Okay? Wanataka kubomoa nyumba, wafukuze watu na hawaelekezi mahali. Somebody said here very well, before you remove hawkers on the street, give them an alternative place. Did they think about alternative place? Have they made provision for the alternative place? You can even regulate. I think there's something we call Masai Market in Nairobi. I think it comes on Thursday. Is it Thursday? The Masai Market. It's not every day. But on that specific day, they come and put their tents. They display their wares. In the evening, they carry them away. Then they come again. The other, I think it's twice a week. We can have Hawkers Day. Okay? Hawkers Day, but structured. That on, like what Sakaja said, Saturday and Sunday, what was sleepy parking? Okay? That means there will be no, if there are not many people in the city or something like that, they give them Hawkers Day. Regulated. Not that anybody can come from any corner and display their goods. Let's know that on this particular day, kutakuwa na hawkers. So, kama unataka kununua vitu kwa hawkers, kuwa town. Kama unataka biashara na hawkers, usikue town. It is hawkers.
And even day. In a certain street. You know?
Yes, specifically.
Yeah, and you just close. There's no traffic in that street. Funga, ile side na ile side. You know, this is the day that you go for your market. This is when unajua kwenda kupata vitu zako. I mean, the free, I mean, not free, but the cheap things. Bena, that's a structured way. And unless we move out of this thing, watachapa, ona tunatetea mtu hata si wetu. But I'm saying, it's right. We're not here. Bernard, and let me just put a disclaimer here. Sound Candid Talk is not here to beat UDA, and I want mtu mwenye nasikiza is not here to beat UDA, is not here to be pro Raila, be whatever. Sound Candid is here to talk about the truth. This is the truth that we're even talking about here. We're saying, yes, Sakaja is right. Let's have a systematic way of doing our things. If we say to Kenyatta Avenue, Bernard, and Kenyatta Avenue to Patiane, what, 2 miles, or I mean, 2 kilometers, in between, whatever, I don't know how many kilometers are there. But tufungie side na tufungile side, and we redirect the cars to go on the other side. Wanajua hiyo ni on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Wewe kama unataka kununua vitu zako, unajua ndio siku yako, unajua unaenda kununua zile vitu cheap, you will go and do, unajua ni siku ya market. Hata utachukua watoto muende mfanye nini and put some castles there, you know, fun day, whatever. Wazazi wakifanya vitu zake nini, yes, you get it done. And then after that, clean up that area. Hata kama si yao wata clean, you can even get the city council or whatever city, whatever they are called today, ilikuwa inaitwa city council. Clean up, imeisha. Now we go back to business. Bernard, what's so wrong with that? Actually, I believe that will bring market, because why? Somebody will be thinking, hii ni siku ya market. So sasa tunaenda sisi wote market. Get them some good parking spot mahali, leo ni siku ya market. Carnival. Weka carnival hapo kwa hiyo barabara. These things happen where we live, places tumeenda. You know that today is the day mnaenda huko na unajua watoi watacheza huko, watafanya nini, and then come Monday kila mtu amerudi business. Sakaja is right. Lakini kitu ya kuingiza sasa Wakikuyu ndani yake, kwani Wakikuyu ndo wanajua kuuza nini? When I'm saying this, I have nothing against Kikuyus, Bernard, or any tribe. I'm just saying we have a bad habit of people bringing tribal politics and bringing tribe where it does not have to be. And the most notorious people, God given, say it, are the central people that actually everything. And in fact, imeendea watu wengine sasa pia si Wakamba tumeanza mnatoa watu, you know, I mean, I don't know, Bernard. I'm just trying to be, leo nimekuja nikiwa mkali like I said, but niko na wewe hapa, wenye wakunichukia wanichukie, kujeni munichape hapa leo, sitoki hata mkinifukuza.
Wewe wacha vitisho. Kile tunachosema ni tribalism and Kenyan politics are not in competition. One is the fuel of the other. And for that matter, it has been an excuse for many of our underperforming politicians. Every time they are challenged, they cry that their community is targeted and it's their community that's being sought after. And that's part of the reason why we are not solving our problems. We have a cocoon where we hide inside, which is our tribe. So like what we are discussing right now, the hawkers is a menace in the city. It's a menace for the economy. Yes, they are making a kill, yes. They are sustaining their family, yes. But they are slowing down the economy because you can't move from one corner of the town to the other fast enough. You have to be careful. You will step on somebody's tomato. And there are cases whereby these wares have been displayed and taken half of the road, okay? And so in the process, what happens? The vehicles cannot move in good time, and so the economy is slowed because somebody wants to make a sale. So why can't we have a structured agreement, okay? That the city is busy Monday to Friday, okay? But we'll give a leeway for Saturday because some offices don't open on Saturday. And even if they open half day, okay? So we'll say, since there is not much congestion in the city on Saturday, we'll give a leeway. Hawkers, you can hawk on this part of the town on Saturday only. These other days, ujipange. If you want to take a shop, let it be you have taken a shop and it's clear. But instead of now getting these things discussed openly and finding a lasting solution, we are running to say ni Wakikuyu wanamalizwa, ni Wakisii wamekuwa targeted, ni Waluya wanatafutwa. It's just a matter of how can we make our city work, okay? Because if the economy of the city is not doing well, everybody in the city will suffer. If I have to spend 3 hours on the road, okay, that's losing 3 straight hours on the road. And I'm going to the office to work for 8 hours. I've lost 3 on the road. So I'm in the office for how long? 5 hours. In these 5 hours, I also need to leave early so that I have my 3 hours on the road. So what happens? My performance is affected. I'm underperforming. I'm under-delivering. And my less production is affecting every other person. So let's all pull together and help our city work, but let it not be because somebody wants to make a political statement or impose some seniority that he doesn't have over anyone, over anything. So as we wait, there is a video that I'm preparing. When it's ready, I'll play it. Thank you for sending it. I've got it. It will soon be ready. If or you have the Githurai complete video. Mato, umepata Githurai video? Niko nayo bado na download. Net yangu
uko na hiyo ingine? Okay, so yeah, but ukinitumia mi yangu itanisumbua nini, but I'll wait for you.
Iko kwa admins.
Oh, okay.
My net is very poor of late. I don't understand what's happening. It has dropped the capacity from.
Is it the one that you just sent, the last one?
Yes, that one.
Okay, I got it. Okay, here we go. Let me. Okay. Do you want me to play right now? Yes.
Yeah, okay. Just play it to malizana nayo tuende kwa kitu kingine.
Yeah, ndio hii basi. Bernard, it's 12 minutes. Do you want me to do the whole thing?
Yeah, let's get the whole story. Let's get the whole story.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Just play it from the beginning. Want to get the whole concept. Don't just share a clip.
Okay, so just play the whole thing, yeah? The 12 minutes. Okay, so here we go.
Okay, can cut it now.
Ha? Umesema nisimamishe?
Yeah, imetosha.
Okay.
I think the point is made. The people want Uhuru Kenyatta, don't want Ruto, don't want Rigiji, and that is it.
Have you seen the crowd?
Hey, very interesting, very interesting.
Bernard, just keep talking, but I just want to, as you're talking, as you're giving your on that one, endelea. Let me just show you something. No, as you continue, just continue, sir.
It's okay. It's okay.
That's the crowd.
Well, okay. And that is it. So,
hii ni ya kulipwa.
Hiyo haiwezi kuwa ya kulipwa, na hata kama unalipwa uko na hela ya kutosha kulipa hiyo. These are normal people. You see, there's no yellow fever anywhere. There are no yellow uniform anywhere. There are people who are just from the house, free of undue influence.
Are you seeing this guy? Can you see Makasa?
Who is Makasa?
Oh, Kasa. Kasa
okay.
Yangu. Are you seeing this guy? Oni mali nazungukia hapa. Huyu jamaa amebeba nini koko? Unamwona huyo?
Watermelon. Mtu ako job.
Yako job.
Hiyo ndio proper hawking.
Huyu ndio hiyo hawking sasa. Yeye hajakuja hapo kulipwa, ona muone yako job hapo. Na hakuna mtu anamguza na tunaambiangwa sisi tunaendanga kuharibu biashara za watu. Tumeharibu ya huyu. Bernard, this is what you call hizo vitu za Ruto anatuleteaga hapa za watu wanalipwa ndururu mbili sijui, you know. Bernard, I'm tired of just looking at Kenyans. Kuna mwingine anyway nishatoa. Kuna mwingine amevaa hapo ya Masai, kuna mwingine amevaa pale sijui inaitwa nini, mashemeji dabi. Like you can see it, there's no ni watu tu wamekuja na ya Ruto.
No, something is cooking. Something is cooking. This country is about to reach boiling point. And if this is the crowd before Uhuru begins his Thanksgiving, what is going to happen when he finally lands himself by himself to greet the people himself?
Bernard, I go back to asking you, where did the numbers come from?
The numbers have always been there. The numbers have always been there. The issue here is we've been dealing with a very strong deception. A very strong deception. People put up a narrative and they have been holding up that narrative, but now their hands are tired. They can't hold it up anymore. So the curtain is coming down and we are beginning to see what has been behind the curtain. Okay? They have been saying there are no numbers. Uhuru is finished. Uhuru has no command in Mount Kenya. The people listened to Gachagua and ignored Uhuru. Okay? But now see what is happening. We want now Nyoro and ni Judith hapa anasema ni Judith hapa nani? Julia anasema at Elizabeth Anyango, they are celebrating Uhuru's birthday and saying they don't want Ruto Gachagua, and that message should reach Ichung'wah and Nyoro. Okay, Julia, our teacher, is trying to interpret what was being said in vernacular. You see, the people say that they are celebrating Uhuru's birthday and they don't want Ruto, they don't want Gachagua, and that message should be taken to Ichung'wah and Nyoro. That is in Nyoro. So it's like the divorce has already taken place. I don't think there is any turning back on this, and it's as early as now. So when the sun begins to go to Chiolo, I don't think there will be any room. What Mr. Guru was saying, William Ruto will no longer be able to do an open space rally in Mount Kenya.
And the funny
like
thing, I know you're
he
about
was
to bring
notorious
that,
of doing the same.
and I know
He
you're
may
about to bring,
revert to county meetings that he can control indoors, because open one, mi naona mtu akikula watermelon hapa.
ndio hiyo nimekuwekea hapo kwa picha. Sijui hata natasema nini. Umeona jamaa yako biashara, hakuna mali ya mtu inaharibiwa, hakuna biashara ya mtu inaharibiwa. Kama unaweza kuwa kwa crowd hivyo ukiwa na watermelon kwa kichwa, umewekelea, si ati anyway. Lakini
Okay, we need to switch gears, but just hold on, just hold on. We need to switch gears. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind us we are paying our bills, and it's already 28th. It's 28th, so we cannot take more time on this. Despite the fact that we're having trouble with our usual channel, majority of the people have not migrated to here, but us who are here should pull up the socks and support the channel and make sure that we meet our bills to ensure that we don't lag behind in our operating as usual. So the details to use to send in your contribution, which is number one, free will, and everybody sends what they can send. We believe by everybody doing their best, we'll meet the target. But our operation budget is around 60K. So I want everybody to do their best to see to it that we don't miss out on what we should do. So donations, support for paying the bills you sent via the till number 516,575. That is buy goods, the till number buy goods 516575. Those who cannot use till number, especially those of you in the diaspora, the till number, I understand it doesn't work directly that way. So you use the M-Pesa number +254718454585. Bernard is the name. So please, we really need your support as we continue with the conversation. Let me begin to receive those contributions. As at yesterday, I didn't receive contribution from anyone, although we started out this thing yesterday. So let's be on the forefront. Let's do the necessary. I'll be posting the details in the comment section for those of you who want to follow them up later. Asante Sam. Now, before we revert back to the look at that, let's look at our poll. The poll is where? What is this? Somebody ended my poll. Okay, just a moment. No. The poll is on. Do you support Ruto's approach into handling the country's crisis? 38 people have cast their vote. 16% say they support. 84% they say no, we don't support. Well, thank you, all of you who are participating. Please, let's keep going. Likes zimekwama at 26. Please, let's like the video before you vote. We shouldn't have 38 people voting and the likes are at 26. Let's up the game. You like the video, then vote, or vote, like the video before you leave the page. Asante sana. Kenyan Love, ulikuwa unasemaje kabla tumlete Haruni hapa, amekuja na ujumbe wa bwana?
Najua jeshi mwenyewe amekuja. Nini, Bernard, I was just asking a quick question. Imagine that crowd that we were just looking at. And I sometimes, Bernard, I'd like to be very realistic in what I do. I do my research. If I don't have it, I won't say it. You know? And I need people to understand, the people that are watching us. Because people need to understand. Bernard, this crowd has no major political person. Look at it. Uhuru hayuko hapa. Baba hayuko hapa. Mother Karua hayuko hapa. What is the nation telling you? You know, when you go into psychological classes, you want to look at this and ask yourself, what are these people saying? The president, the so-called president of the Rotten Republic of Kenya, I don't know, huyo mnajua nani naongea juu yake, hayuko hapa. Who's the major leader who's brought these people that actually they left their house? And these are not kids. Came. For what reason did they leave their houses? There's no fight, there's no nothing. Hakuna Uru, hakuna Baba, hakuna nini. Bernard, and as Harun is coming in, Bernard, I just want you guys to have a picture of that and tell me what is happening. Who is this that is pulling this crowd? Is it the message or is it the people? Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Good questions. We believe Arun will maybe have an answer to the same. But the truth is, Kenyans are independent. Leaders think they have them in their pocket, but they don't. I remember when we were debating the issue of the new constitution in 2010. And the bishop says they will shoot down the constitution. So by then I used to do a show on K24. So I dared them. I said, this constitution is going to pass. They said, no, we have our people and we are in full control of our people. I told them, you will not succeed on this one, even if you have the people. And what happened? So political leaders think they have the people and they can tell them what to do. Kenyans are telling them they are independent and they can do what is right. And to me, that's a positive move. Let the country liberate itself. Tuache mchezo ya kuwa sycophants wa wajinga. It's good if you are sycophant of something that's right. But sycophants of idiots, backward thinkers, the stone age, wherever, wale wenye wa akili ndogo, wanataka akili ndogo itawala akili kubwa. We don't have headaches. Kuwa mfuasi ama shabiki wa haki, wa kila Mkenya, wa ukweli, sio ujinga. Asante sana. There's another, we'll be switching gears. Let Harun weigh on that first. And when Harun finishes, we talk about demolitions. There is a new set of demolition set again. And I think something has to break in this country. Something has to break in this country. I'll be introducing that shortly. Na tunapoendelea kujadiliana, tuendelee kutuma msaada tafadhali. Asante. Harun.
Yes, Mr. Bernard, habari?
Niko salama. El Nino imefika huko?
El Nino bado haijafika, tuisubiri manze.
Hey.
Mahali huko.
Unajua Ruto ndio anafungua. Alisema ataifungia.
Manze. Akwambia huyu mwanaume. Useme kitu yani. Sawa, asante sana kwa kunipa nafasi angalau nami nipate kuchangia mambo moja ama mawili. By the way, nimekuwa nikijaribu kuingia ile channel nyingine, nashindwa nini kinaendelea. Ndio katika pita zangu nikagundua kuna sound candid talk live so ndio immediately nika subscribe, nikasema wacha ningoje nifanye timing nione kama nitafanikiwa angalau ku air my views Naona mwalimu ako hapo, mwalimu Julia, mbona auingii studio angalau utupe hekima yako hapa hivi. Unajua kuhusu the crumbling of our education system inahitaji uhosia kutoka kwako mwalimu Julia. Karibu sana. So Mr. Bernard, brother Kenyan with love, the likes of Gitonga na wacheki pale Tuni. Sasa niko acha nipeane angalau wisdom yangu kidogo kuhusu hii mambo ya education system yetu. Vile naona imeenda haiendi kwa njia mzuri, na hivi mimi nasema it is ni kitu ambayo maybe iko deliberate, kwa sababu William Ruto mwenyewe anajua kuwa there is power in knowledge. Unajua wakati kunakuwa na nguvu katika mtu mwenye anajua kitu, wanga yule mwingine mwenye anajifanya kuwa anajua, unapata ako katika ile hatari kuzuia mwenye ako knowledge. Lazima yani hautamwambia kitu chochote pasipo yeye kuchunguza, ajue je hiki chenye William Samoei Ruto amesema ama usoevo mwenye ili wazo lenye ameleta hakika linaweza simama the test of time ama iko namna gani. Ndio maana tunaambiwa kuwa anybody mwenye ako educated Mr. Kenyan with love, anybody kama unajua ulipitia masomo, you are a free person you are not a slave so Tena uwanga wanasema kuwa mambo ya ujinga mmoja tu, just one ignorance inaweza fanya huyo mtu mmoja kumake a volcano in a glass of water. Yes, ujinga moja tu, na hiyo atamake volcano kupitia kwa glass of water. Namna gani? Ataenda kwa debe apigie mtu kama William Samoei Ruto kura, then kutoka hapo huyo atakuja ground everything. That is what has happened in the Republic of Kenya. Wale wachache ambao walidanganywa hawakupekua huyu William Samoei Ruto mwenye tunauziwa. Je, huyo ni mtu ambaye atakuja alete marekebisho katika idara yetu ya elimu, ndio au la? Kwa sababu unajua elimu ni jambo la muhimu sana in any society. Kuwa na masomo kidogo ni kitu ambayo uwanga inasaidia, lakini wakati unapata kuwa wale wenye walienda wakampigia kura na already walikuwa wameambiwa huyu bana, jaribu kumchunguza, si eti ni uoga tunawauzia, jaribu kumchunguza, huyu si kiongozi mwenye anaweza leta marekebisho katika elimu, anaweza leta marekebisho katika idara ya afya, anaweza leta marekebisho katika uchumi ya taifa, anayeweza kuwatoa katika umaskini na aweke katika even hapa katikati, not awapeleke juu kabisa, aweke tu hapa katikati, whereby unaweza jimudu kununua hata chumvi. Wengi wakasema hapana, nyinyi mnamuonea huyu Ruto kichijo, wakaenda wakampigia kura. Kando na zile ukora zake zenye alipata kuzitekeleza, mimi najua kama wale awangempigia kura, hata kama angekuwa na hiyo system ama alikuwa hata kama alikuwa na Chebukati, hizo kura azingetosha, cause in the history of Kenya this is the first time tunaona number 1 na number 2 only 200,000 votes ndio peke yake zileta tofauti. Uongo mbaya. So back to hii mambo ya crumbling of our education system. Ninasema namna hii, William Samoei Ruto in fact hatufanyii sisi kama wazazi, hatufanyii haki, sababu wakati unapotoa, mliona alitoa kitu inaitwa subsidies zenye zilikuwa pale. Unajua wakati unaona kuna pesa imepambiwa kwa education system, sasa mtu kama mzazi, kuna vitabu zingine ambazo huwezi ukaenda kununua, kwa sababu utapata kuwa kama serikali imenunua vitabu ziko pale kwa nini kwa library. Sasa utapata kuwa mzazi at least amesave, hata amesave hata pesa kidogo ya kununua kofia ajikinge kwa jua akienda shambani, and that is a plus. Lakini sasa unapata kuwa huyu mzazi sasa hivi elimu anagharamika, school fees anagharamika, pande ya rent anagharamika, pande ya kununua vitabu ndio hiyo anagharamika. Sasa ndugu zanguni, huyu mzazi kama anaishi mjini kama ndugu Pastor Bernard vile anaishi mjini, yafaa alipe rent. Umesikia akituomba msaada. So kama hawezi akalipa rent, landlord ako hapo, atakuja mpishie mlango, ampe notice, na akikusha mpatia notice, landlord hataki kujua kuwa mtoto ako shule nini, no yeye hataki kujua notice iki-expire atamfurusha. So akimfurusha, huyu Pastor Bernard ataenda wapi? Maisha ni magumu mjini bila nyumba, my brothers and sisters. Bernard na watoto wake watarudi ushago. Sasa wakirudi pale nyumbani, pale mashinani, huyu mtoto hapa, maybe kulikuwa na mwalimu ambaye alikuwa anajua mahali huyu mtoto amelegea, kama ni hesabu, kama ni katika somo la historia, kama ni katika somo la Kiingereza, na alikuwa anajaribu juu chini apate kumuinua afike kwa ile level ya wale watoto wengine. Ameenda pale mashinani. Pale mashinani utapata kuwa mwalimu mkuu ni mtu anaendesha bodaboda. Huyu mtoto tumempoteza. We have lost this kid. Hilo ni jambo lingine. Alafu kuhusu kutafuta school fees, wakati unapata kuwa mzazi ako na ugumu wa kutafuta school fees, hata kuwa na muda wa kuja kuangalia kama mtoto wake ile homework yenye amepewa iko namna gani, the progress ya mtoto wake, hata kuwa na muda wa kufanya nini, wa kufuatilishia. So which means huyu mzazi atakuwa, mama ndio huyo amekimbia kwenda huko kutafuta mihela ya kununua chumvi na sukari na nini, baba ndio huyo amekimbia kwenda hapa. Sasa wote wanakuja wamechoka. Mtoto maybe watapata mtoto hata hayuko nyumbani, amekimbia kwenda kutafuta chakula kwa jirani. So mambo ya education ya huyu mtoto ishakufa. Bas sasa tumeokoa kizazi kweli hivyo? The society? No, the society ishakufa. Sababu gani? Discipline ya huyu mtoto hata peke yake itafanya nini? Itarudi chini. So what are we supposed to do, Mr. Bernard and Kenyan with love, na wala ambao mnanisikiza? Ni jambo moja tu, ni kuhimiza serikali ideclare wote tunaita national emergency on education sector. Kama school fees wazazi hawezi wakajimudu na hawana miela, declare, tupate wahisani watupatie pesa, tuokoe vizazi vyetu. Nitasimamia hapo. Hiyo ni kuhusu education system, alafu tutaendelea. Niko studio nimesabana. Back to you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Harun. We thank you so much for sharing that, and of course this country seriously needs help, and samaki huoza kuanzia kwa kichwa na kuambia hapa ni kubaya. Nimesafiri kiasi kwa mataifa tofauti na kila nchi huwa inajipanga hasa kwa masuala ya industrialization. There is an emerging trend that is very disturbing with William Ruto and reclaiming land in the pretext that he wants to build industries for doing things. In my opinion, it's a lie, first and foremost. I've been to Marsabit where we take our relief program twice. And the kind of land we cover that has nothing but animals is mass. Okay? I don't see one reason why anybody should be fighting to put an industry in Nairobi, okay? When we have people in Marsabit who are looking for job, they have land that they are not using. We have people in Turkana who are looking for job. They have land that they are not using. And then you go and target land that is already occupied, that has houses. Then you say you want to demolish those houses so that you build for them industries. When our industrial area here, there is working as a warehouse, meaning the industries that were there, they backed out. So what is it with William Ruto and demolitions? And how many more demolitions do you want to see before you stop him? Watch this and let's talk.
Order, this time round by President William Ruto to those who have occupied some 30 acres in Syokimau, Machakos County, belonging to the Kenya Institute of Special Education. The head of state has directed the National Youth Service to secure the land which the government will use to build a factory to manufacture devices to be used by children living with disability. President Ruto has also directed those occupying the institution's land in Kasarani to pay for the parcels of his eviction.
2 weeks after East African Portland Cement Company demolished houses, schools, hotels and other structures on the land, which was allegedly grabbed in Mavoko, Machakos County, President William Ruto has ordered the demolition of houses built on a 30-acre piece of land owned by the Kenya Institute of Special Education. The head of state indicating the intention to use the land for manufacturing.
We need to produce devices that are used by our children with special needs here in Kenya. They already have a piece of land, it tells me, in Mavoko. I will make sure that that land is secured. I'm told there are some people hanging around there. I will deal with them. So we will secure the land. I will send the National Youth Service next week to secure the land.
An order that will also apply to those residing next to the institute in Kasarani area if they fail to compensate the government for allegedly invading 20 acres of their land.
I'm told some people have built flats around here on land that does not belong to them. So we are going to agree with them. We need the money to go and do the factory, so tutakata hapo, watulipe pesa. Market value, tutawafanyia valuation, watuletee pesa, waendelee na maisha yao. Ama kama sivyo, mambo tu ni yale.
President Ruto, who decried the rampant cases of grabbing of public and private land, says his government will deal firmly with individuals who make fake land documents and dupe Kenyans.
We must get rid of impunity. We cannot allow impunity in Kenya. You know, we all must play by the rules. We are all equal before the law. The people who, using impunity, want to bring fake titles, seek entitlement to what is not theirs, that's not acceptable.
With thousands of Njiru, Choka and Mihango residents staring at possible eviction next year, following a court order that directed they move out of the 978.5 acres of land belonging to the family of the late politician Gerishon Kirima, the head of state says both the national and the county governments will be involved in seeking a settlement plan with the owners of the land.
The county government, the national government should facilitate a process of settlement in a way that is acceptable to the owners of the land and those who are occupying. If they are willing to pay, we should go that direction so that we can create more harmony and be able to take this forward.
We'll call all of those resident associations wako hapo, tuite familia ya Kirima. You cannot destroy, it's a whole, I think there are more than 6,000 households. Hatuwezi wavunjia manyumba yao, ili tukae tukubaliane, walipe settlement fulani, ndo tuweze kuendelea mbele.
President Ruto has promised to reduce his budget, including travel allowances, by about 500 million shillings to help raise enough capital to construct the factory to manufacture devices for children living with disability in Syokimau.
All I can say, John chapter 10, verse 10 says, a thief comes but to steal, to kill, and destroy. We have let the thief to steal, kill, and destroy us. Kenyans, let's stop this madness. You don't have to manufacture things in Nairobi for the things to help people in Nairobi. There are things we are using now that have been manufactured in China, but they go to Kenya, we want them. We used them. You cannot say you have to use that particular land to manufacture things for the children with disability. Industries are needed in all corners of the country, and one way of developing the country is industrialization. How is the Northeastern going to be to develop if we don't industrialize? The problem we're having with West Pokot, with the bandits and all that, is because the place has remained behind. They have huge land, huge space, less people, okay? No productivity, no schools, no malls, no roads, no nothing. That is the place where you should take the industry so that the people can produce there without being disturbed. It will force the electricity to go to the place. It will force the road to go to the place. And in the process, the country develops. Why should you go to Syokimau? I'm not supporting land grabbing. But this is not even fighting land grabbing. This is impoverishing people for no apparent reason. When those people were occupying that land, where were they? Why didn't they stop the occupation of the land? They wait for people to settle in the land, lived there 10, 20 years, 10 years. Then you come to demolish them. And if you really want to stop the impunity, let's begin with Western Hotel. Simple and pure. Let's lead by example. Zakayo alipokutana na Yesu, akasimama akasema, hey, leo wokovu umeingia kwa nyumba hii. Hey, kuanzia leo, okay? Ile kitu yoyote nimechukua ya mtu narudisha mara 4. Hiyo ndio wokovu. So kama Zakayo ameokoka, aanze na kurudisha Western Hotel. Arudishe hiyo shamba kwa nini? Na pesa ile amejengea hapo, yes amesema arudishiwe pesa. Basi abomoe hiyo jengo kwanza as an example. Then we all know that every house should be demolished. But hizi ameanza. Kenyans, if you don't stop him now, atakuja kuchukua shamba la baba yako aseme hata yeye ni ndugu yako. Nimesema ya kwamba Kenyan would laugh.
Bernard,
just shortly, I have forgotten something. I wanted to display there's the display angle. Just to reinforce what Nani was saying, in case you don't get what we are saying. This is the headline from, I think this is The Nation. Okay? End of free secondary education. Okay?
Really?
So we are not playing games. So education is not working. Healthcare is not working. And now you're demolishing people's houses. kwa sababu mambo ni matatu. This is tuhamishe Ruto, tusafirishe yeye. Hiyo ingine alisema ni gani?
Hiyo ingine wachana nayo. Hiyo unajua sasa shida ni sentence make sense kama ni mbinguni ama ni jehanamu.
No, bora tumemngatua tu hapa. He can go to hell if he wants, or he can go to heaven if he chooses. But giving us our space is important.
Na Bernard, unajua sisi watu wa UDA hatupendi kuharibu pesa za watu. Bernard, sisi watu wa UDA si tunapenda hakuna hii haja hata watu kutembea. Sasa mnatembea mnaenda wapi kwa nini? For what? Huh? You know, mnachezaga sana na sisi. Ngoja iko wapi kwa nini na nikata? Na mwenye nilikuwa nimekutime. Oh Jesus Christ. Ndio hiyo bas. Sasa By the sisi, listen Bernard, when you're chosen as a president, lazima uache hizi vitu za kudanganya na anyway nitasema baadaye. Wacha kwanza nirudi kwetu kwa UDA cause mimi ni mtu ya UDA for now. Sasa unajua nyinyi mkiwa mnatembea kabisa na mnatuharibia pesa seremali za watu, na tumesema na nimesema, hatujasema mimi kwa sababu mimi ndio president, nimesema. Wacha niwaambie venye nimesema. Let me show you what I said as a president of the Republic of Kenya.
Tunaelewana? Nilikuta budget ya sekta hii ya madini ilikuwa milioni 130, lakini nimepunguza ile pesa ya watu kurandaranda na kuzunguka. Niliona jana watu wa magazeti wanasema nimepunguza milioni 500. Hapana, si milioni 500. Nimepunguza bilioni 11 ya wale wote wanaosafiri kwenda sijui conference, wanaenda sijui workshop, wanaenda sijui benchmarking, wanaenda sijui kufanya nini, mambo ambayo hayana faida kwa wananchi wa Kenya. Tumesema safari itakayogharimiwa na wananchi wa Kenya iwe ni safari italeta pesa, italeta waegezaji, ama ilete manufaa kwa wananchi wa Kenya. Kama wewe unaenda kufanya kuzurura, ama wewe unaenda sokoni kwenda kununua marinda, ama kwenda kununua jeans, ama kwenda kununua viatu, wewe tafuta pesa yako, wewe uende ufanye hiyo kazi. Pesa ya wananchi ya Kenya haiwezi kutumika kwenda kufanya shopping. Ninyi mnanielewa? Mimi nauliza nyinyi, mnataka watu waende watembee, wanunue, wafanye shopping na pesa ya Kenya? Hapana, nimesema hiyo hapana. Na nimesema tunapunguza pesa ya travel ya all government departments and all sectors. Tutapunguza by 50% pesa ya judiciary, 50% pesa ya legislature, 50% pesa ya executive, ya mambo ya travel. Ndio tuhakikishe ya kwamba hawa wananchi tunapunguza budget yetu, tusiwe tunakopa pesa ambayo inatumika kwa njia ambayo haifai. Ninyi mnanielewa? Hiyo ndio mpango tuko naye. Na hiyo mapendekezo ya kupunguza hiyo mambo yote nimepeleka jana kule bunge. Hawa kina Chome waende wamalize hiyo kazi. Si ndio? Waende wapunguze mambo ya kutravel, ama wasipunguze hawa jamaa? Wapunguze wasipunguze? Mtu akitaka kutembea si atembee na pesa yake? Mtu akitaka kwenda shopping si afanye na pesa yake? Wananchi wamesema bwana Chome na wewe mheshimiwa, tafadhali endeni mpunguze hiyo maneno. Tumekubaliana vile tumekubaliana ya kwamba ili tuweze kupeleka taifa letu la Kenya mbele, lazima tupange mambo ya value addition na process.
Bernard, nitakumalizia hiyo video, sijui kama ulikuwa umeiona. Nitakumalizia, it's 6 minutes. I don't want to take too much time. I can see kuna watu wengine pia wanataka kusema, but I think you can see the deceit in everything. By the way, tunapunguza, hamwendi mahali, hamwendi, sisi ndo tutaenda. Hamwendi, kaeni, sisi ndo na sisi hatujui. By the way, sisi hatuendangi mahali. Sisi tunakaaga Kenya. Back to you in the studio, Bernard. I just made my contribution.
God help this country. Please, God, don't leave us in the hands of the wicked. The Bible says you will not leave us to see corruption. Help us not to see this corruption. Just to confirm that this is a Tusafiri, Office of the President spent 381.54 million on fuel, oil, lubricants during the 2022-2023 financial year. So which one is he saving? And which one is this one?
I mean, sisi tunasema.
Hey. It shall come to pass. It shall come to pass. Oh, yes, Harun.
Ningependa kuuliza, is this the very person mwenye alipata only 93 billion kwa 93 million kwa account zenye Uhuru alikuwa amewacha akimpatia kisu ya uongozi, ama hii pesa yote imetoka wapi bana? Kwa mwaka mmoja naona pesa 300, yani only kwa mafuta tu ya kusafiri peke yake na hizi lubricant 381 million. Tutazungumza baadaye. Niko
mimi nataka kuuliza swali yake na Bernard, utanifukuza kwa hii channel leo. Hii lubricant ina lubricate nini na ni lubricant ya nini?
Si unaona kule umeanza kwenda. Hebu wewe. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. This is Sound Candid Talk Live. We are having a conversation here with concerned Kenyans over this great country. Thank you so much for being part and parcel of this conversation. Even as we begin to wind up, this is the final hour for this, and we are calling upon you to participate in our conversation. Please inform the rest of our team that for these 4 coming days, will not be able to stream on Sound Candid Talk, the usual channel. We are streaming on Sound Candid Talk Live, our smaller channel. So please let them migrate and subscribe on this particular channel, where we'll be having our conversation. In the meantime, the other channel has issues, and we are still sorting out that. When it's sorted, we'll get back there. In the meantime, I really want to salute everybody for being on the forefront of ensuring that we keep going, and we're encouraging you to be part of the team that supports us to run this channel. And so we are receiving your contributions. Please keep sending them. Nimlete public participation naye atoe maoni yake tunapoendelea kuzungumzia kuhusu education in Kenya crumbles under Ruto's leadership, the government extravagant spending.
Asante sana Pastor Bernard. Kenyan with love, Harun. Kwa comment section, Hana UK, Atuni Mohammed, assalamu alaikum, Judith Okemwa, Buyore, Elizabeth Nyango,
Faiza Fadila, assalamu alaikum. Yes, Edith Mbea, and everybody else who is in the comment section, and those who are listening to us on our various social media platforms. I greet you all, my fellow patriots, with the motto of our great coalition, Azimio yote inawezekana. Now, Pastor Bernard, the situation in this country is very dire when it comes to education. In fact, the issue of the teachers is not even, it's a non-issue now compared to the real issue, which is that it's becoming prohibitively expensive to be educated in this country. Mtoto wa grade 1 unaitishwa pesa ya desk. Unatakana ununue desk, unatakana ununue some other things, inafika almost 20k, and that is the first term. Ukiingiza mtoto kwa grade 1. Ukitoka hapo, and then now the schools have so many other things which you are supposed to pay for, kutajirisha principal na kuentertain walimu, sijui lazima waende trip, sijui lazima wafanye nini. Because personally, you saw the other day, I was very shocked. Mtoto alirushwa kutoka kwa merry-go-round. Sijui kama unakumbuka hiyo kesi, Pastor Bernard. Uliona? Uliona hiyo kesi, huyo mtoto alirushwa?
No, I don't know about that.
Sasa what happened? Watoto, okay, me, like when we went to school, when we were in primary school, kama mungeenda kitu ya kufanya outside school, ilikuwa educational trip. Unaona? Educational trip. Sasa nowadays in primary schools, untakana there is time for kuenda kwa amusement park, of which mzazi analipia, si ati ni free. So munatoka kwa shule mnaenda kwa amusement park. Sasa watoto walitoka a certain school, okay, it was a private school, wakaenda, which is what they normally do, si ati ilikuwa kitu ya which was not kawaida. Mtoto akaingia kwa merry-go-round. So because the students are many, maybe teachers can't be able to go and check properly kama all the students are well secured on the seat. So mtoto, I think alikuwa mtoto wa grade 6 or mtoto kama wa miaka 12 akatupwa na merry-go-round, akatupwa. So the child went into coma, akaekwa kwa life support machine pale KU hospital, and of course by then he became in a vegetative state. Ikabidi the parents had to assent that mtoto atolewe kwa life support machine, because it's also not cheap. Na you know, once you are brain dead, there's nothing much which can be done unless kama utaka the rest of your life in vegetative state, which sometimes they do, like in countries like such as the US, where it's not very expensive like here. Unaweza eka mtu tu kwa nursing home anakaa vegetative state mpaka ile siku atakufa. Now mimi I was like, yani our education system imefika wapi? If amusement park is supposed to be kitu ya weekend ukiwa na mzazi, unaona? Si ati shule inachukua student inawapeleka amusement park ati na ni compulsory. Private school nasikia zote ziko na hiyo kitu ya kwenda kwa nini kwa amusement park. Yenye unajua wanaitumia ku extort nini money from parents. Aya, tuache hiyo. Sisi wakati tulikuwa tunasoma, public school was the school. Sijui kama, okay, I'm sure kulikuwa na private school, but me, even the people who I knew who are from very wealthy families, walikuwa wanapeleka watoto kwa public school. mashule za city council. I mean, the quality of the education was the same across board, and it was very cheap. It was very, very cheap. Shule ya Kanjo ilikuwa very cheap. Alafu hakukuwa na hii upuzi ya mtu ende anunue uniform from a specified place where they put whichever price they want. Mimi ile uniform yenye nilisoma nayo tulikuwa tunavaa tunic, ilikuwa inashonwa na mama yangu. Siku hizi endo ushoneshe nguo uniform ya mtoto, utaambua hapana, we are not allowing this uniform, go to uniform center ama whatever, ile ya Muhindi, nunua hapo, because wanajua venye wana Muhindi analipa kickback kwa headmaster or whatever principal. Now hiyo siku it was very cheap. Aungekuwa na excuse ati mtoto aendi shule kwa sababu ya ABCT, because it was very cheap for you, na hakukuwa na hizi vitu mingi yenye unalipia sijui tuition, mkuja Saturday mlipe tuition mpaka watoto ya class ya grade 1 surely. Mtoto akuja na 100 shillings ati anakuja tuition. So sasa tuende kwa mambo ya secondary. Secondary, if you have a child who is going to national school, you should prepare almost 200k ya kupeleka mtoto national school. As per the model which we were using before, because it's supposed to be 100% transition from primary to secondary, because secondary ilikuwa imefanywa ikuwe free in quotes. Of course, the school administration will find ways to charge parents, but well, technically it's supposed to be free if it's a day school. Nowadays that is no longer the case. Mambo imerudi back to whereby parent anarudi kwa mfuko alipe pesa, na nimekwambia the amount of money which you're talking about. Come to university education. University education now is going to 600k. Public, not private, public university. Government imeseize almost all funding yenye ilikuwa inaenda kwa university. If you go to our public universities nowadays, you'll be shocked, Bernard. They are filthy. They cannot maintain the facilities because wame withdrawiwa. You know, university is supposed to be running at cost, so they are supposed to be subsidized by the government. Fee yenye wanapata kwa wanafunzi, apparently it's not sufficient. They have to be subsidized by government. Government sahi ipati pesa. If you go to public university, utakuwa shocked. Ukienda in public university sahi na compare time ya Uhuru, you'll be shocked, Bernard. It's bad. Hii yenye walikuwa wamekuja nayo ati now we are going to be giving help kwa wale wanafunzi wenye wako very 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 poor family. Hakuna. Unapewa admission letter, unaenda unangojea funding ya serikali, hakuna pesa, hawajatuma. So achana sasa hata na mambo ya CBC, sijui hakuna ati mwalimu mmoja na I'm telling you, Bernard, the situation you're in this country, it is crazy. It's crazy. I don't know. Because mi najiuliza, how are you expecting mwanafunzi mwenye hata pesa ya kulipa fee, I mean ya kukula, hana pesa ya kukula? Eating is a problem. Then una expect atoe wapi pesa ya kulipa in terms of hundreds of thousands to be educated? There is a reason why this education was subsidized. First of all, majority of our population is poor. They cannot afford hizo charges ya 15k grade 1, 150k ama 200k kwa form 1, university 600k. How many Kenyans can afford that? Very few. And what we had envisioned as a country is that education is the ultimate equalizer. Kila mtoto apate elimu so that when they become when they clear their education, they can be able not only to help themselves and their families and improve their standard of living, but also to contribute to society, because we have very brilliant people who come from very poor families. And that's why Kibaki envisioned free primary education, Uhuru aka envision free secondary education, even the founding fathers of a nation wakaweka help, so that everyone can be able to go to school regardless kama mzazi wako akona pesa kama hana. And if you look at all these big people we see nowadays, hakuna mtu alienda private university, hakuna mtu alienda private secondary ama primary school. They all passed through the public system, and including the so-called president and the wife. Now watu wote wenye tunaona parliament, hata Machogo mwenyewe amepitia kwa hiyo system, and it was very affordable. It was very, very affordable. Everybody could go through. Now what we are getting to is a situation whereby education is going to be now for the well-to-do people, because there's 1 million people who are living in in Kibera slums. How are they going to be able to afford for their children? And all these people in Kenya, Kenya is a poor country. Mzazi hawezi afford 15-20k kulipia grade 1. Mzazi hawezi afford 150 to 200k kupeleka mtoto form 1. There are very few. So what will happen is that, na tumeona extremely brilliant student sasa wanaanza kwenda kufanya kazi kwa kware, wanaenda kufanya menial jobs instead of being in school. The government is lying that we are going to help the most poor students. Unapewa admission letter, unangojea pesa, nothing. It's not coming. That's the kind of a country we have become. The other day, they have hijacked the health sector. Even the what is supposed to be under the county government, they have now hijacked it with this so-called social fund, social health fund. They now want to hijack what the part which is supposed to be for the county. And you can see, I think it is in that video you have just played.
Public participation kama ametupwa nje. All in all, serious manenos in this country. We need to up the game and stop the evil. So just before she comes back, if she will, we're winding up. It's almost 2 a.m. East African time, so sita nimekuwa hapa kuanzia nimekuwa na kipindi cha saa 3 mpaka saa 5. But let's look at this fast. Just look at this.
Ukipata time unipatie time niongee education.
Ngoja iko ngoma hapa.
Acre owned over an attempt by a private company to grab their 40-acre owned land along Marula Lane in Karen. The family says the company is claiming ownership of the land with a fake title deed of the 19 hectares land, and now want the government to intervene and crack the whip on corrupt officials using fake title deeds at the Ministry of Lands.
Siana cia kwa kurori yako mundu imena kuokia njira nyume gwa kwathie ndathie ko
Iko watu wameenda kwa Ministry of Ranch wakamageti hiyo shamba ikawa ni moja, wakatokea na title deed nyingine, na sasa wanakuja uclaim shamba ni yao.
They have all the necessary papers. Now some people you don't know where they are coming from nowhere, wanakuja kuclaim shamba ni yao. They have been coming here destroying our properties. If you look at this building here, I'm building, hawa ndio wamekuja usiku saa 9 usiku leo wakaibomoa.
Hii shamba ilinunuliwa kitambo. Mimi nimeishi hapa miaka 49. Unaona huyu mtoto ndegwa huyu ambaye nimeita guka yake. Nimemzaa hapa, niliingia hapa 1974 1st of June. Mwenye anasema shamba ilikuwa yake kivipi, akisema amewachiwa na mzungu. Ni mzungu gani huyu? Na haleti barua ya kuonyesha huyu mzungu ndiye ameniwachia.
UDA.
Bernard, I don't know kama nani amerudi. Kama amerudi, unajua ni flow yake, na hiyo kitu education niko nataka kuongelelea, alafu ile time yangu imeanza kukaribia. Kuna kasichana kanafaa kwenda kuchukuliwa.
What you do, public participation conclude, alafu Kenyan would love hata tunafungasha.
Haya. So, Bernard, hata wewe unajua ulienda public school. You can tell me how much your parents were paying. It was, kama walikuwa nalipa, it was minimal, kitu nominal. Sahi imefika point where even in public schools, you're even supposed to fund teachers when they trip abroad. Usifikiria ati only Zakayo ndo wana nini, ndio wanaenda trip wakiwa na watu yake. No, mpaka walimu sasa. And that is what Matiang'i was trying to streamline, that kama tumesema ni free secondary education so that we can have 100% transition, then it is free, unless kama ni boarding, kama ni day school, it is technically supposed to be free. Sasa all what I can tell you Kenyans, look at that amount, 15k kuingia for class 1 ama grade 1, 150 to 200k kuingia form 1, 600k kuingia university. How many Kenyans can afford that kind of money? And you can see now, Zakayo nilimwona jana, sijui alikuwa Taita Taveta akiongea mambo ya aggregation parks. What are these aggregation parks which are being built in the whole counties? They are going to be white elephant. Now that is even under the preview of the county government. Anaingilia wapi mambo ya aggregation park ya Taita Taveta? So it is very unfortunate, and of course kuna leakage. We saw that these high levels of leakage. Our education system is being destroyed, and it will be destroyed completely. Itakuwa, first of all, it's not affordable. Huwezi peleka mtoto shule, mtoto akae nyumbani, mtoto akona A. We are denying this country the brains. We are denying these children the opportunity to contribute to society, and it is our loss also. And where we even give that help for a university student, hata aende asome medicine kusoma unatakana ukuwe na A in everything. That's a very brilliant student. Then akigraduate hawezi kuandikwa kazi. What kind of a demonic thing is this, that daktari unasoma for 7 years, then unatoka kwa shule uwezi hata andikwa, unaenda kuendesha matatu, while the ratio of doctor to patient is so too low. But amwezi andika. Sasa mnaanza kuleta public health officials tu waende kwa nyumba wafanye preventative, while doctors are driving matatu. What are we doing in this country? What are we doing? Back to in the studio, Mr. Bernard.
Thank you, public participation. Kenyan would love, take it.
Yeah, thank you. Na by the way, nimesikia umekuwa doctor siku hizi, kama ni wapi. Public amekwambia wewe ni Dr. Reverend.
Nilikataa maneno ya udokta kwa sababu Ng'ang'a pia ni dokta. Kama Ng'ang'a ni dokta, wachane tu na mimi. Labda Profesa Wajakoya tunaweza compete, lakini
Better than this rate itabidi tuanze kujenga and I'm working on an invention that we start getting houses that have wheels, so that ukienda umeuziwa shamba mahali, ukiekelea nyumba hapo, wakisema hapa si hapo, unasukuma nyumba unaenda nao unaweka kwa barabara somewhere, ukifikiria kule unaenda next wasukuma tu usiangushiwe.
Wewe kijana unaenda road block. Obstruction. This is my 3-bedroom version and he said this is obstruction.
Nimetolewa huko, ngoja nifikirie kule naenda bwana. Siniharakishe.
Breakdown itakubeba.
Unaenda nayo. It's a sad state. But Bernard, as I leave, let me just be serious now for actually serious. You know me napenda tuku, I talk serious things. Kuna watu dhaningi tu nacheka, but if you listen to what I'm talking about, it's actually satire. Sometimes it's good to talk in satire. Because it makes everybody just jovial, because even though you're going through problems, sometimes it's good to laugh and just have a good time. But Bernard, let me talk about education in Kenya. And I'm going to talk about it on a serious note sasa. Ucheshi imeisha. Is my last contribution. I've been running away from that topic. Why? Bernard, wacha nijianike hapa mimi mwenyewe. I'm a victim of bad education in Kenya. And a lot of people that unasikiaga wakiongea hala na nini mnatuambia tuko na accent. Watu wengine wanatuambia nyinyi hamjui Kenya. Do you know the reason that some of us and 80% of the people outside the country went, and Bernard, I'm talking about statistics that are proven, went out there to go find better education. Some of us, when we were coming to these places that we've lived and, and whatever, and even when we're coming back, people like Kina Ledama or the Kina, people like us, people that live out here, people like Kina Uhuru Kenyatta, people like Kina Tomboya, they never left their country to leave their country. They went out there to get education. I personally, myself, I came here as a F1 visa person. That is a student. Had a half scholarship of whatever I do. I never tell people, niliambiwa nisiwaje sema. And got through struggles and everything, and it's not even rosy around here. Ndio naambianga nikisikia mtu leo nataka kwenda majuu na wewe, please tupitane, can we exchange? Tupitane, mimi nataka kurudi home. But the thing is that through that fight of education, because you don't have a good education system in Kenya that actually is international. Maybe today you might be an engineer in Kenya. You come to a country actually, I'll give you a good example. I have a friend was IT working in Kenya, came to the US, had to redo almost half of what he knew in Kenya for him to actually secure a job out here. So sometimes you find these people, okay, you come, you want to get that education, like you don't have aeronautical engineering in Kenya. So if you wanted to get your child wants to get aeronautical engineering, where are you going to send them? You're going to send them outside, because there's nothing like that. What you call aeronautical engineering in Kenya is actually mechanics, right? So now they go study there, and then they're offered an internship out there, and they get a job. How do you expect them to come back so quickly? And by the end of the day, even vitu zingine kama like CNA and those things, munasemanga kupanguza, whatever they call them, I don't want to say it on national TV. You go out there, you just want to be a nurse. Then maybe whatever you wanted to see does not work. You end up doing something else that is better. That is easier to get into. Because like if you get a half scholarship of 12,000 US dollars. What is that? 6,000. You're left with 6,000. Your mom cannot pay. So what do? Go back or stay? You find another way. Get there. That is the decay in our education system. Because Bernard, if we could get these education things that we talk about in Kenya, then you would cut at least 3/4 of the people outside the country. And you will not be wondering why these people, you have engineers that are Kenyans or Africans working for outside countries and not working for their own countries. Because now you take somebody that is a doctor, went and got the whatever, however he got it, akapata huko. Yes, very renowned. How do you want him to come back and start in Kenya? So how are you going to tell him to quit that job yenye alipata na internship na akaingia? How do you tell them to quit that job and come back to Kenya? So why are you wondering that Kenyans are developing the biggest things outside there, and there's no Kenyans doing it back at home? Because first of all, the education system is marred by either corruption, exam cheating, dini, vitu zingine mingi zenye zinaendelea huko. Like if you kama unaenda kupata max, mtu mwenye anasomea Kerugoya atapata max kidogo kuliko mwenye ako Nairobi. When you see that thing, na tena also you also graded by A, B, C, D, right? Kwa hivyo mimi I just have to get A. Get it, however. Then I'm in alliance. You see, I'm in Nairobi Uni. Get there nifanye upuzi yangu because nini, what, and all that. So this education system is the reason Bernard is 80% statistically told, and I'm being serious, and I know it. Statistically is 80% the reason that Kenyans are outside the country. Most of them went to study. Mmoja akapatia dem ball, akasema okay, sitaweza rudi, sasa huo ni mtoto huko. Mwingine akapata job, akasema sasa narudi Kenya kufanya nini? Na wengi wenye wamelala huko nje is because of education. Because most of them go out there to study. The 20%, 18.6% go there to just look for, for a job, or maybe to work with, to look for a job or something like that. And then that other 6%, I think it's a 6, I can't remember, I don't have my DNI when we were doing that research. The other ones, I just when you walienda tu hivyo tu alafu mi sitaki kurudi and stuff like that. And then I think there's a 2% that actually wanatumangwa na job zao. So like, if I'm working for a job in Kenya and they have something in another country, then they go. That now includes the government. In fact, the people who are employed by the government outside are 0.67% that actually work outside the country. But like I told you, 82% is people who went to look for education. So Bernard, I wanted to finish on that point, so that if anyone wants to, Bernard, maybe I can send you the statistics. I have them, we've done them, and we've been working with a lot of diaspora people out here that we do these researches. And because we need to find a certain thing, kuna vitu tunafanya. But those are real statistics, what I just told you. If you want me to give you a PDF on that, I will give it to you. 0.62% of the people that are living outside went for education. Iwe ni Russia, iwe ni wapi, whatever, ni education. So maybe it's a good statement. I didn't want sikuwa nataka kuileta mapema isikuwe serious. I wanted us to at least have a good time. I haven't been here for a long time, but Bernard, thank you so much for hosting me. I'm so sorry. Harun, asante sana. I have to leave. Public participation is always good to see you. I'm still listening to you guys. Guys in the comment section, asanteni sana. Now, I hope we see you guys again. Bernard, tomorrow I might also have some time. just like today, siko busy sana, but unajua kuna mtu atakuwa akinisumbua. So we'll have a conversation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Asanteni sana. Tuonane. Have a good night, good day, wherever you are. Asanteni.
Thank you, thank you, Kenyan. Would love all the best. See you when you see me. Harun, I'll give you opportunity to make your closing remarks. We are packing out of here, and indeed, our country is in trouble. I remember when the former CS for Education, Magoha, passed away. I think it's Mtaingunyu who said that Magoha did not die of heart attack. He died of heartbreak. You remember he died when the Kenya Kwanza administration released their first exam results, and the S that had died had all come back, the mysterious S. And so he says he did not die of heart attack, he died of heartbreak. Looking at this country and the kind of education we are offering our children, it is heartbreaking. And to imagine that there is a government that is committed to running down education, it is unimaginable. And having irresponsible leaders who are now looking for their shadows and fighting their ghosts instead of saving at least one sector of the country, at least one sector, at least let one thing work. Save our children. But no, he's busy reclaiming lands, grabbing land, and sending his gang to take over lands. Hey, Harun, take it.
Yeah, asante sana Mr. Bernard. By the way, lile wingu ambalo limetanda katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, as far as huyu rais mtalii akiwa uongozini, ni wingu la ajabu sana. So mimi, by the way, jana nilimuona akisema kuwa is giving the government is planning to build 3,500 classrooms at a cost of 1 billion. Na imagine, angalia hiyo 1 billion na hizo classrooms 3,500. Imagine 11 billion hizi zenye sasa amesema kuwa hawatakuwa wamekati hiyo cost ya traveling by 11 billion. So ukipiga hiyo 3,500 hata times 10 billion, hizo ni 35 ni 35,000 classrooms na hizo classrooms imagine ni decent. Hebu niambie, hawa jamaa vile wamekuwa wakiwest pesa mingi namna hiyo. Unajua, nilijaribu kuangalia 35,000 classrooms at a cost of 10 billion, na zile pesa zenye manzee zimeenda kwa drain. Cause kama sasa hivi hatujui kabisa kwa mwaka moja hii budget yetu yenye tumekuwa nayo imefanya nini? Hizi madeni zote zenye jamaa amekuwa akikopa zimekuwa zikienda wapi? Hii the elephant in the room, the 10 trillion debt yenye hatujui kama haiko ama iko. Hiyo pesa kama iko, je, hakika ikiwa tumekuwa tukilipa, mbona haipungui? Imebaki tu pale pale. It is a sad story. So nimeona Ruto the tourist akisema kuwa expenditure atapunguza atapunguza expenditure ya traveling by 11 billion. Na Gachagua ndio huyo ameenda kuomba EU loan of 11 billion. Does it make sense? Mbona basi kama hakika tunaona jamaa ako serious, anataka kukat hizo pesa za utumizi wa kutembea, siangeambia Gachagua no, hiyo loan yenye European Union walikuwa wameanza kuprocess ya 11 billion, nimeona mahali tutaipata, so waambie wasaidie another country. Lakini sasa unaona pande hii anatuambia kuwa amepunguza by 11 billion na deni ndio hiyo inakuja ya 11 billion. Sioni kama ina make sense. Alafu juzi tulikuwa tumeambiwa kuwa yani alikuwa amesema kuwa atakat by 500 million. Sasa jana ndio huyo amekuja akasema kuwa hapana, si 500 billion traveling expenditure, ni 11 billion. So yani jamaa anataka kutumia propaganda ya kuonyesha kuwa ninawajali sana mpaka nimeamua nimeambia all departments wapunguze their expenditure ya kutravel, be it local ama be it international, by 11 billion. Ndio tuone kuwa huyu jamaa anatujali. Na already damage has been occasioned. Yani Ruto vile ana behave na inchi ana behave ni kana kwamba Kenya tunajiweza na madeni ndio haya yameendelea kutunyonga. Yani ana behave ni kana kwamba hata uchumi wetu unafanya vizuri. It is really sad. So namaliza Mr. Bernard kwa kusema kuwa niliona Moses Kuria juzi akiambia youth kuwa akiwaomba msamaha kuwa waliwadanganya watawapatia jobs. So akaambia youths wetu kuwa don't be desperate, just have hope. Sasa na mimi ndio nauliza kuwa hawa youths wetu watakuwa na hope kwa njia gani ile hari unaona mambo ya traveling vile wanatumia pesa namna hiyo. Angalia Mandago na Chelugui vile walifanya mavijana ama wazazi pale Wasirigisho, wamewaambia kuwa tutawapeleka ng'ambo na nini, so peana do, kuna agency ambayo itawapeleka. Wazazi wakauza mashamba, wengine wakauza ng'ombe na hawakupeleka watoto ng'ambo. Sasa how can those youths wenye walikuwa wana plan angalau waende wapate pesa wakuja wasaidie wazazi wao, ama wao wenyewe wajisaidie, ama wasaidie ndugu zao wenye wako bado wako shule wanasoma. So hawa youths mbona wasiwe desperate? Kazi mitaani ambayo ilikuwa jamaa aliitoa, hawa mayouths mbona wasiwe desperate? Now a time will come, wale youths wenye uliona pale Githurai wakisema kuwa hawataki kusikia jina ya Ruto, hawataki kusikia jina ya Gachagua ikitajwa, wanataka mpaka wakaimbia president, the former president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta happy birthday. Those youths wakati watafika katika tamati ya uchemsho wa mioyo yao, they will come for these guys. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Bernard.
Well appreciated. Thank you so much, Harun. We appreciate your wisdom and your commitment, always being here to help us see light in what is going on. Njiru ndio huyo sasa anaonekana wakati sisi tunafungasha. Njiru, wewe ulikataa powers to control the show, so tutakuacha hapo hapo ukiitishanga link. Public participation, you can make your closing remarks, sisi tunang'atuka.
Thank you, Bernard.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pastor Bernard. I don't know what I can say about this country because I don't know where you are heading. I mean, you know, and it's very bad when key sectors, you know, you see, if you mess up with education or you mess up with health, health is concerning the life of our citizens. Once a citizen has lost their life or their health, that is affecting the country. Once you see our future posterity, they are not getting a good education because and I always come back to this issue of corruption. No, this issue of corruption has infiltrated all sectors. Paka imefika point sasa, yani walimu ama principals, hata boards of inaitanga board of governors ama inaitanga board of what, wenye wanakuanga kwa shule, they are just looking for avenues ya kuextort mzazi. Mara ni trip, mara sijui, you know, you wonder, kama the story I'm telling you about the child who was thrown with a merry-go-round, juu kukuwa secure akatupwa in the process. Why, you know, why do we have a government and then we have private schools which are taking, and it's not that school, almost all private schools wako na hiyo vitu. What is the value of the child going to amusement park aende atupwe na merry-go-round? Did you send the child to be taken ati anatoka kwa class anaenda kwa nini? You know, if we have a working government, this kind of things cannot happen. And you see, I can assure you, hiyo shule bado iko na hiyo amusement park bado iko. Very, very, very well. So, this is the problem now, because, Bernard, we don't have a government. What we have, as I always keep on saying, is a cabal or cartels, you know. That is what we are having. We don't have a government here. So, ule mtu mwenye anataka kutake advantage of the situation anaweza take. Na afanye venye anataka because there's no regulation. Ukikumbuka hata enzi za Moi mwenyewe, is immoral. Kama zingine ilikuwa inaitwa tushauriane. This program is immoral, itolewe. I don't our children watching this thing. Na inatolewa. Sahi you can see what is happening with TV station. TV station imejaa 3/4 ni waganga wamejaa hapo wakisema ati ni mapastors. Wamepewa wote license. Even Kanyari, who was exposed publicly, akona license ya TV. Bora you can pay the money. What kind of a country is this? Even Mackenzie himself, the government knew very well that this guy is telling people not to go to hospital, not to go to school, na amepelekwa kesi kotini and they cannot revoke his license. Paka ana radicalize watu. Kenyans, you have to take back our country because it's very important for a country to have a government. Unaona Somali venye imekuwa because of lack of a government. Everybody just does what they want. The rule of law is very key and the government is very key. And that's why we pay taxes to them so that they can bring law and order into and sanity into the nation. Not a country which is running like a kangaroo, you know, a banana republic. Mpaka there was also another time kulikuwa na expose ya NTSA wanapea watu driving license na ujai kanyanga kwa driving school, hata ujui kuendesha. Mtu kama huyo anaingia kwa barabara anaua watu. Kenya, we need to, I don't know. I think pia sisi wa Kristo, we just need to have time to tumlilie Mungu venye anaweza kututoa kwa hii shida. Because I can tell you for free, Bernard, you can tell me which sector in this country is working. Ni gani? Ni agriculture? Hapana. Education? Health? Mineral? Tourism? Nothing. Everything is just imeenda hewaya. We are becoming a failed state. And this is how the countries which became failed states zilianza hivi. And then majority of our population is 75%. These are the same people who are disenfranchised, hawezi kuwa educated kwa sababu education is becoming now too expensive. What these people, when they'll form a militia over here, wacha venye mlikuwa mnasema Mongiki, a serious militia, they'll destabilize this country. So Kenyans, I don't know what we'll do. Personally, by the way, I don't, but I do pray for the country because we are not on a right trajectory. We are in a worse. No wonder last time tulikuwa tunasema hata Ruto ni worse than Moi. Because Moi at least alikuwa na make sure mtoto lazima akue kwa shule. Paka analeta maziwa kwa shule ndio mtoto asikuwe na njaa asome. He was so keen on that, and even food security. But huyu sasa mahindi anataka ikuwe ni ana supply, oil nini, cooking oil ni ana supply. Sasa anyway, back to you in the studio. No, it's because hatuwezi lia. We have to encourage ourselves in the Lord. Otherwise, our case is very dire. Thank you. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, thank you public participation. Hata kulia tutalia, lakini ni muhimu tutekeleze wajibu wetu kuokoa nchi. Vile sasa tunajua imeoza, na wale ambao wanaisimamia saa hii wanataka kumaliza chochote kile ambacho kimesalia by confusing the country. Now they have resorted to demolitions instead of building. It's crazy. And then this grabbing of land. I think we must just revert to that place of get our own security, because if there is a gang sponsored by government that is grabbing people's land, demolishing people's houses, evicting people, I think people need to begin to protect themselves. This is not acceptable. And now that William Ruto has abandoned every plan and any plan to advance the country forward, he wants to take us back to the 80s. We should wholesale reject him and resist him everywhere. Let him have no breathing space. He makes his trips. When he comes back, nobody receives him. He will realize that this is too bad. I would that the people who are in the lands that are affected begin to arm yourselves. I mean, prepare yourselves. Something has to give way. Something has to give way. We can't continue with an administration that is full of excuses, because this is mere excuses. There is no law that says industries must be built in Nairobi. And we are looking for how to decongest the city. How are you going to decongest the city when you are now building industries in the city? I thought we had devolution so that people can move away from Nairobi, go back to work in their home counties, and then we'll be able to cut down on the population in Nairobi. So if we concentrate the industries in Nairobi, then we are still doing the country a disservice. And then not only that, demolishing so that we build, demolishing so that we build. Why should we demolish so that we build when we still got so much space that is underutilized? There is where a fire station was, it moved out. There are so many industries in this area that have been abandoned because they are no longer producing anything. If there is anything going on in this area, is warehousing. Bring things from China, keep them there, then supply them to the retailers. Why should you leave those and then go looking for people who are living in the land? You claim the land was grabbed or it belonged to an institution and all that, and people have been occupying it for 30 years. No, we must stop William Ruto. Let Kenyans wake up and stop William Ruto. Tuache hii mchezo. Hii story iende vizuri na tuwezi kuendelea kuvumilia. Asante. Mr. Njiru, wewe umekuwa na mchere wako, cherewe. You come late every time. We are leaving.
Sasa wewe
5 minutes. Strictly.
Tulia. Sasa hata hujafika 3 hours na umeanzia kulia tunaondoka. Si nimekusikia unapiga nduru hata nikiwa sijaingia, hata ukuja nitumia link unapiga nduru ationa huyu anakuja saa hii. You are not serious bwana. Huwezi kuja hapo uanzie kunipigia time.
I am very serious. I was here with the show with Ayaga from 8 to 10:30.
Sasa
you are not here.
Wewe unafikiri
I started this show at 11. It is now 2 a.m. Wewe,
Haya,
stop
sasa
starting me.
sasa Zakaya atatoka na yeye atameta. Tunakuja hapa tunaongea dakika 5 alafu nataka Zakaya atoke. Wewe
It is
we
not
have
how long we speak, it's how authoritative we speak. Wacha kuleta hiyo engineering yako.
hapana bwana, we have to come here and hammer drums heavily. Wasikie.
No
Haya ni sawa
problem.
hivi.
I will give you admin power shortly so that I leave you hammering Zakayo as I go.
Huyo bwana. We cannot be given 3 hours. Unajua saa zingine tunakuja hapa some of us ambao tunapenda kupiga mdomo hapa ati tunaambiwa station inafungwa ili wakati tumeanzia kuongea. Hadi saa zingine hadi saa zingine tunasema ama basi tukuje tu tusalimiane tuende. Mkae na Zakayo wenyu hivyo mnataka. But anyway ni sawa. Okay, let me say something. Wacha kwanza nisalimie panel. Public participation akosangi bwana. Public participation na Aaron. Aaron toke kwa ile kanisa ya juu. Sasa Aaron ametoka kutoka kwa Asha, sasa Aaron akue sasa deacon sasa. Ni kiti gani inakuanga chini ya pastor bwana pastor bwana. So Aaron sasa si Asha sasa. Aaron sasa kwa hapo katikati sasa.
Wewe enda kwa point. Wacha kupanga watu kanisani. Unataka ukubwa wa kanisa?
No, Aaron anajua, unajua tunajuana zinajuana kwa mabawa bana. Haya. Sasa mumeona vile inchi inaendelea. Nimeona news kidogo, nimesikia ati help itolewi ama sijui ni nini, like help, I don't know. Hii kitu inaitwa help. It is not a gift to student, and I want to confirm here. So na Zakayo asikie. Help is money which people return back. So it is not a gift. So wakatae na hiyo pesa kama ni gift. In fact, they should even loan people 1 million. Nikitaka 1 million ya kusoma na pewa. Si mimi nitalipa. History lazima watuwekee capitation hapo, sijui capital ati upewe 50,000. Those are the things which we don't want. So hii pesa nitalipa ama mwanafunzi atalipa akipata kazi, watu wapewe pesa. So but again, because we have a confused government which doesn't have, they don't know what to prioritize in, they cannot prioritize on education. They now want to kill our nation. They want to make sure that everybody is not schooled. They need to know that 80% of Kenyan scholars, Kenyan students in university depend on help. Help is so important that if that money is not given, people will never school. We will not see that country transforming. I think whatever is happening is methodological. It cannot be that watu wana pesa. It is methodological. They want to destroy our country. They want to make sure that our country has idiots in loads and in trucks so that they can be able to control us for the next generation possible. But hitawezekana. Hiyo ni point ya kwanza. Point number 2. The steel is now complete. Na hiyo ni reconfirm. They discovered that they no longer need akina Sabina Chege Wanyege tena. So akaanzia kusema sasa huyo, and that's why we need to be reading the signs of time. Wakati ati Sabina Chege ameambiwa sasa ati hiyo kiti yake aondokee sasa. It is that they no longer need that. The steel is complete. They needed Sabina Chege to change the status quo, some of the most important things which needed to be done immediately after they stole the election. So once the steel is complete and they discovered that they no longer need this person again, now Moses Wetangula can now come and pretend to be a good man. There is no democracy which has been brought there. It is just a confirmation that the steel is done. Point number 3. Leo mimi ni mtu wa summary, so sababu najua bana anataka kwenda usingizi. And I don't know what awaits him in the bed. So hebu mimi nimalize point yangu haraka niende. Number 3. Wacha kusmile bana. We go to the bed to sleep. Mimi sijasema mambo mingi. Number 3.
Wewe nzuri wewe. Hebu maliza point zako. Hii story ya Kashtango.
Point number 3, Maina Njenga. Mimi mutaniruhusu mimi nipeane point zangu according to the way my brain tells me. Hata umenitaja if you are kama wewe yule mtu anaamini mambo ile ya huko. So it's very simple. Maina Njenga is also saying that atakuwa kingpin wa Wakikuyu. I heard him saying that in the TV. So that's a confirmation that for your information, and they say that they have a very big meeting sijui huko December ikiisha. I think Maina Njenga and Gachagua, they are confused. They don't understand how kinghood operates in Mount Kenya region. We just celebrated birthday the other day, ya Uhuru Kenyatta, and you had all those confirmation. So I don't know in which front Maina Njenga is pushing. All I want to tell Maina Njenga is that he does not represent the face of majority of us. And whether you want to become a kingpin of Mount Kenya region or not, he needs to know that there is how power comes. And we are arranging ourselves for the next dispensation of Kenya. Though our governance got it wrong, we now have a wrong president. It doesn't mean that tutakaa hapo and we cannot strategize. We know we need warriors who will be able to fight this government in the coming days, whether in 2025, 2024, or in the next election, 2027. This battle has to be won from Mount Kenya region, and we have to know that. If we have to unseat Zakayo, we need to know that Mount Kenya region has to play the central part of that thing, either by Mount Kenya region coming as one, coming as a divided front, however it comes, but we have to win this war from Mount Kenya region, because it is the area where confusion started. We have to stabilize that region. That region is already stable. Watu wengine washaanzia kupona, wale ambao walikuwa na leprosy wameanzia kupona. People are good, they are now in shape. Yeah. So lastly, I wanted to comment about this issue ile ambayo bana nimesikia ukisema hapa about industrialization and industrial area is just a packaging area. Correct. Na nasikia pia mnangojea Prince Charles who I don't think atakuja kuna kitu anakuja kuongeza ya maana sana, and I don't know why. I think they are just coming to confirm their puppet and try to give him some mileage here and there. I think your visit ya Mr. Charles, people should not over concentrate with it. We have so many issues. Our life is not working, but again sababu sisi akili yetu ilitekwa nyara, sisi lazima to concentrate na maneno ya uraibuni. So lazima unakuta sasa we have to concentrate with these people and always take these people as semi-gods, while our people go into their countries, they don't celebrate them. Yes, he is a leader of a nation. I agree. I understand on that, but he is not our priority. So we should not prioritize him as somebody who is bringing relief or help. There is no any help which Mr. Charles is bringing. He is coming here actually to salvage what their country can get. They are facing a lot of problems with the Brexit and other things, and I know they take Kenya as one of their central point. So he is not coming for us. He will never come for us. So for me, I take that visit as just a personal trip by him. So he is representing England, yes, but I take it as sababu nilisikiliza kwa Jeff Koinange jana wakisema, and I think that guy was saying that there is no any business agreement which will be agreed on. It is purely about culture. I think our cultures are very different. In any case, there is actually a risk of changing our culture if we continue listening to these people. Ukisikia mtu akisema that we want to interact on cultures now in modern world, 21st century, we are now even refusing to interact cultures because we are things as zingine. We interact cultures, then somebody want you to leave your culture na uanzie kuchukua yake, then finally mnajikuta sasa mkuu wale watu wa mwamvuli. Hiyo sitaki kusema sana. Lastly, I wanted to comment about hiyo kitu ulikuwa unaongea ya industrial area hapa. You know, industrialization sio moshene. You cannot industrialize kwa mdomo. And Bernard, we need to be categoric about that. Hata usimame hapo kwa podium like an MP the way wanatuombanga kura, uanzie kusema by next year tutakuwa na viwanda hapa, nini itatendeka. You do not industrialize kwa mdomo. And sorry to say that, I know mtu anaweza sema na huyu jamaa anasema aje. You industrialize methodologically. And you don't start industrializing from big things. You start from basic. Life is basic. Life is usual things. If Kenya has to move into the trajectory of industrialization, there are so many things which we use in our basic life, which we can start with. Basic things, which we can start with. Food, water, utensils. Those, like, that is where, actually, that is what China does. Majority of the things they do. We do not have serious car manufacturing things or in China or what. China tu wanatengeneza tu hizi tu vitu reja reja tu, and they have managed to amass quite some big wealth. So industrialization in Kenya is a mirage, wet dream. In other words, ile ambayo unaota lakini hakuna kitu. Industrialization is a mirage, and industrialization and employment are related. That's why we cannot be able to put our people into work. That is why we will always be having majority of the population is not in work, because we are not industrialization, because population and the growth of industries should be the same, should be in replica. Watu wakiongezeka milioni 10, you create 10 million opportunities, but we cannot just be having people just walking in the streets with the degrees, with the certificates, people who even their government is not thinking about them. So we have now to go into a trajectory where we need to feel that we need a working government for us, a government which is not making policies for the elite, a government which is not capturing and which is amassing power. And this is what needs to happen, Bwana Bernard, if we want to industrialize. Because this is where some of the things which even our constitution did not get. Though now even America is now changing, they are now even having more big government. But if you look at how America works, their federal system is more powerful. Their states are more powerful. Their states have more power. Their states have more liberty. That is why actually people can even manage to have a bad government, but their states can still make many things done. But in Kenya, it is so difficult for you to have a bad government, so the states, the counties will not function. So it is very simple. If we have to get out of, because Zakayo wanazaliwa, so hii shida ya Zakayo si ati inaisha saa hii. We have Zakayos even in your generation, Bwana Bernard, kuna mazakayo hapo will be even behave worse than Zakayo. To change the trajectory of having many Zakayos, it is very simple. The current budget which the Kenyan government uses, that government will transfer it to the counties. It is better we have 5 corrupt counties than having a whole government which is corrupt. At least that one, the replication will not be too extreme. You can be able to deal with 5 corrupt counties than dealing with 1 corrupt national government. So let's take more resources. So my proposal actually, if we had to change the constitution now, I would actually propose we invert. What the Kenyan government is getting, we give to the county. Then what the counties are getting, we give to the government. Because the government, and then we make the government very lean, very small. Then all the workers, we push them to the counties. Because at the end of the day, 47 counties equals to Kenya. So it means that if work is done in all counties, we have worked in Kenya. And through that, we will actually be able to prevent job duplication. There will be more efficiency. There will be more accountability. And now we can now even customize industrialization to individual counties through that. And now we can now even give counties more power to do more collaboration with even other nations from outside. So it is very difficult for Saudi Arabia or for America or for China to collaborate with Homa Bay or with Nairobi or with Meru. And Meru has no money. They have meager resources. Yes, wataenda huko waoneshane tuko na misitu hapa, tuko na miti hapa, tuko na mchanga, tuko na mashamba, but that one is not enough. Remember, what is most important again is also the kitty, what we are operating. The county can say, in this project, we can dedicate 1 billion. As a Saudi Arabia, we can dedicate 10 billion. So we speak in an equal platform. Tell me which county in Kenya can say like we have 1 billion for a project. We don't have one. We always hear that the counties are just doing mega projects. So that is the problem which we are having. But all those things are again pipe dreams and wet dreams if you don't have a good president. So the bottom line is that we have to capture this government. And I want to confirm it here, Bernard. This nation will not be intact for long if we continue this way. Imminently, civil war will have to be done in our country, because we cannot continue having sections of certain type of people, certain type of communities only they want to hold into power eternally. Even in 2100, they want to have power and they don't want to release it to the people. Eventually, people will have to fight for that power, for streamlining of that nation. I'm not calling for people to fight with each other, for people to die. But at times, if people cannot agree, right now, by the way, we are having an invasion. Maybe if you are following that, I think 2 days ago, Azerbaijan and Armenia, they started war. So you can say again, the Russian war is now expanding. So what I'm trying to say, and some of these people who are fighting, some of them are actually fighting for the destiny. It's not that they are fools. When a certain country people are fighting there, don't think that those people, they cannot sit down and talk. There is a time when it comes that war is the only remedy. That is why even God himself used to bless Gideon. Sasa hiyo nitaongea kama mhubiri sasa. Hata kama Bernard saa zingine unasemanga mimi ni mhubiri wa huko kwa mahindi. I can say this. God used to bless Gideon. Anaenda huko anaambiwa look for warriors, go and fight for your nation. So even us, we need to know that in this generation where we are living in, we have to raise warriors. Imminently, it will reach a level whereby Kenyans will have to fight. We'll have to fight so that things can change. Yeah, we had to fight for Mau at least to get some changes which we got, although not all, but assume Mau was not there. Do you think we could have built a nation in 1963? So that war was good. Though many people might say, people, that war was good. That is why at least we now have distinct and defined boundaries. At least the Britons were able to return back to their country. We could even be under invasion, even right now, if we never fought. Imminently, we will have to fight these punitive guys, these bad people. Something has to happen. It might not happen now, but I want to confirm it here now, Bernard. You might say, ho, peace, peace, love, and unity. But I want to say, if we will not get good strategy, policy makers, people, selfless people who can help this nation, civil war is inevitable. Whether today, 2030, 2050, eventually, if we don't solve it, our children will fight in that country. So it is, we either choose in this generation to streamline things selflessly, or we leave this problem for our children to kill themselves as they try to solve what we refuse to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Njiru, the preacher. The sermon is well delivered. Thank you so much. I know you are in a hurry, but it's good for you to finish in good time. I'm happy that Reverend Lala is here. Reverend Lala is going to make his submission, and thereafter is the one going to pray and close the show. Public participation, kama una la ziada tafadhali, make it brief. Lala will be the last one out of here.
Thank you, Pastor Bernard, Njiro Hai, and Reverend Lala. Yeah, what Njiro is saying is very key. That industrialization, you cannot talk about industrialization when you are not able to be competitive in the market. You cannot talk about industrialization. The reason why they are warehousing things which are coming from China is because in China, cost of production is very low. So even if you are to export, you are to import from there, it is still cheaper than what is going to be manufactured in the country, because the cost of production in Kenya is too high, you know. And some things are very basic, very, very basic. But I don't know these people who they talk to or who they consult, because you cannot now start going all over globe trotting looking for investors when the cost of production in Uganda, or it is, in fact, what you are doing, you are bringing them here for them to, because there is no investor who will come blindly. He'll come and talk to other people who are already in the country and neighboring countries. So wanakuja, unawaleta through your many safaris, then they come and go to TZ, ama they go to Ethiopia or Rwanda. In fact, I told you that Kagame actually does send scouts in Kenya to poach investors. Because in Rwanda, when you're an foreign investor or whatever, you are pampered. They even do for you everything. You sit in the office, they do for you all the process until you're okay. Because they value those people, because those people bring jobs. Sasa hapa Kenya bana, and then mambo ya mashamba. You know, I don't know why Kenyans get shocked with this guy. You think it's just a joke he was called Arap Mashamba? Kuna video yenye alikuwa anaongelesha his people. Akasema hakuna mtu alikuja na shamba Nairobi. In terms of at Weston, ilikuwa sijui ya KCA ama ilikuwa ya nani. So the point he was making is that hakuna shamba ya mtu. You can grab any shamba you want, because you were saying at Raila is telling him to chuck, Baba is telling him to chuck from Weston, amegrab mpaka kiwanja ya shule. Akasema hakuna mtu alikuja na shamba Nairobi, and therefore all land is free for grabbing. And now aliwaambia vizuri sana that saa ingine unajifanya mzuri ndio ingia kwa serikali, so that you can implement what you really want to implement. And him number 1 agenda ilikuwa Wakikuyu, number 2 agenda ni mashamba. So Kenyans, I don't know what hii kugrab, hata hii yenye inasema hapa sijui ni ya nani, ni ya that guy who died Kerema. It is him. Si alishaanza kusema hapa that if you have land in your possession and have not used it for 10 years, the government is able to take it back. Government ni yeye, yani anaweza grab hiyo shamba ikuwe yake. So Kenyans, this is what you can expect, because I keep on saying here, we don't have a government. This is not like which government operates the way these guys are operating. We don't have any government. What we have is just a cabal of thieves who were able to also steal the most important thing, which is the election. So we need to think about this, how we are going to get rid of this, because we cannot continue like this, my fellow Kenyans. We cannot, my fellow patriots. Imagine tuko mbaya tu sana kabisa. The country has become like Somali. It's a kangaroo. Whatever, everyone is doing what they want in education. There is no more free education. Their principals are charging what they want. They are doing what they want in the schools. There is no that so-called junior high haina walimu. They brought it before, first of all, setting up the infrastructure and training the teachers. You know, and that's what happens when you give a quack a job to do, which should be done by a professional person. And all these people who are even in ministries, they're all quacks. Hakuna mtu hapo unaweza sema ati amefanya kitu ya maana. Hakuna. So the mediocrity they had, because in fact most of them are failed politicians, is now what they are bringing into the ministries, and they know that their number 1 priority is to steal money for Zakayo. Zakayo akona accounts for each and every parastatal and each and every ministry. Every month uweke pesa. Usipoweka hiyo pesa out, ni kama venye OCPD na OCS wanakupea target to their juniors. If you don't hit the target, unapelekwa eleboy huko, unatupwa huko, because you're not doing what the key thing. You came into this job to make money and to get plots. If you are not going to do that, out. Because the agenda, number 1 agenda is looting, and everything is geared around that. Back to in the studio. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, public participation. Before Reverend Lala comes in, let me just display this one other issue that is where, okay, one moment. Olekina, is it Kajiado, Narok Senator? He says if the governor is impeached, the deputy should be sent home with him. Eldama Olekina. The most difficult thing for me to do is to confirm the impeachment of a governor. Ironically, if the governor is impeached, the deputy takes over, yet the Article 179 of the Constitution of Kenya ties them at the hip. To be fair, all of them should be sent home and the voters asked to elect a new governor. Suggestion by Olekina, the Narok Senate. Reverend Lala, take it.
Asanteni wapendwa. Asante Bernard, asante Harun, asante sons of Kamwene, or Kamwene sons, and of course public participation. Jambo jamani. That's another, I don't know what time it is there, but another moment. I think I've been really thinking about land. Hii kitu naita land. Hii land itatuuza kabisa as a nation, kwa sababu the price of land kwetu in Kenya is higher than all the region. Especially, actually, land in Kenya is, I would say, is more expensive than the US. That's how much, land, is in Kenya. It's too expensive. And so if you think of trying to do business, you want to build a factory, you want to invest in Kenya, most likely you will choose to either go to Uganda or Tanzania, one of those places. There was a time actually in the past when Kenya was the focus because we had almost everything. So it was easier for foreign investors to come to Kenya because Tanzania didn't have infrastructure which is available for the, to help market stuff if you have to invest in those countries. So Kenya was automatically the most attractive one. But I think the fields have been leveled, and now Kenya finds itself left with this expensive real estate, which is actually a hindrance in terms of attracting investment, because investors will come and look at the cost of production and then see how they can compete. Actually, they would choose to go to the neighboring countries. So we are really in a problem. So if we're going to have a government, it has to be a government that is solving problems, a government that has to be candid with the people. You can't have people like Ruto pretending or taking over power, kimabavu, and then they think that hiyo itatusaidia kama nchi, because unless Kenya produce the market for itself, ambayo itauzia Kenya wenyewe, out the buy in Kenya and sell in Kenya, hiyo itakuwa sawa. Lakini if you're going to trade with the neighbors, they have competitive advantage. Anyone would come and now go and build a factory in Uganda or Tanzania and sell to Kenya and make the money, okay? Instead of building it in Kenya. So we are in trouble. So it doesn't matter how much Ruto runs out there. Papa nyumbani, nothing is going to change unless we decide. I think the biggest asset uh, uh, thing that will change the dynamics on the ground, first of all, is truth. Secondly, is for Kenyans to be able to come together to tackle some of these serious problems we have, especially things that this man Zakayo and his buddies have done to us, where nobody trusts a Kenyan. A Kenyan, anywhere they go to Zambia, they are seen as potential. Yes, they are hard workers, but we are not sure they're going to have a land here, you know. So we are seen as thieves, which is really bad. Nobody trusts us anymore. So it is important to change things at the top, because if we do it there, then people will have a feel that these are people that are caring, candid, and we have a lot of things to offer, you know, and we have we are still have a great advantage over these East African countries if we choose to do the things the right way. So Zakayo is leading us to a wrong direction. But I'm so happy today when I watched that video, you know, in Githurai with people shouting, you know, singing for Uhuru. In other words, the people whom this guy had deceived are opening their eyes, and they are saying no, and they are saying yes to Uhuru. And I think that's the beginning of a revolution, of a change that will help us get to where we are going. And it can't wait. It can't wait. I know Njeru was talking of people will fight in the future, will fight. I think the fight is right here. You know, so we either change or we go under. Because somebody like Ruto, and that close here, somebody like Ruto, the way it's governing, and the perception is that things not going to change. For some reason, I mean, if nothing's going to change, is tribal in his approach to governance, and so we are thinking of we are actually projecting to live in a country that will only cater for one group of people, and others are sleeping, you know, or doing nothing and starving and dying. You know, that by itself can't just happen. I think people will not accept that. So I think the war is now. It has to be now. And finally, protecting democracy is something ongoing. It can't be we have the constitution, therefore everybody else goes to sleep. No, it is something that is continual. We got to be able to guard it, what we have, or else we lose it. And so we are all called to be warriors. I just had a chance to bid farewell to a soldier, an American soldier, a true soldier. And this man was loved by everybody, because not only did he fight for, you know, the people, but when he came back home, there was a fire in one of the homes. The man risked his life to go and save 2 people in the fire. He didn't care about being burned. That's what leadership is all about. It's about sacrifice, not about kunyakua mashamba. It's about giving. It is us who should be able to tell the leader, have this, thank him, you know, for what he's done. But when somebody is there, you know, simply grabbing as a leader, that's not a leader. And I think Kenyans, we have to open our eyes and look at, you know, facts. I think we are all being deluded. We are living at another land. It's important for us to be able to wake up as Kenyans and know that unless we sacrifice like this soldier, all of us sacrificed. As a matter of fact, we cannot live in a country where truth, lies and stealing is acceptable and you think this is going to change, they won't change. They will not. They get worse and worse, and every day. So Ruto is, of course, the embodiment of what is wrong, but there are a lot of wrong things that we have to correct. If somebody is getting, hurt in your neighborhood, in the neighborhood, getting cheated on or abused or whatever it is your responsibility, it's mine to be able to say no. If another community is going through a tough time, it's all of us to say no. Not, those are the Akambas, those are the Kuyus, those are Luos, and others. No, we are all Kenyans. It's all of us doing it together. We can't wait for somebody to do for us what we can do for ourselves. So the fight is on. I was happy with the right group because that's the place where Ruto got is the biggest vote. I think the highest vote is around Githurai. That's the place where I think Baba, they nearly, did all crazy things to Baba, and that was the number one. I would say the bedrock of Ruto is gone. I was so happy it is gone. People there say no. They sang for Uhuru, his birthday. And so, Ruto, bye-bye. Leave us our country. We want it the way we want it. A country that is functional, that is working, and all of us doing what God called us to do, protect and to raise our kids in the ways of the Lord. And now we are not. The kids are, there's a play out there. I watch children, talking about corruption, talking about stealing, and so what are we teaching our kids? What's the future of this nation with this type of government? And so it is high time for us to rise, stand up, tell Ruto to go home to Sugoi, and let's have a government. Thank you. That's my little submission. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Bernard. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Reverend Lala. Njiru, you are asking for admin power. Enda kwa WhatsApp, eh? You go to WhatsApp, then we transact from there. Are you there? Kenya na maandamano kamili, na kuomba tafadhali endelea na kuchangia tunapoona kama Njiru atapata powers, show itaendelea for the remaining 1 hour 30 minutes. Failure to that, mimi nimeng'atuka. Ni saa 9 asubuhi.
Thank you, Bernard. Nakusalimia sana. Asante for the good work you always do to our people and even for this forum. Nasalimia Harun, Njiru, public participation, na Lala. Watu wote wa Kenya na wasalimia pahali popote mko, even in comment section. Hii ni jukumu yetu ya kuongea mambo ambayo yanaonekana waziwazi ni ya kubainisha Kenya yetu na kuiweka bora zaidi. The crisis we have in Kenya is not a crisis, it's about this fake government. The tragedy we have in Kenya is not a tragedy, it's this fake president that we have on the chair. That is all what is there. And nobody can oppose that. Okay, Bernard, let me take this call, please. I'm sorry.
It's okay, mommy. It's okay, mommy. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate everybody for continuing to be part and parcel of this conversation. I trust this is adding value to you wherever you are. Thank you so much. And we continue to urge you to subscribe if you have not subscribed to this, our smaller channel. We are here because you're having issues with the other channel. We will be resuming maybe in the next 3 or 4 days. So please inform everybody so that they migrate to this channel. It's bearing the same name, only that it has live at the end. So it is Sound Candid Talk Live is our smaller channel. The other channel will be resuming soon. So don't let anybody who enjoys this show to miss the show, because I see there are people who strictly follow the show on YouTube. They don't want Facebook, they don't want Twitter, they want YouTube. So if that's the case, they should subscribe to Sound Candid Talk Live, our smaller channel. And also want to urge us to be on the forefront, even as we meet our obligation to pay our bills. It's end month. Let's be on the forefront in doing that by our choice and by reason of our patriotic commitment. The country is in a bad place. We must all come together and save it. I don't see William Ruto or his team help this country at all, especially when they are toying around with education, they are toying around with healthcare, they are toying around with the food security. That smells bad, looks bad. Nobody should toy around that, so that we get our act together. Even Jomo Kenyatta, as early as Jomo Kenyatta's government, there was no joking with education. Going to school was compulsory. The mzee wa mtaa, the nyumba kumis, they were charged with responsibility. No child of the age of going to school should stay home. How can William Ruto get in office and lock people out of school? Make education unattainable. Make education useless. Please, let's take this matter serious. Don't joke around. Any person who closes, I think is like Dube, who sang the song that they don't build schools anymore. All they build are prisons and prisons. The moment you close school, you open prison. You can't close both. The closing of school, the messing of education is ushering our children to prison, to crime, to wasting their lives. No government should toy with education. William Ruto and team have demonstrated to Kenyans that they are not just incompetent, they are they don't care about this country. They don't love this country. They have no agenda for this country at all. And so let's take that very, very serious. Njiru, did you? Okay. Njiru, there is your details kwa WhatsApp. Hebu angalia vizuri. You go to that site, log in with the email address soundcandidtalk@gmail.com. Then it will ask you for code. Will supply you with it when it is ready. So let's do that wherever you are. If you can get me Njiru, tumalize hii mambo. Well, Harun, tulikuwa tumemalizana na wewe. Unless kuna la kusema sema in the next 4 years Afghanistan oh, wewe unaanza kutupatia habari kemkem. And Harun, I don't know if I have your number. I need it. There are some questions that I would want to engage you over. There is a team that there is a group that says they are facilitating people to come and work where you are. I want to confirm that because squeeze mambo ni matatu. So we must tread very carefully. There are people wanataka kusafirisha wengine, kuhamisha wengine, kufukuza wengine. So we must counter check issues. Okay, thank you. And then of course that student, the student who was to the feature that was on Citizen TV. We are still looking for the contact of that young man so that we can see if we can link him to assistance. A minus, still looking for how to go to the university. This is bad. And kama alisoma vile alisoma na ile story vile mama ameeleza, that's a young man that deserves to be boosted and to be helped. And so I'm still calling out my contacts at Citizen to see whether they will be willing to give me the information. But in case you know the person, please let's have the information. We need to get in touch with the family and see whether we can link them to the help so that that young man can be a doctor like he wants to be. So sawa. Hey, permanent secretary ameniweka hapa kwa hapa. Okay, Reverend Lala, I think I'll leave you to, you can, yes.
Hizi pesa zote Ruto alikuwa ananunulia hata wachungaji magari na vitu kama hizo, si wangepeleka kusaidia watoto waenda shule? There's money for other crazy stuff, but there's no money for our kids to go to school. This is unforgivable, mindset that these people have. The so-called Kenya Kwisha. It's crazy, but the days are numbered. The days are numbered. It's numbered because of people like you, Bernard, and all of you here in this forum and others. Is because the pressure's on. The job of in democracy, the pressure has to be on. There's no day that you go to sleep and expect things just to keep moving forward. It is all of us. We keep our leaders on their toes. We make sure truth and facts and truth are the cornerstone of democracy. And it means it's demos, we, the people. And so I pray that we don't fall, become victims of such people like Ruto, because we don't do what we are supposed to do. And it's a beautiful country. All of us are proud of. I wouldn't want to be born anywhere else, not in the US. I want to be born in Kenya. That's the country I love, the people that I love, I know, the land that I value so much. But it's people like Ruto and those who are greedy, full of themselves, are the one destroying, our nation. We have had great politicians, whether the Nyereres and others, who did not keep a dime outside the country. And my own father-in-law served in Uganda, and somebody accused him one time of a minister of finance and others that he stole something. And he said, if you can prove the money, I'll drive myself to prison. If you show that what I've done and it's there, you don't have to come and get me. I'm going to go there to prison. And we need such mindset, people that will stand for truth. And that's all we need to develop our nation, okay? Because we'll have goodwill, God's grace will be upon us, and things will start happening. Our kids, like here, an A student is sitting at home, when actually in this country, in other countries, they would look for them. That all schools will be, trying to get those kids, because when they get those kids, the school get a better name, recognition, and attract more money for research and money. And so when you are smart, that is money by itself. But in Kenya, no. Look at an A, where a country for let an A student stay at home, when those are the mind that's supposed to help our nation. Something is wrong with us. Something is wrong. We are investing in the wrong things. It's about personal interest. It's about having fun, going to Mombasa and enjoying, these people are not thinking about the country, not thinking about all of us. It is sad to see Africa just as a spare part. People come to get stuff out of Africa. Our values sometimes go up when we go out of the country. All of a sudden, we are recognized. Some of us, if you were at home, we would be starving and out there, nobody notices who we are. But you come out here, all of a sudden, they recognize who you are if you show what you have. And these are things that we should be doing at home. It's in Kenya that we should be recognizing, discovering those talents and developing them, because they are the ones who unlock the future. Actually, it is those who are gonna make it are people with brains. It's the mind that is the gold. That's the gold mine for nations. Because if we don't, without it, your resources are taken. We are spare part. They come to get stuff from us. It's phone that you have, the coltan. Where does it come from? Congo. If Congo says no and Africa says no, there's no cell phone. And other minerals, but they come and get it, and for you and me, they don't want you to go there. That's why some of us die in the Mediterranean. Some of us go and die in Saudi Arabia because we are trying to find something to survive. Yet the resources are here in Africa. That's where everything is. It's with the envy of the universe. God has blessed us. That shows that God has blessed us. But do we use God's blessing? If when God has planted within our midst good mind, kids, young people should not even pay a dime in college. In the US and other places, smart kids don't pay anything because of what they have. The country invests in nurturing those talents and gifts and letting them do whatever they want. I had in my church, it's no longer the young man is left, but it's a Ugandan young man, and they've discovered him in Uganda, and he was told, you can choose any university in the US and we'll take you there. And of course, he finally ended up coming to Case, which is a fairly good university, but he could have gone to Harvard anywhere else. And it's because somebody had an interest in that mind to come and work, to come and develop them. And when they come to the US, do you know those schools get money because the business of research with those minds, they get all the grants and everything else that they use for different things. And those are the places where the Japanese, the Chinese, and the Koreans and others come in to get ideas on how to build their nation. These are some of minds coming from Africa. They come to Harvard and they are used out there. Yet we can't do it back home. So what is government for if it can't act, build on what already God has given us? Really, and then we are not blessed. We want to, you see our leaders get into plane to go to the US, even other places here, and you see them out there, enjoying, getting per diem and doing nothing, and then coming back home after spending the resources, the meager resources of our people, and coming home, and our kids can't go to college, can't go to school. In fact, those who do well, they do it well in spite of the challenges they have. No food to eat, reading with that we used to call those weak, to study. No library, but they still do very well. I think God is maybe tired of us too. He loves us, but he's tired of our mediocrity. We are not doing what we should be doing. And so we need leadership that will take us a little higher. And so, young people, don't accept what we gave you, the older ones. You are better than that. You have what it takes to put Kenya at the top, not with people like Ruto. Reject them because they're slowing you down. Let's go for the kill because we can do it. And can go on and on, Bernard. Let me turn it to you.
Okay, thank you. Mami seems to be coming and going. We hope she will be able to stabilize and make her submission. All in all, ladies and gentlemen, we really want to appreciate you. If you have not subscribed to this channel, please do. The other handles are okay. They are followers on Facebook and other places. We are still able to stream there, except YouTube. So please subscribe, and help others to subscribe as we continue with the conversation. Okay. Kamwene San seems to have gone through with the admin powers. Sasa vile umekuwa mkubwa, nifute kazi niende.
Bana, nilikuambia sitabribe lakini nitakuwa mkubwa kwa hii station. Unajua mumezoea kupewa kazi zuri kutoa kitu kidogo. Mimi sitatoa na nitakuwa mkubwa. Nitakuwa hata mkubwa yako.
Ukipandisha madaraka kidogo tu ushaanza kuonea watu.
No bana, this life is for the living bana. Unajua lazima ukipata power kidogo unazitumia. At least, so you can imagine if I'm the president, what would happen?
Nafikiria mimi nitaenda kufanya kazi Kakamega County. Nitawachia Nairobi kabisa.
The Omera spirit transferred. So kama unafikirianga the Omera spirit inakaa huko Ujerumani ilihama. We have now the people who own the Omera spirit.
The original one. They have the
ndio hawa sasa. Maduong. Yeah, sisi ni watu wa maduong kila kitu. Everything is big.
Sawa. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's have Mama to complete her submission, and now Bwana Njiru, just make sure that you press the end the stream show, you know the other things. Don't let it go beyond 5 hours.
Wakitaka kulala hapa walale. Mimi sina shida. They are free to stay for 12 hours.
No. 5 hours. Then if you want to switch, you switch and you feed. We want to keep them 5 hours. Not more than that, because it denies us the ability to correct anything wrong. And remember, kulikuwa na shetani alikuja hapa, nilimtoa mapema lakini alikuwa ameanza kumisbehave. So lazima tujitahidi tutasafisha hiyo. Kenyan maandamano kamili, thank you so much. Karibu, endelea na mchango wako. Mimi tanatuka, alafu tutaongea on the other part. Thank you. Okay,
sawa. Bana, asante, tumeshukuru sana before Mama Mary akuje. Na watu wa keyboard munipigia makofi bwana. I've rescued this station from being kufungwa in 4 hours. You need to clap for me, man. Ama kesho ni rege.
Wewe ndio class monitor ile alikuwa akisumbua wanafunzi. He is the noise maker and claims that people were making noise. It's okay, thank you.
Haya, Mama Mary, go ahead.
Okay, Njiru, kazi kwako. Mami seems, I think her network has issues or something.
Haya, ni sawa, haina shida.
Sawa.
I think Bwana Bernard, you can go to bed. I wish you good sleep time. Na usienda kungedhia, you go and sleep. So, Aaron, go ahead.
Yeah, Asante sana Kamwene Sansa. Yeah, at least congratulations kwa mmoja ambaye atakuwa anatusaidia hapa, ndiposa at least tuwe tunapeana zetu mahusia, ndio tuone kama tuta rescue hii nchi yetu ama iko namna gani. So by the way, kuna hiyo information nimepeana hapo ya kusema kuwa Afghanistan under the Taliban rule in the next 4 years watakuja ku overtake Kenya in terms of development. By the way, mimi ningependa kumrudishia Mungu shukrani sana cause kando ndio na maybe tuseme ku access mambo ya wifi ama kuwa na hiyo uwezo ya kuweka internet bundles, sometimes huanga natumia ku explore, yani ninaangalia hii nchi ili miaka iliyopita economically ilikuwa inafanya namna gani. Unapata kama ilikuwa much poorer, ni vigezo gani wenye wamekuwa katika uongozi katika hiyo wakati, maybe wawe alive, maybe wawe wameondoka, walipata kuweka ikawa ndio the foundation ya hiyo nchi ku thrive kwa sasa. So nchi kama Afghanistan, in fact Afghanistan tumeiangalia for the last 20 years, imepigwa mabomu. America wametumia trillions of money, kama ni kurusha matomahawk, kufanya nini, wakipiga hao mataliban nini, but eventually walikuja wakaondoka after 20 years. Alafu na hiyo nchi nimekuja kugundua iko na madini zaidi ya 12 minerals, na hizi 12 minerals in fact kwa njia moja ama nyingine nimekuja kuangalia kuwa hawa Taliban wakiwa wamesaidiwa na yani ikiwa watasaidiwa na, nimeona China, nimeona Iran iko hapo, nimeona at least kuna nchi kadhaa, India haijajiingisha sana, kuna nchi kadhaa ambazo the likes of Pakistan ya zitakuwa zinafanya nini, zinaisaidia ndiposa hayo madini yapate kuchimbuliwa na yaokoe hiyo nchi. So the next 4 years vile tunaongea kutoka sasa, that is sahii ni 2023 tunaelekea 2024, kutoka 2028 yani ikifika 2028 hiyo nchi kwa njia moja ama nyingine, in terms of even food security, itakuwa mahali pazuri sana, because kuna canal fulani in fact wanaunda worth $285 million, which means hiyo inakuja kitu kama pesa za Kenya kitu kama 285 billion, yeah, something of that kind. So unapoangalia hii nchi ikiwa imeweka mikakati ya kupata maji, tunaona kuwa watu wake wataanza mambo ya kufanya nini, mambo ya kufanya kwanza farming in terms of irrigation, na ndio nikuje kunini kutia nguvu ya Kamwene Sons vile alisema kuwa if in any country you want to start an industry, kwanza kabisa hakikisha kuwa watu wako zile basic things kama kama ni nyumba nyumba wanaweza access, kama ni chakula wanaweza access, kama ni pande ya manguo mtu anaweza nunua nguo yake, ushaona. So kama ni education, yani hizi basics hizi zenye zinakusaidia ndiposa upige hatua ya kwenda kuindustrialize. Kwa sasa mtu mwenye ako na njaa, hata ukiunda kiwanda pale, atapata nguvu wapi ya kwenda kufanya kazi pale kwa kiwanda, maybe 10 hours ama 12 hours. Huyo mtu ataenda aanguke pale, a collapse, na wakati atakimbishwa hospitalini, daktari anampima, anasema huyu jamaa ako mzuri, anasema mpatie maziwa, anauliza peana na mkate bana, si maziwa, peana mkate, which means hauwezi ukafanya kazi kwa kiwanda kama haujafanya nini, haujashiba. So ile mikakati yenye William Samoei Ruto inastahili afanye, wakati sasa nimeona ameanza kuzindua hizo mambo ya industrial parks na nini kuna hiyo Jamestown yenye nimeona ameenda kufungua pale Mombasa. Before afanye namna hiyo, afungue, wacha hakikishe kuwa watu wake kwanza wamepata chakula. Wakishapata chakula washibe, then kutoka hapo ataingia kwa hizo mikakati ya kuunda industries. Kwa haina haja uunde industries na ukose watu wa kwenda kufanyia kazi pale. So hilo ni jambo la muhimu sana. Alafu nimeona tena jambo lingine ambalo limetendeka pale Turkana. Nimeona watu wetu wa Turkana kuna mahali walienda wakapata maji, na in fact sasa hivi wanafanya irrigation. Hiyo nini, nitatumia mesabana, niliona kwa Citizen mpaka nikafurahi, nikasema wow. So which means hii area ya Northeastern, in fact kando na Trans Nzoia, pande ya Uasin Gishu pale, pande ya Western mahali tunapata mahindi, tukijaribu kuempower watu wetu hao wa Northeastern kwa kuwapatia maji, let me tell you, tutakuwa tumefanya jambo la muhimu, kando ndio na nchi ya Kenya kujikimu katika pande ya chakula. Tutakuwa tumeova jobs kwa vijana wetu, halafu na at the same time tutakuwa tumepunguza the issue of importing basic items kama food, na hapo tutakuwa tumefanya nini, tumelip pesa mingi sana. Alafu na pande ya energy, unajua nayo energy nao ni jambo mzuri sana. So wakati tutakapoanza mambo ya industrialization, lazima stima, ushaona sasa, stima lazima iwepo ya kusaidia kurun zile machines katika viwanda vyetu. So instead of sisi kuagiza mambo ya stima kutoka Uganda nini, wacha tunaweza amua kuita wa Chinese wakuje waweke masola panel pale Northeastern mahali kuna solar. Alafu kutoka hapo tunini maybe to supply hawa watu wa Northeastern tunaweza amua kusupply them with energy kutumia hizo solar panels, alafu sasa hii electricity yenye ingekuwa inaenda pale Northeastern ikuwe diverted kwenda kwa sehemu zingine, so that at least tutakuwa tumesave. Even wind energy nayo ni mzuri sana, kwa hata China nimeona kwa njia moja ama nyingine wamepiga hatua. So nchi yetu ya Kenya, by the way, inahitaji watu ambao wako na moyo, watu ambao wamejitolea, watu ambao wako na compassion, watu ambao wako na humility, yaani mtu ambaye anaangalia watu wake, anasema kuwa hakika kama nimefanikiwa kupata uongozi, wakati nitakapokuwa natoka katika hiyo uongozi, niende nipumzike, watu wangu watakuwa wananikumbuka na nini, yani nitakuwa nimeleta manufaa yapi kwa maisha yao, ndiposa hao watu wao wananikumbuka. Angalia nchi kama Singapore sasa hivi, yule rais wao mwenye aliaga Lee, in fact alisaidia watu wa Singapore sana pande ya housing. Sasa hata hii mambo ya housing yenye mnaona Ruto anakimbilia, hiyo mfano maybe alikopi kutoka Singapore, lakini ukiangalia Singapore hawakuamka namna hii na kuanza mambo ya housing, no. You just Google uone Singapore ndio iwe ni nchi ambayo sasa hivi iko among the first world, nchi ambazo zimepiga hatua katika maendeleo pande ya housing. Kwanza kabisa watoto Lee alipeleka watoto wa hiyo nchi ya Singapore Japan, wengine wakapelekwa Amerika, wengine wakapelekwa wapi, wakasoma. Wakati waliposoma wakarudishwa, wakarejeshwa Singapore. Sasa Singapore, kwa sababu hao watoto kila mmoja alikuwa na uchuzi, mwingine kama ni seremala, mwingine engineer, kama mwingine daktari, so wakawekwa kwa different field. Sasa wakati walianza kupeana huduma kwa jamii, sasa hii Singapore haikuwa ina outsource, inatafuta watu kutoka nje wakuje kuisaidia, ilikuwa inatumia watu wao, so kuna vile ilisave pesa kadhaa. So hata sisi, kitu cha kwanza kabisa, ndiposa tuanze mambo ya industrialization, lazima watu wetu washibe, lazima watoto wetu wapelekwe shule, alafu tukishafanya hivyo, kama sasa ni kuangalia mambo ya housing, as far as mtu akona kazi, sasa hapo ndio unaona kuwa as long as mtu akona kazi, utamwambia aise, naona unapata angalau unapata miela kidogo, kwa hii miela wacha at least kama unapata 30,000, hebu save 3,000 hivi, tukuje tunataka kuanza mambo ya ujenzi wa nyumba. Si kufanya nini, si kumforce vile William Ruto aliforce watu. Kwanza kabisa wapatie kazi, alafu kutoka hapo ndio wapembelezo, waambie kuna mradi unataka kufanya. Mtu atafanya nini kwa njia moja ama nyingine, kwa ile moyo na vile ameona kabisa pesa zake zinatumika vizuri, au katika kulipa tax, ataamua kufanya nini, kupeana pesa za kujenga manyumba, alafu na nchi itakuwa imefanya nini, imefurahi. At least watu hawatakuwa wananyeshewa wakiwa wamelala, lakini William Samoei Ruto kukimbilia nyumba na watu wako njaa, watu hawana kazi, hiyo ni misplaced priority. So Mr. Njiru, back to you. Naona masaa yangu imesonga kidogo.
Haya, ni sawa. Unataka kutoka studio?
Nitakuwa tu nitakuwa within, kuna kazi fulani nataka nifanye just 5 minutes here, but stock studio.
Ina shida. So umeongea vizuri, you have given a very good script. So kabla nilete public participation, kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kuongeza by the way, because is good. Naona magazeti vile zinaandika na kuna vile naona at least magazeti kuna vile ni kama zinasamea huyu jamaa sana. They are trying to ati kuna gazeti ya Daily Nation ilisema Ruto alikata 500 million, no not 500 million kwa budget yake, I think, na kwa podium huko kwa siasa, kwa gari, juu ya gari akasema ati he has rescued, is it 11 billion? Maybe somebody can confirm to me about that. But pia kuna calculation mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa nikifanya, ni kama huyu jamaa he has used more time. Sorry
Sanjiru, wacha nikurekebishe. William Samoei Ruto magazeti iliandika kuwa is a yani ni tangatanga president, ni tourist So wakati alisikia hivyo, wakati amerudi kutoka Saudi Arabia, ndiye amekuja akasema kuwa sasa yani aku nini, aliona tu kwa magazeti kwa roho yake, akasema wacha niambie hawa watu kwa hii budget yani hizi pesa za kutravel, wacha nikate 500 million. Then kutoka hapo sasa, jana ndiye ameamka akasema no, 500 nimeona magazeti wameandika eti ni 500 million traveling expenditure, tutapunguza ni 11 billion. Ushaona sasa, hivyo ndiye alisema kuwa ameona magazeti wameandika, alisema 500 million, akasema no, watu wanatembea nini, so wacha nikate 11 billion. Hivyo ndio yani alikuwa anataka, ni kitu kama PR tu namna hii. Back to you. Umemute.
By the way, tufanye analysis vizuri. I think there is a possibility ya kwamba ukiangalia hizo trips zote Ruto amemake, there is a possibility ile masaa amekuwa kwa ndege ni mingi kuliko ile masaa amekuwa kwa ofisi. There is that likelihood. Maybe ukiaccumulate time yake in office na time zake za kusafiri na mandege na nini na kadhalika, saa zingine trips zingine unajua even you take even as much as 10 hours. That's a whole day because unaenda kulala. This guy has not stayed in the office like accumulative time which deserves to be paid the amount of money which he has eaten from Kenyan. I think we are having a very, sijui anaitwa spendthrift ama ni nini, watu wa kuharibu, like it is the worst calamity we are having. And just as name stick, hii tangatanga yenyewe, the word tangatanga, kutangatanga, I think we are paying heavy price because of failure of democracy in Kenya. It's unfortunate that democracy has failed in Kenya and we are paying heavy prices. We can afford to put people in planes to go actually and negotiate zero. Like in Saudi Arabia, ametoka Saudi Arabia. What is the takeaway home? Ameleta nini from Saudi Arabia? I want people who followed him, like tell me what he brought from Saudi Arabia. What did he bring from China? What did he bring from America? Ile siku alikuwa pale Silicon Valley. Like what tangibilities can we say, like including even e-pesa hata yeye mwenyewe ametumia kwa trip, is it going to return? And why should we be saying that other government employees should not be flying, should not be going for conferences na vitu zingine, yeye na yeye mwenyewe anaenda? What value is he bringing to our country? What representation is he doing to our country? I think we need to bring an end to this. I don't know if Parliament can be able to halt this. I don't know who needs to rescue us, but certainly we are on a scale whereby somebody has held us hostage and there's nothing we can do. But we need to rise up. Otherwise, we cannot allow this type of lifestyle by our leaders, and the leaders should actually lead lean life. Leaders should lead by example. That is the reason why you become a leader. A leader should not be extravagant. Yeah, that's the one I was looking for. A leader should not be extravagant because it will trickle down to everybody. So if the leader is not straight, don't expect anywhere to be straight. So that's why we are having chaos everywhere. They can afford to go for trips which are not making any sense, but we don't want to educate future leaders of tomorrow. I think they want our country to manufacture idiots in large scale. That is why they want to do that. Public participation unaweza chukulia nitakuja baadaye. Na watu wa keyboard wamenyamaza sana. Na wakinyamaza hivyo unaweza kasirika nifinye. Unajua mimi ndio niko na button. I have the button so I can detonate. So watu wa keyboard mkinyamaza hapo mchangie bwana. Hata kupigia public participation makofi ni kitu. Sawa? Ama niachilie. I can nuke you all.
When I'm threats, eh? Yeah, so thank you very much, Kamwene Sans. Yeah, so the situation is as you have seen it. We have a tanga president. So ameendelea kutangatanga tu. You know, somebody when he doesn't know the job or he doesn't have anything to do, he'll be tangatangering. So as you can see, during his tenure, the 10 years when he was the vice president, he was busy on tangatanga because he doesn't know anything to do with performing. He was not doing anything to do with performance. Alipokuwa minister, alipokuwa KANU, alipokuwa wapi. So the guy had to really keep himself busy with tangatanga, moving from place to place to win or to campaign, to give an illusion. Actually, this guy, he had already known that he's going to rig this election. So all what he needed was to create an impression that actually people are on his side. And that's why he was paying people to go for his rallies, because he knew if you create the impression that the people are with you, then even if you lose and you still, some people will still be convinced because they will see you, you know, drawing a lot of crowds. So the guy was campaigning for 10 years, moving from one place to the other. And after the nini is over, the competition is over, because that's what he knows. What else does he know? He doesn't know anything else. He knows kutangatanga. So akitangatanga nchini na ma Thanksgiving, alafu aone sasa nimeexhaust, anapanda ndege anaenda sasa kutangatanga majuu. So moving from here to there, looking for loans, looking for investors, just going to be seen. I've never seen a president who doesn't have any charisma. Ana nyota huyo. He has no charisma. He's, you know, I was just thinking when guys were celebrating Uhuru's 62nd birthday. So I was asking myself, when Zaka akitoka kwa kiti, nani atamuisha happy birthday kusema ukweli? Maybe just his family members. But ati watu mpaka wanampigia simu ati Zakayo, happy birthday, it's your 62nd. Saizi ametoka kwa kiti nani? This guy, not only is he the most unpopular, but hata akitoka, he'll be so unpopular. He'll be very unpopular. Siku yenye atatoka, kuna mtu atashughulika naye ati wanampigia simu, happy birthday former president. Because ametumess. You know, this guy ametumess kabisa. Ametumess in all areas. And you know, after hyping people, sana sana mahasla zenye alikuwa anawadanganya, bei ya petroli, as if he's the one who control the where ishashuka sijui nitawapanga nitawaweka kwa sasa. There is none of, in fact I saw another one where he was telling women voters that atawanunulia diapers ya mtoto for 6 months. I'm like, surely Kenyans, hata kama ni hata kama ni kuenjoyiwa, because hii hata sio kudanganywa, ni kuenjoyiwa. Sasa mtu akwambia atakununulia diapers ya 6 months. Mtu mwenye ameshindwa kuandika madaktari ndo atakununulia diaper for 6 months ya mtoto yako. Sasa akaingia hapo akaongeza bei ya hizo diapers, akaongeza
hapo participation kidogo.
Yes.
Nani alikuwa anunue diaper? Sababu hiyo sijapata. Kwani kuna mtu alikuwa anunue diaper? Hiyo imenipita.
Yes. Si unajua Zakayo alipokuwa akikampaign alikuwa na different caucus. So alikuwa na women hapo nye stadium. Women's caucus. So one of the, si wali sign some memoranda. Sasa one of the promises was that atanunulia wamama diapers ya watoto for 6 months. So free diapers for 6 months.
Mama yote ambaye amezaa, ukizaa unagongwa diaper 3.
Unagongwa diapers for 6 months.
As long as Ruto has become a president.
Yeah, that is wali sign. Siko hata kwa nini. Na hata niliona ikiplayiwa wapi? Sio hapa niliona ikiplayiwa. I think I saw it being played one day when he was telling people. Lakini Kenyans kweli, kwani tunakubalingi kubeba ufala hivi? Imagine how can somebody lie to you ati atakuletea diapers for 6 months. Mtu mwenye ameshindwa just basic things ni diapers atakununulia. Si ni vile tu alikuwa anashindanga akiongea hapo ataweka wifi kila pahali. Jo hiyo time he was talking big, talking non-stop, talking big. Na anajua very well, but me of course I just saw him and I was like, this guy, what I know from him ni mtu wa kufanya the bare minimum. Kama siku yenye alikuanga VP, alikuanga deputy, alikuanga hakuna kitu yenye anafanya, ako tu hapo anaita ma press conference kwake kwa nyumba, alafu anatembea all over the country. Anatembea all over the country from one place to the other to create an illusion that he has the numbers, so that akiiba sasa atasema sikwani wamkuona hata ile siku nilikuwa na campaign venye watu walikuwa natokelezea. I'm telling you, this guy is very good in propaganda. Very, very good in propaganda. Could create an illusion of something which is not there. Because in fact, ukiangalia signing memorandum with so many people, disabled people, youth, hakuna kitu, and I can assure you. Sasa, and if you want to know this guy is an performer, just look at the way haezi hata tulia tu kidogo afanye kazi kwa ofisi. Hawezi, lazima either aende Thanksgiving, aanze kuenda Taita Taveta, akiwaambia hata mambo yenye it's not under national government, ndio huyo. Asha kuja hapo kwa kung'aria hiyo kitu yenye county nitakana ikuwe inafanya, anakuja unajua tutawafanyia aggregation pack. Unajua tumetenga milioni sijui ngapi ya kufanya nini. Unajua campaign zilisha mzae. Can you get on the seat and drive the nini, sio kushinda hapo ukiita watu kwa bus. Get on the seat and drive the bus. But this guy, a very useless guy. Mimi sijaona mtu kama huyu kwa maisha yangu. And I've told you, siku yenye natoka kwa hiyo kitu ngoja usikie, if you ever hear mtu mention ati happy birthday former, ama mtu anamwambia ati sasa umenyamaza sana ama guys will be so tired of him. In fact this guy hata sijui kama anaweza toka kwa hiyo kiti kwa uzuri. I highly doubt that anaweza toka ati atoke tu hivi yani I don't see it. The way that guy is power hungry, aache kiti, we'll have a big crisis. Hata kama akikaa hapo tu mpaka 20 kumaliza 10 years I highly doubt. Namshuku sana kama atakubali kuachia mtu hiyo kiti. Huu ni wale wa corrupt the system, akae hapo mpaka until death do us part. Niona watu wamerudi. Pogon, go ahead please. Na habari ya masiku mingi sija kuona for some time.
Angoje kwanza. Ngoja Pogoni kwanza, ngoja lazima nikukaribishe.
Sawa, lakini unanisikia vizuri ndio
huwezi kuja alafu unaanzia ku get crash. Ngoja oda bwana. Tulia bwana. Sasa mimi ndiye kanabo hapa. Unajua kwa lugha yetu tunaitanga kanabo. I'm the kanabo here, so you so anyway, welcome. I need to welcome you. Ni vizuri umetokezea. I know you come from West Pokot. Sorry for vile tumekuwa tukisikia kunatendeka na huko. Unajua saa zingine when we see people coming in one piece, we see very good. We welcome you here. So Bwana Pogon, go ahead and tapika maneno yako. Aribia Ruto jina kabisa. Murarue hapa.
Huyo thank you Kamwene Sons. Public participation ndio ametoka. No, nani ndio ametoka? Kenyan maandamano. Ningependa kumsikia tena baada ya muda mrefu sana. Otherwise nawasalimia nyinyi wote wenye mko. Naona tu ndio wako peke yake huko hivyo chini kwa comment section. Public participation pia nakusalimia. Imekuwa ni muda mrefu kidogo nimepotea but siko baya. Nimekuwa niko na hata kupotea nimepotea kama
karibu Pogon, 1 minute. Karibu nifikirie wewe umeenda kuendesha ile ndege ya white na green. So nakumbuka ile ndege ya white na green, nikafikiria maybe umekuwa pilot. You are now the pilot of the green and white helicopter.
By the way, talking about hiyo issue ya huko hivyo na helicopter yenye zieleweki na story yenye imekuwa ikiendelea huko watu kuuliwa huko hivyo. This thing we talk na tunakumbuka tukisema kuwa solution iko kwa kupeleka bigger guns or more guns huko hivyo kwa North Rift. But these people really need a real solution. Unaona saizi wanatoa jasho askari wetu. Wanakaa kama amateurs sasa, ni kumwaga tu marisasi. They look like hata hawajakuwa trained. Why? Because wameforce a community. Unajua wanasema wanaita watu bandits, but I don't believe tuko na bandits in the North Rift. But we have a very neglected people, sort of segregated, wamewachiwa huko kwa mashida huko hivyo. But the real enemy ni serikali. Kama solution ingepelekwa huko hivyo, solution ya kweli na solution ya kudumu, hatungekuwa tunaona hii mambo ya shootings zenye zimekuwa zikiendelea huko hivyo. It's needless. You know, huwezi finyia tu kwa kona so that muwezi fend for yourselves, all in the name that nyinyi mmekuwa branded as bandits. Na ufikiria watakaa hapo hivyo. They had no choice, they had to come out somehow. I do not advocate for the killings yenye imeendelea kwa watoto na students wenye wamekuwa wakiendelea na mtihani, wakiendelea na masomo, familia zenye zimehusika bila imeuliwa bila kuparticipate kwa hiyo mauaji. But me, I squarely blame the leadership, and especially mtu akiwa anatoka Rift Valley, mtu mwenye anaelewa shida yenye imekuwa yenye iko huko hivyo juu. It's only sensible kufanya tu kitu moja tu right. But hii leo tunafanya hii, kesho tutatenga hii, au wanahabari walisema hii lakini sisi tulikuwa tumetenga hii. Haiwezi waisaidia anybody. What is that one thing yenye hii huyu mtu anaitwa Ruto amewahi fanya yenye imesaidia kabisa nchi yenye tunaweza sema now okay, he's been failing but in this one I may get it right? Nothing. Alisuppress watu for the longest time, watu wakakuwa ni kama hakuna kitu yenye wako wanafanya, but they were regrouping themselves. Look at what is happening. Soon tutakuja kuona massacre na itakuwa ni kama watu wenyewe ndio wamekuwa provocative, lakini ni government yenyewe ndio inaanza kufungia watu. People need real solutions. Huko hivyo juu inatakana ikuwe opened up for business. Huko juu inatakana ikuwe opened up mpaka ikuwe watu wanaweza kuishi in peace. Wanaweza welcome other communities so that kukuwe na diversity on ways na means ya make a living hapa hivi Kenya. But hao watu wamekuwa secluded, wamefungiwa kando, wameitwa bandits. So now when they come out, it will be this ugly. Nilikuwa naona rafiki yangu hapo mwenye alikuwa before nikuje, alikuwa anaongelea kuhusu vitu yenye Ruto amepanga kusema, amesema atafanya, but tujianzie na tujiulize ni ngapi yenye alipromise na amefanya? Hakuna. So it's pointless. Sasa zingine hata nasikia ni kama inanichosha sana kuongelea story ya Ruto, because we knew him. That's why we were here and we were advocating for kupigia baba kura na tukajaribu sana huyo Ruto asichukue uongozi. But now here we are. He has it. Anaruka ruka na mandege left, right and center. Ikifika ni wakati yenye ana feel ni kama amefanya kitu ama ana feel anataka ku appease watu, anaanza ku point fingers ati kuna watu wenye wamekuwa kitembea yenye amekata bajeti yao. What about himself? What has he been doing? And I think Njiru umeuliza swali kuhusu mambo ya nini, mambo ya Saudi Arabia ni nini ameenda huko hivyo. Remember, peace talks ya nini ya Sudan inafanyikia Saudi Arabia. So I don't think it is anything for us as Kenya, but it is everything about himself na vile alikuwa amekataliwa na South Sudan, yeye kuintervene na yeye kujaribu kuingilia hiyo vita ya kati ya Sudan. So Ruto hayuko pale hivyo kwa sababu yetu, hajai kuwa, na everything yenye anaendelea kudanganya watu, hata hiyo yenye anakata ni hiyo tu yenye ameshasema, lakini in reality yenye itafanyika it's not the same. Tulikuwa tu hapa hivi juzi akipromise kuwa sasa hapo na uongozi na kwa hiyo serikali hakutakuwa na ubomozi wa manyumba. Sijui yenye ilifanyika Mavoko hapa hivi ilikuwa ni nini hiyo kama si ubomozi wa manyumba, and I think ilifanyika vibaya sana, especially it being the first one kwa hii regime yao. Many more like that inakuja kufanyika. Nimeona watu wanang'ang'ania mashamba za watu where do you call this place in Karen, in Hurlingham, wapi watu wanaanza kunyang'anywa manyumba, especially wanaitwa nani hawa watu, the Asian people. What is happening to Mishra? Mishra amekuwa run down, wamehakikisha kuwa hawezi akaoperate biashara yake ya Medihill in Eldoret. Why? It's not kwa sababu amesota, it's not because of anything, it's just because he is not needed to be participating or taking part in business or kusaidia hata community. In fact, kusaidia community, kwa sababu ukiangalia by large biashara yenye Mishra amekuwa akifanya ni kusaidia watu, area cases. In fact, the larger wasingisho nani amekuwa akisaidia watu, so that hata saizi akisema anataka kusimama ugavana, sidhani kama atakuwa hapo na pingamizi kubwa sana, unlike how wengine kina koti moja wenye they will have to prove themselves so much more. So mtu kama Mishra kuchapo kando, it's nothing about ati ni yeye amesota ama ni nini nyingine. Ni vitu tu ya Ruto. Ruto anataka supremacy, na supremacy yeye anataka ni kuwa yeye ndo ako na pesa, yeye ndo ako na powers, yeye ndo ako na usemi, nyinyi wengine wote upotelee kando, so that yeye comeback yake in 2027, because he knows he does not depend on kura ya wananchi, anataka ku depend on absence ya competitors ili aingie kwa uongozi. That's what's going to happen. So until then, now that we've been failed na democracy, until then we need to come up with strategies. We need to think, I don't know how, sasa sijui hata ni outside the box, I guess, so that we make sure ikiwezekana hata leo Ruto akuwa ametolewa kwa uongozi, kwa sababu tukiendelea hivi vile kunaendelea, things are just getting worse every day. Ni kama anafanya kitu, when mnataka kuweka macho hapo hivyo mjiulize, okay, ulisema unafanya kitu, what is all about this hustler fund? Amewahamisha huko hivi, anasema vile amekata budget. Mkitaka kuangalia huko hivyo amehamisha, ameanza kutwitch na kutweak, inaitwangaje, help. Now help imekuwa kitu kingine yenye we have now our students, our children that cannot go to school kwa sababu help imekuwa ikitegemewa for the longest time, no longer there, na criteria ya kupata this new thing yenye hao wameweka imekuwa ni impossible. So what I would say is like the friend who was here before na alikuwa anaongelea kuhusu mambo ya food security in Iraq na vitu yenye serikali nitakana ifanye. I think we need as Kenyans, we need to also think differently, and especially in terms of businesses, so that we make sure we have a well-fed nation, kwa sababu sisi wenyewe tu ndio tunaweza jinasua kwa hii kitu. when we will have our people wamejitosheleza wenyewe, waache kuangalia hizo shilingi 500 yenye wanapatiwa na kukimbilia rally kwa sababu wanaenda kupatiwa, then we will have a thinking nation. But until then, maybe it will take a few of us, or let's say some of us, wenye watafanya vitu unthinkable so that we can achieve something close to democracy. Or this time round, just do it the way wamekuwa wakifanya, only for the good of Kenyans. Unlike vile wamefanya hiyo kuu yao nimekuwa ni for their own good. So yangu ni hayo machache. I'm still here and I'm happy to be here again. Thank you. Kenyan Manjamana, nice to see you. Habari ya asubuhi.
I am very good, Pegon. Welcome back. You are so lost. I wondered what happened to you, but we are happy to see you again. Wewe ni Mkenya mzalendo, mtu ambaye ana hekima na hata pendo kwa wananchi wale wengine. Thank you for your submission. I appreciate for all you have said, because really we have a tough time because of somebody who has no integrity at all. Huyu mtu kabisa Ruto, mi sijawahi kusikia mtu anasimama mbele ya watu kujisifu honestly, ati kusema ati uko na bahati kuwa na mtu kama mimi wakati kama huu, while he knows he is the crisis cause. He is the tragedy in our country. Ni shida kubwa sana yeye kuwa akiongea mambo kama hiyo, but remember, pride comes before a fall. Yeye anajiona na hiyo kiburi yake ati kwa sababu hakuna mtu anaweza mfikia pahali yako, anaweza sema chochote, lakini kuna wakubwa wengi wamesema maneno mingi ambayo ni ya kukumbukwa na kuheshimiwa. Ingine ni ya kukumbukwa na kuweka watu hofu sana. Yaani watu wanasema afadhali hivyo kulifanyika, aliondoka kwa sababu huyo alikuwa mtu mnyanyasi, mtu mbaya. But there are people who we cannot forget. Right now, Pagon, and I think you have seen the whole country celebrating about birthday ya Uhuru. Ninajiuliza, mlijaribu kuzika Uhuru kabisa apotee, aishe. Uhuru akanyamaza na akaenda zake. And in fact, even he is not within the country. He is out of the country. Na hata akiwa nje hatumuoni. Ebu imagine what is going on. Electrifying motion that people have. Emotions that really you can see that people are really willing and wishing if he was just within the country. That is what means somebody who belongs to people. Somebody with charisma, somebody who cares. And in fact, Kenyans have come to realize that Uhuru really cared about us. Totally, he cared about us. Remember, Pagon, there was this time that Uhuru said, mimi sikutaka kuona watu wakipigana, wakiuana kwa sababu ya niwe mkubwa. Mimi nataka watu wawe na uhuru na furaha na amani. Alafu akasema kuna watu walimaliziwa business zao huko Nairobi. Yeye mwenyewe akatoa pesa zake kusaidia hao watu wa business, ili waweze kujimudu na kurudisha biashara zao, waweze kuangalia familia zao. Huyu jambazi ni kazi gani sasa anatufanyia? He is spending what he has not earned. He is spending money without thinking what the country is going through. Mambo ile yote yeye anafanya ni yake kibinafsi. Hizo hotuba anaenda kupeana huko nje, it doesn't benefit Kenyans at all. Shida zile tuko nazo Kenya haziwezi kusaidika kwa sababu ya hizo speech anaenda kupeana huko nje na hiyo meno yake. I hate when I see him standing in front of those big countries that have developed, akiongelea mambo ati ni speech anapeana ndio apigiwe makofi. But I wonder, when he leaves after giving that speech and he goes and sit down, what does he think about himself? When he sees other country people or presidents from other countries, developed countries talking, they're not talking about problems that are in their country because their country is stable. They are talking about things that really builds what they have gone to do there, that meeting that they have gone. Lakini huyu anaenda kujipendekeza hapo na maspeech ya ujinga, ya quality ya ujinga, kwa sababu unawezaje kwenda kusema ati umepeana speech mzuri sana na watu nyumbani ni kukufa wanakufa, watu nyumbani hawaendi shule. What president is that? Where did it start? And how does it come that he can stand in front of all those beautiful country holders anawaambia maspeech ya uongo, because I'll call it uongo. Simply, why are you giving a speech, that beautiful speech that you think about without thinking about the inhabitants of your country? Alafu ukitoka huko unarudi Kenya unakuja kutuonyesha hiyo meno yako. There is no progress, there is nothing. Na si ati umekuja ukasema huko nilipoenda narudi hapa Kenya nikiwa na hii plan, nataka tufanye hivi na hivi. Nikuja unatoa amri moja ya moto ya watu wabomolewa manyumba na unapanda ndege unatoroka. Watu wapandishiwe fuel na unapanda ndege unatoroka. Umalize education unapanda ndege unatoroka. Who are you? And why don't you stand in front of the people of Kenya and say these things point blank if you are really brave and if you are really smart and if you are the president of Kenya? You stand in front of them and tell them this education is not going to continue. I'm going to add the fuel prices. I'm going to build this, to demolish these houses. Yes, if you are president enough, you have the mandate, you can say that. Why do you delegate and then run away? It's because you don't want to be seen like a bad person, but the person who is acting to be seen the bad person, but the mastermind, it's you. Umefanya mambo mabaya sana Kenya yote, hata imelalamika na imeelewa wewe ni mtu wa aina gani. Hata ajaribu kuharibu jina la ya Uhuru, Uhuru will service all the time, because what he was doing, he was not a pretender. He was doing it with wholeheartedly on behalf of all countrymen. Tena mkumbuke kama wakati ule wa COVID, muangalie nchi hata hizi zimeendelea kabisa, hizi zinajiita first world, vile watu walikufa. I am a witness. People died in hundreds and thousands. How many did they die in Kenya, though we were not happy to lose even one? Kenya saved Kenyans' lives. But if you look at this guy, we are dying because of food, not even about disease. It's about food lacking in the country. Lakini yeye haoni hiyo. Yeye anaona kama pesa imetosha ya kujaza ndege yangu mafuta, I'm good to go. And he takes off. That is how his pride is. He should remember, pride comes before a fall. Hii mambo yote ni yeye anajikaanga nayo. Nguruwe hujikaanga na mafuta yake. And in fact, I wonder, does he think that we are so stupid we cannot see what he is doing? Sasa amejionea. Githurai wamemuonyesha wewe huwezi kuendelea na kutunyanyasa. We are not idiots. Yeah, we gave you time to redeem yourself, but look at you. You are continuing because you think we are going to lie down? No, we are going to stand with our country. Huo mchezo hatutaki tena na hatutakubali. And I wish election was being turned back. Tufanye tena. This guy will go on his knees crying. Wacha hivyo anadiaga hiyo crocodile tears. Because I believe right now Kenyans have really suffered enough to see this guy is a murderer. He's a lifeist. He's a careless guy, somebody who is so mean. He don't care about people's life. All bad things falls on Ruto. He has no intentions of doing anything good in Kenya. Niyo tu meno yake atakuwa anawaonyesha. And I'm telling you, and I've said again, yule mtu unaona kila siku anakuonyesha meno, there is nobody dangerous like that. Huyo mtu anakuonyesha meno every day is very dangerous. Kwa hivyo msione ati hiyo kucheka yake ati inatoka kwa roho yake. No, it is just a matter of time. Akikushika na kumaliza. Those are the behaviors of those conniving people. Mtu ambaye anajiona yeye kwa sababu amepata power, anaweza fanya chochote. Na unajua hizo power umepewa na wananchi. You cannot do anything that you just wake up and say, I'm going to do this. No. But because you want to use those powers badly, abusing it, that is why we are suffering like this. He is abusing the powers that he has been delegated by Kenyans, and Kenyans are the one who have the power. Kenyans have the power of holding their country upright. Huyo ni mtu mmoja tu. Ameenda hapo amejiweka, amekuwa mtu wa kunyanyasa watu, kwa kutumia pesa thriftily, vile anapenda, kwa sababu ziko hapo. Because I would ask myself, hizi pesa ambazo anatumia kwenda back and forth, it's not from his pocket. Nakwambia wazi, Pagon, public participation, zero. The much you have worked in your life, ile jasho umetumia ya kupata pesa zile umepata. Uniambie kama unaweza anza kusema ati wewe sasa ni mtu wa safari, unaenda hapa, unakunywa, unaenda hapa, unafanya hivi, unaenda hapa. You cannot do that if you respect your sweat. You want to do development for your future. Lakini this guy is not development conscious. He's a destruction conscious. That is all. He has no minds of thinking where Kenya is heading. Na hataki kujua. Alinyakua akaiba huu uchaguzi, na akaiba huu ambaye angekuwa rais wetu, akamnyang'anya, ndio afanye hizo vituko anafanya. He's just an actor. And he don't care. Na hajawahi hata kuketi siku moja hivi akafikiria ati Wakenya wafaidike kwa sababu yake. Hakuna. Look at his history. Anywhere he went, it was about shambles. Lazima kutokea matatizo. So what do you expect him to do? He cannot change. His age is over. Sio vile ati mtoto akizaliwa lazima atambae, alafu asimame, atembee, aanze kwenda shule, nini. No. This is of a grown child. Mtukutu, mtu ambaye hana kufikiria nikifanya hivi ninafanya mabaya ama mazuri. Ni mtu ametesa watu enough within a short time, 1 year. Ile mambo yote imefanyika Kenya, we cannot turn it around. Hata ifanyike nini, there is no miracle that is gonna play ati ya kurudisha Kenya pahali ilikuwa. Ati tuone ati kuna mambo inaendelea Kenya. There is nothing. Hii mambo yote anazurura hivi ni ile tu ya wale wazee huwa wanaenda huko Mung'etho, wanakunywa pombe, wanakwenda nyumbani wakijua kweli kabisa mimi sina kiatu na ile pesa yote nilikuwa nayo nimemaliza. But the badness is, he is using the government funds to do his own business, not even benefiting the Kenyans. Alafu Kenyans wanaendelea kuzorota. Come to think about a country having no education. What is it for? What is this presidency, fake presidency for? If we are not going to have children educated, Children are growing. And in fact, once a child loses 1 ear, amepoteza muda mrefu sana. Hebu niambie mtoto alikuwa 7 years, akuwe 8 years, hajaenda standard 1. Atakuwa nini baadaye? We are having a big problem in our country. And this country need to be rescued as soon as possible. Huyu mtu hana haja hata kidogo. Na musikae mukifikiria ati yeye ni mtu anaangalia ati akona mpango. Mpango gani? Hiyo mipango yote alipanga kutoka siku ile hata wakiwa na uhuru. Even one thing has never happened. And the other thing I want Kenyans to know, this guy is very, very, very jealous. Very jealous. He don't want to see anybody raising your head. Ama uwe na biashara ina meta. Kama si yake, hutapata. Very jealous. And those people who are jealous, they can always kill. Just to keep them upright themselves. Those are the things I have noted for this guy. I am not old enough to foresee things happening, but I can see this guy. He's taking us nowhere. Na ile mambo yote mimi nimeona na nimesikia. In fact, he just want to drain the country completely. Akifikiria ati kwa sababu akimaliza uchumi wa nchi, akimaliza wananchi nguvu, akiwanyanyasa kabisa, watamsikiza, so he will be there to be life president. Forget it. People are not going to sit back. We are not going to watch our country go to the drain. We are going to fight for it. All these things that are happening in Kenya, very unpleasant things, is just because of him. If he had that good governance, we would be at least singing of something. This side is good. At least let's give him time. This is not giving him time. We are giving him time to drain our country completely. And that is not what we want. The focus we had, and for everybody in Kenya, people who are hardworking, because Kenyans have never sat back waiting for handouts. They have worked hard for whatever they have. You see all those houses that were demolished. Those people have worked hard. They go and get a loan. And you know you cannot just walk to the bank and get a loan. You must show the liability. Anything that will stand for that loan, so that you can be able to be offered that loan, to progress or to go and develop your own property. Now look where they have gone. A president, fake president who cannot sit back and think, put yourself in those people's shoe and think what they are feeling and the family as a whole. Ni shida sana na ni huzuni katika nchi yetu kuwa na mtu kama huyu. Ati na anasimama mbele ya watu kuwaambia ati you are lucky to have somebody like me. Surely when people are crying to have somebody like you. People are dying to have somebody like you. People are losing education to have somebody like you. Anyway, watoto wake wamesoma, wamefaulu, amewapatia kazi, wameondoka mikononi mwake. They are earning for themselves. So now it's about these other Kenyans wafurushwe, wateswe, wakae nje, hawatasoma. Hizo madarasa zote zimejengwa, hakuna wanafunzi wataenda. You wonder. Look at that system he's trying to bring up about people visiting people in the hospital. I mean, in their homes. What are the doctors for? What are the nurses for? What are the hospital for? Those big buildings, what are they going to be used for? We don't want visitors in our home. Yes, we can have social workers because they were there before, but not people coming carrying medicine to give us or injections, which we don't know where they are emanating from. Those injections should be done by a doctor in the hospital. Let me visit the hospital and see my doctor and sit with him in a room secretly and explain my problem. I don't want anybody coming to my house. We don't want that. Because that introduction that they are trying to do, we don't know our fate. Kenyans, wake up. Wametupangia mambo maovu na tusipojiangalia hakuna mtu mwingine atatuangalia. Tujitahidi na tuangalie mbele. Tuwe vigilant with all what is happening because we are not safe with this guy. This guy is ruthless and he has no mindset as a human being to treat us like human beings in our own country. Nitasimamia hapo Pegon. I'm sorry, I'm long, but I feel happy I have aired out my griefs because Kenya now is grieving, but I see Kenyans are rising up and understanding. And I say Uhuru once again was something which can you tell me that name, Pogon?
Charismatic.
Charismatic, yeah. It's going away from my mouth. Charismatic. And he'll never be forgotten because his good job he has done in Kenya, it is never going to be forgotten. And that is why people are remembering him. Whatever little he did in Kenya, it's what has made us to reach where we are. It's not about this Jambazi. This Jambazi came to spoil what Uhuru made. And I don't know this hatred that he has in his mind, that he is going to spoil all what Uhuru did. And he is going to launch all what Uhuru did so that to bury Uhuru's name, it will never go. In fact, mtu akifanya kizuri hakitasahaulika. Kamwe. Kamwe hakitasahaulika. So we are still remembering Uhuru, and that is why he's being celebrated in the whole country. And he is welcome back to his country where he belongs, so that we can have celebration with him. I'm so delighted to see that face again. That government, however, whatever bad things they did, in fact, it was a united government that we really see how ambao watu walikuwa wanafanya hiyo government ya Uhuru. They were all diplomatic people. People who were serious and committed to their jobs, and they did it to the core. They did the jobs so well that we appreciate them up to today. Otherwise, for now, I say thank you very much. Na nitafikisha hapo. Wana Kenya pahali popote mko, amkeni, muangalie mbele, tujenge nchi yetu. It will never be built by this guy. He is just a destructive way that we have got. It's a wave of destroying our country. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Asante sana Mama Mary, umeongea vizuri. There is a question I wanted to ask, maybe all of us here to think about it. Hii crisis tuko nayo, how long can it go? Because whatever is happening is a crisis. We are losing our value, we are losing our culture, we are losing our investments, we are losing our educated population, we are losing everything. Like by being very yani ukikuwa yani na huruma sana, how long can this crisis take? Can we take another 5 years of this confusion? What do you think? What is the grace period of this crisis? Because this is a crisis with which God has given us a grace period, and I think there will be a time it might reach, if this crisis continue this way, this downward trajectory, we will not have a point to return back. So, Mama Mary, public participation, can you do some predictions? How long can this crisis take, and what does it take to avert all what is happening?
Thank you, Kamwene and Sons. Kenyan maandamano, Mama Mary, I greet you. Naona Pogona ametoka. So, you know, the problem which is we are having in this country is wacha nijaribu kutumia example, an analogy. So umeleta mpishi kwa kitchen yako, hajui kuwasha gas, hajui kupika. Sasa the first day anaweza kujifanya hapo akifanya mambo ingine ya divert. Sasa ikifika siku ya pili watoto sasa wanaanza kulia njaa, umewaacha hapo. Aya, siku ya tatu sasa mambo imezidi unga, watoto hawajakula. So the point I'm trying to make is that issue of somebody who is incompetent is a progressive thing. Tunaanzia, yani it's escalating. I'm looking at what you're saying, how long can we continue like this? So it's escalating. So as we are going forward, more and more things are coming out, the situation is becoming worse and worse. Zakayo na wale watu yenye amechagua kuweka kwa serikali, kwa ministries and all other places, they are not competent. They are not the most competent people. So tuko na crisis kwa education sector. Crisis ilianza siku ya kwanza wakakataa kupeana pesa ya universities, students kuenda on strike wakiwa na lecturers, wakarudisha kidogo. Nasikia sasa tena hakuna. Right now if you go to our universities utashindwa. The place looks dirty, the place look pathetic. Kama kuna any projects which are ongoing kama construction zimestall. So what is happening is that slowly the country is grinding to a halt. Pesa ya university students yenye ilikuwa inatakana ipewe the poor students, nothing. So wako hapo, wako na admission letter, they don't have any fees paid and they are still waiting on the government. Ile pesa yenye ilikuwa inapeanwa ya secondary school ya kusubsidize hakuna. So we are having situation like what we saw here of on Citizen, of that boy who had a A-. Hata wenye wako na A plain, wenye walipata A kwa kila kitu, sio wote wamerudi, sio wote wameenda shule. Wamepata pesa, because like if you are going to do medicine is 700, at least 700k per year. Is that even per year? It's per term. Okay, I think it should be per year tuseme. So niambie mwanafunzi mwenye anatoka nyumba ya matope atatoa pesa kama hiyo? Sasa because of the crisis which is there, and Zakayo alikuwa amezoea kumisuse pesa. So because kama pesa yenye ilikuwa allocated kwake akiwa deputy president ilikuwa pesa yake kama personal, anatumia gari ya serikali na nyumba na nini kufanya campaigns zake. So him what he knows, all the money which is Kenyans are giving ni yake, afanye venye anataka. He doesn't look at it in terms of that, this money I'm being given in trust, I'm holding this money in trust so that I can be able to sort out our obligations, so that I can be able to send the money for the university students waanze kusoma, nitume pesa to the universities themselves so that they can be able to maintain the place and continue with any projects they are doing, research, vitu kama hizo. So jamaa ako kwa raha zake, ashapanda ndege, ameenda wapi, amebeba entourage yake, watu wengi wameenda huko wamejienjoy, because that's what he knows. He knows acting. Yani you're acting like you're going to negotiate for your investors, kumbe ni holiday umeenda. So as Mama Mary was saying that huyu jamani lifeist, yani ajai kuwa responsible. And of course you can see hata alipokuwa kwa Ministry of Agriculture, that's the time when we were getting fake fertilizer, pesa ya wakulima, ya kulipa wakulima nini, anapea sister yake. Sasa that's the same mindset amekuja nayo to the big office. So him, all what he knows, is not looking at responsibility of being a president. Anaona two packs, na the power which he has. He's not looking at responsibility of being right now. I'm already hearing that due to non-payment kutakuwa na some fuel shortage. Hawajakuwa wakilipa the oil marketers, and they are behind, so kuna shortage already. So mwenye ako na gari aende kwanza fuel, because if you don't fuel, alafu hizi na unajua zinakatikanga tu mara moja hizi, when there's a fuel crisis, hiyo fuel inaishaga tu siku moja. Sasa that's when you find all Kenyans, they are in a panic mode, wame line up kwa gas station kuenda kujaza fuel. But you see, because work is not being done, unajua sasa ukiweka mtu mwenye ajui kufanya kitu kwa kitchen, you put them in the kitchen, they are just pengine what they know is boiling eggs, so wana boil tu mayai wanakula, but the full responsibility of that seat, the person is not even cognizant of what is expected and how serious it is if he fails in his responsibility, and what happens on the ground, how it's affecting mwananchi. Hata kujua hiyo, yeye ako kwa raha zake, is a lifeist. He's there to enjoy the money, he's there to loot the money. But you see, even if you are looting, we don't deny that watu wana looting, hata governors, hata MPs. But you see, you cannot just loot when you are not putting any, una kamua ng'ombe yenye haulishi. Wewe kwa sababu unataka tu chai, unaamka asubuhi unaenda una milk ng'ombe yako, alafu unaenda unapika chai, unaisahau, uipatie chakula, uipatie maji. How long are you going to continue milking that cow if you continue like that? So part ya kufeed the cow, nani hana shughuli na hiyo. Ya shughuli yake is the milk he can get out of it, because after all alispend pesa yake, na ndio kwanza anataka kurecuperate, because he's very insecure. Anaona ni kama these Americans pia they can overthrow him akikataa, wakiona wamitaki ama akikataa anything they can overthrow him. So ndio unaona sahii ni time ya kufuja pesa, ni time ya kuchota kabisa, maximum kuchota. He's less bothered, kwa sababu kama angekuwa bothered, hii mambo ya education kwanza ndio ingekuwa ishampea stress, afikirie venye itafanywa. Lakini are you hearing him even saying anything? He's like, to hell with everything, mi bora tu ninapata pesa yangu, I don't care. Nyinyi kaeni hapo, acha fuel iishe, mkuwe na fuel crisis. Education, mkuwe na education crisis. Health, mkuwe na health crisis. And in fact, hii model yenye alileta hapa, sijui social what insurance fund, social health fund, I hear that thing, he's copying it from another country, because pia ni mtu ya copy paste anapenda, and a lot of things yenye anapendaga copy paste is from Singapore, but hiyo sijui ilikuwa ya which country. They tried that thing, it failed miserably. So you wait what will happen with this fund. Him, of course, all what he's looking at is hiyo fund inaweza nisaidia ni chote more taxes, because unaona sasa he's charging you according to your salary. So if your salary is higher, inachota more. So hii mod is thinking about ni hiyo pesa extra yenye atapata, hakuna kitu ingine. Don't think ati anafikiria venye inasaidia Mkenya wa chini, hakuna. He's just thinking about this extra money which I can get from kukata hii kitu, tukisema ni social health fund. Haya, manyumba ndio hiyo tena tunakata pesa ya kujenga social what housing, low cost housing. Low cost housing yenyewe iko wapi na washaanza kukata mshahara? Where is it? Hata ground breaking wameanza. So all what I'm telling you is that hii ni kama kuwa na mtoto, umeacha mtoto in charge of your house. Utashaka utarudi ukute amemwaga vitu all over, amekula all the nini sukari mpaka amekuwa mgonjwa hivyo. So this thing is progressive, and the way you are seeing collapse, you know, if things are worked, I mean things are worked out, things don't just happen. Unajua Zakayo, it's like anafikirianga things will just work themselves out. No, that's why you are there in the office, and that's why there's ministries, because work needs to be done. You cannot just be there. You are lifeist. You are just happy. Hey, I'm now the preso. Let me go here and let me go there and let me enjoy perks and make sure that to milk maximally this money. Yeah, people do it, but you also have to do the job, because if you leave the job, who will do it? Is when you now start hearing sectors are collapsing one after the other one after the other one. The country is becoming impossible to live in until watu sasa wanaanza kutafuta uhuru. Wameanza kutafuta uhuru, uhuru. Come and help us, baba, ongea, usinyamaze baba, mambo unga imezidi. What did you expect was going to happen? Mtu, you know, me, I always ask something about Kenyans. Umeangalia mtu from his past. Have you ever seen anything this guy has ever done? Kitu ya maana tu. Kitu moja, hata sio mbili. Tuseme this one, venye tulikuwa tunasema Magoha ama Matiang'i achieved this, achieved this, achieved this. Matiang'i tunaweza sema what he achieved. What can we say Zakayo achieved in his lifetime? Nothing other than just ukora. So now this person, he's in the office. Are you expecting a miracle? Ati sasa hapo ndio ataanza kuperform. It can't work like that. It can't. Teaching an old dog new tricks. So yeye anafikiria kugovern country ni kuenda trips, ni kujienjoy. Na uweke mabeshte zako kwa kwa all the ministries wa kuibie, na kusaidia na wizi venye mnaweza loot. Sasa mmeingia kwa mambo ya mashamba, mmeanza kugrab shamba za watu. And me, the moment when I heard that guy saying ati kama uko na shamba na you have not done anything to the shamba for 10 years, serikali itachukua hiyo shamba, I just knew grabbing imeanza. And I don't know why Kenyans are shocked, because ile time yenye hata hakukuwa na kiti in the government, yenye alienda grab shamba ya Muteshi. So mulikuwa mnafikiria what will happen when he now has the instruments of power. In fact, this thing has just started. Bado mambo bado kabisa. Cause mimi niliwaambia hapa, utakuwa unajenga nyumba yako, unafanya building yako ama development yako, jamaa anakuja anaangalia, na hii building ni ya nani? Hii shamba ni ya nani? Ni ule mjane? Huyo hakuna mahali anaweza kutupeleka. Wanakimbia lands, wanaenda wanabadilisha title deed. I mean, it's a known thing in Kenya. One parcel of land can be having 5 title deed. Kila mtu akona title deed yake. So, let me tell you Kenyans, hamjaona anything. Huyu jamaa, he never came there to work for you. And he has not put people who are competent and who are willing to work. Him, all what he looks at is, were you loyal to me so that you can now start siphoning for me money from your ministry and the departments which are under your ministry? That's all. So if you're expecting ati jamaa atafanya kazi ndio free primary education ni work, free secondary education ni work, university help you, no, he's not going to do that. No, he can't do that. Ameachilia ako kwa raha zake. Sasa wacha mambo ikienda mrama iende mrama. That is by the way, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. In fact, the worst things get, the better for him, because anaona the poorer Kenyans have become. That means now it's more easy to control them, because utakuwa tu unaenda unawamwagia mtama kama ya kuku, then wananyamaza, unawapea kitu kidogo because they are so desperate. And that is actually the plan of Zakayo, including to the Kikuyus. Anataka kuwasambaratisha kabisa politically, economically, financially, in all forms. And then from there now, after amewasambaratisha anawachanisha huko bure kabisa nyinyi. Mlikuwa mnafikiria tuko pamoja. So that is Zakayo for you. Zakayo is a destroyer. He's not a builder. He's a destroyer. Ukisikia Atwoli is an old man mwenye ameona several regimes and so many things in this world. Na alituambia that this guy when he enters in the seat, you people be ready. Anaweza atabeba State House vyenye iko mzima auze. Na akasema Kenya will soon be another Somalia. I remember him very well. Ni vyenye sahi imebidi akuwe cooperative kwa sababu jamaa ko in the office, but the first instinct of his told him the truth, that this guy will sell us out completely and the country will be lawless. Because you see now, the moment he entered in the office, and of course, the people who are there know that this guy aliiba kitu. So if you are down there and you are somebody who is okay, so you are there, you are somebody who is corrupt, you know, you are somebody who likes looting, alafu uone huyu jamaa ameingia, what will you say to yourself? My role model ameingia kwa kiti, sasa it's party time. Let's go baby. Sasa unaingia hapo, unapora kila kitu, unapora, because what else? Ingekuwa ni baba aliingia saizi, the tags who are in the system wangekuwa na oi baba na Karua, hao watatumaliza hao, watatumaliza. Lakini sasa waliona tu ni Zakayo ameingia, they were like bas, tumefika sasa, mmoja wetu ashachukua hii kitu, hata ashaiba hii kitu, so now it's a free for all, mtu waibe, chota kila kitu pale unaweza chota. So that is what is happening Kenyans. Kazi haiendelei, watu wanaangalia pale wanaweza iba, from the bottom person to the top person, because wameangalia wakaona mmoja wao ndo ako at the helm, so that is a green light, now we can steal properly. Kwa sababu kama yeye anaweza iba na kuwe president, kwa nini sisi tusiibe? Utatuambia kwa nini tusiibe? And then to even further cement that, unaona kama the MD of Kemsa wenye walikuwa wanaenda kuiba mosquito, pesa ya mosquito net, yani surely you are being helped by wazungu to buy mosquito net for your people, wasipate malaria, then you are trying to loot the money. The same thing with hii mambo ya lunch yenye inaambiwa school lunch, and sasa watu washaanza kula hiyo pesa. Sasa how can you do that to your country? Then mtu kama huyo mwenye alifanya hiyo kitu ya mosquito net, unamkuta she was sacked or she was suspended with the chairman. The next thing unasikia ndo huyo amewekwa kwa ambassadors, deputy ambassador. Sasa what message does that send? And even clearly it shows even a bigger message that hata hiyo pesa ya mosquito net yenye Kemsa walikuwa wanataka kukon our development partners, it was supposed to go to Zakayo. That's why anaweza chukua mwenye alifutwa inasudo. How can you fight corruption and you are the high priest of corruption? Wezi, you cannot fight corruption if you are the high priest of corruption. And now all the people who are corrupt in this country wamepata green light. Mmoja wetu ako hapo. So sasa ni kuiba, twende. Sasa it's on your marks, get set, tuone who can loot more. So that's how the country is. The country doesn't have any people working for it. It only has people who are out to loot from it. So now things are starting to fall apart. Fall apart in the side of health, fall apart in the side of education. Inakuja hii part ya energy, mara sijui KPLC tokens haziingii. Tumetoka hapo fuel iko na shortage. Tumetoka hapo hakuna help. Tumetoka hapo hakuna sijui, you know, all these crises that you can see going on in the country. And that's what happens when people who are incompetent take over and people who are not committed to be of service to their country, because hakuna venye unaweza niambia that Zakayo anakuanga mtu patriotic. Somebody who is patriotic cannot behave the way Zakayo behaves. That guy doesn't give a damn matter if anything happens to this country, because all this country is to him is a cash cow, nothing else. This country is nothing but a cash cow to him. He doesn't want to know whether the cow kesho itakuwa, the cow whether tomorrow it will be able even to give him that milk. No, he doesn't care about that. Doesn't care the cow needs vaccination, the cow needs mpaka ile siku yenye cow itakufa sasa. Ndio sasa atastuka. My cash cow ndio hiyo imeenda hivyo. But as at now, Kenyans, you are on your own. That's all what I can tell you. You are on your own. Jipange as mtu mwenye ako on his own, by the way. Because you are on your own. Hamna gava. Which gava is this now? If you come to CBD, I'm still seeing the hawkers are there after Sakaja. Ako hapo. Anatudanganya. And if you check on the internet, unazoona, those guys are still coming there. Of which I can't blame them. Kwa sababu yeye ndio aliwazoesha kukuja kunini kukuja kwa street and all that, and even on the roads. Yeye ndio aliwaonyesha that this is just, us, we are not here to work to make the city look like a capital city. We are here to get revenue from nyinyi, kwa sababu si ati wanauzanga bure, si wanalipa watu wa kanjo. They pay them. So unfortunately that's how the situation is, Kenyans. Ni Mungu tu atatuokoa, because mimi sioni any improvement na ujama, and he still has not woken up, and he still has not acknowledged that things are not working under him. Amekataa kuadmit, because now even if he admits, what will he do? And he has no clue about development. He knows his consumption. Ajui kubuild kitu ni nini, anajua consumption. So all what I can tell Kenyans, let's just, sijui hata naweza ambia Kenyans nini, but huyu jamaa by the time tufike mwaka ya pili, ya tatu, ya nne, ya tano, tutakuwa pabaya, my fellow Kenyans, tutakuwa pabaya. Because we don't have people who are working for us. All what we have are thieves.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
So tunasema by the time tufike mwaka ya tano ama mwaka ya nini, are we stuck with him? Is that are we on a doom? Do you want to tell me that we are just stuck with him, nothing can be done? He is a president, he can be there even if everybody dies, even if there is nothing happening, everybody drops from school, no any institutions working. Are we stuck? Is that what we mean? Like Kenyans cannot do anything. They have to stay with what Zakayo is giving them. All the inefficiencies, we have to absorb them, because simply you have to finish 5 years as a presidential term. You have to get a second term, because in Kenya no one has never gotten out of power without a second term. Is that what we mean?
Well, it's unfortunate, Kamwene Sans, but that's the situation. Tusidanganyane. There's no need of sugarcoating anything now. Zile siku tunge sugarcoat ni saa ile ilikuwa 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, 6 months. Saa hii hata wenye walikuwa wanasema give him time, wamerealize this guy, the only time we are going to give him ni kuharibu zaidi. But him to come and, umesikia siku hizi watu wakisema give him time, wenye walikuanga sycophants wake, hakuna mtu anasema give him time. Wameamka sasa, wamerauka, wamerealize this guy hata tukimpatia 50 years hakuna chenye atafanya, he'll just destroy, because he's a destroyer and he's a looter. Yeye chenye anajua ni kuconsume, ile yenye mnaleta ana consume, then anakuja kuwachezea shere hapa katikati. Mkianza akisikia kelele imekuwa mingi, anakuja nimewaletea computer, nimekuja kuleta aggregation pack, anaenda nje. Unajua nilikuwa nimetoka nje kwenda kuwatafutia investors gani? Can he count for us in all those trips ameenda? Kwa sababu he has gone almost all the countries in the world. How many investors have actually come on board? Nobody. because you can, investors sio watu wajinga. Ati sasa utaenda umwambie, oh, our country is good for investment, then the next day he comes. He has to do his due diligence, aongee na wale watu wengine wenye wameinvest in that country. Sasa akiongea na mtu kama Rai, what message will he get? Will he get that this is a good country to invest in, ama it's a good country kukuja kuextortiwa?
Public participation, you can even Google and understand the status of how the country is faring. Jana tukipita station hapa huyu Kenyan Reserve alituonesha how the dollar is faring. Like for example, as an investor, dollar last year ilikuwa 100, sasa ni 150. Can you risk your money? Let me tell you something. Do you know inflation is stealing? Uncontrolled inflation is stealing because you are making people spend more on what they have not earned, and then you're also making people to stay in a shrinked economy which they cannot afford. So the easiest way to steal from people is to cause inflation. Inflation is stealing from people, and that's what they are doing. So when you hear any country, na sasa ndio unasikia sasa like what is happening in the world, ukisikia kila watu wakisema the situation is happening at ile situation iko kwa dunia, at people are being affected the same way and differently. What it means, naona Kenyan with Rava nini Kenyan maandamano ameenda but anaweza rudi tu. What it means is that there is a cabal of people globally who are trying to steal from people. Like this Brentwood conference, these people who meet and they plan about the hegemonic status of the world, and also they plan about how to change the geopolitics and the geoposition of the world. That cabal of people, and now they also look for people who they are going to hitch themselves to in individual democracies. You think even this King Charles coming to Kenya is by chance? You think this King Charles coming to Kenya is by chance? Do you want to tell me that Kenya is the best democracy in Africa, which King Charles has to come? That is part of Brentwood network trying to impose itself in some of the immature democracies in Africa, and also trying to put their footprints so that they can continue killing those economies. So what is happening? We have a global cartel, and this is a part of the cartel, and Ruto is one of the outlets of this cartel. This Brentwood conferences, Bohemian thing, they are part of this thing. It is now a global cabal. When ukiandia kuona like huyu Prince Charles, now they are now coming to their outlet, because you need to know that Ruto is one of their outlets. So they are now coming, and you need to know one thing: this cabal, their principle is very simple. Any country they want to control, they have to make sure that it has useless leadership. That is what they do. It is usually by design. What Brentwood conference does, this Davos and the rest, some people here might start saying that I'm a conspirator. I'm allowed to think the way I think. What they do is that the only way in which you can change the status of a country is allowing that country to have people who are not thinking. Once you make sure that that country is having people who are not thinking as leaders, now you can change the geopolitical position of that country. You can change the culture of that country. You can hijack. Let me call it the neutral word we use for such a situation is you can hijack that democracy now, and they have really worked very well to make sure that we have lost all the things which we used to have as a nation. Kenya has been hijacked, and it is part of this Brentwood order. It's a very bad order. It is part of the globalization which we all talk about, globalization, which is trying to make sure that people are impoverished in masses. So we are now going to witness a whole world which is being impoverished in masses. This crisis is designed, is human intended. Big powers against small powers in the control of huge population wherever they exist and wherever they are. Thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to ask Mr. Pogwan, because he was talking about Medihill Hospital, and okay, the rumors I had heard is that it's being closed. I believe it belongs to former KSS MP Ishra. So maybe you can update us about that. And then also, now that you have talked about the West, nimekumbuka I saw something ati Martha Koome anataka legalization of prostitution. Kitu kama hiyo. I don't know if it's very true, but I heard there are some forces which are working behind the scenes and with her in conjunction to
Aseme
legalize
ni yeye
abortion.
anataka kufanya, aseme ni yeye anataka kufanya, sio sisi wa Kenya tunataka. Kama anataka kuilegalize akafanye, ni sawa. Let him say he is doing it on our own behalf, but he should not be telling us that Kenyans want to legalize prostitution. We cannot legalize such type of a thing. We have not refused people to do prostitution. You can do it at your own will, but it cannot become a national agenda. Prostitution is individual. Let people prostitute in their own niches.
Yeah,
So,
Mr. Pogon, go ahead.
Na mtu akitaka kufanya azituingize. Unajua Pogon, wakati mtu anataka kufanya kitu anaanzia kusema watu wanataka na ni yeye. So if Madam Koome want to do this thing, she needs to go ahead and na bwana yake should take notice. Bwana yake should take notice. We do what we are.
Unajua kitu yenye ilinishangaza, okay, mimi sikusikia hiyo ya Koome. I just heard it from somebody, did not hear it from herself or watch any clips about her. But was it today or yesterday? Today ndio kulikuwa na World Sexuality Awareness Day, so that if you have your boy, not today, jana on the 27th, or if I'm very wrong, maybe it was the 26th, walikuwa wameweka it was World Sexuality Awareness Day, so that if you're born a man and at some point you feel like now you are a woman, you should be tolerated. And it was done here in Kenya. Watu walikuwa wanaongelea, walikuwa na sensitize watu somewhere in Nairobi. Na these are new things between hatujakuwa tuko nayo for the longest time, but
Kenya, we have some people are not serious, bwana Pogon, sorry to interject. Kenya we have a group of people are not serious. Na unajua history ya Kenya kujifanyanga ni watu wamechanuka sana. In fact nimekuja kujua some of our people in Kenya, including some landed people, they are very backward. They are dryopithecus, Kenyapithecus. Ile Neanderthal. Some Kenyans kama mtu anataka kufanya vitu aache kutuleta kama hiyo vitu yote wanataka kuleta, hiyo vitu yote ya zendekia, they are individual. We cannot do them as a group.
Yeah, for real, you know, I don't know, kwa sababu I thought we are in a democracy. Even when people decided that we are no longer in a democracy, we still remain to be in a democracy, so that vitu ilikuwa inafanyika na the majority of people, but nobody hawajaichukua opinion poll yetu wajue ni nini tunaongea kuhusu hii mambo ya hii mambo ya LGBTQ, mambo ya ku legalize vitu kama prostitutions and all that, you see. But now they're just shoving it down our throat. Lazima tuchukue kila kitu. Now I'm worried for our kids. Tuko na leaders wenye waliamua they will protect their position at all costs, hata kama inamaanisha ni kuuza kabisa kila mtu mpaka mtoto wake, because when a honorable person, okay, when a person in that honorable position na anaamua kabisa ati anataka kuongelea na kuongelea vitu nyingi, in fact hata kama iko na uzito, that is a very small thing yenye haitakani saizi kwa inatuwari than the economy as it is. Hiyo ni kitu ingine yenye kwanza to fix everything else. Now when we don't have any more problems, now let's create problems na tuanze kufikiria hiyo mambo ya legalize prostitution. But right now that's an insult in itself. Tuko na shida mingi, tuko na mambo mengi yenye natusumbua, but all the right things zenye wanatakana kuwa nafanya ni kila kitu yenye wanajaribu kuziavoid. All the bad things, the stupid things and useless things yenye hatufai hata kuwa tuna discuss saizi, tunaanza kuzidiscuss.
We imagine we stop thinking on serious things, we start thinking about bedroom, how you are feeling in the bedroom. Can you imagine now sasa tumeanzia sasa atufikirii story ya njaa, wale watu wanapigana na huko West Pokot ama ni Baringo. We cannot think about those things. We start caring about somebody's feeling. Somebody's feeling. Yani I feel like a boy, I feel like Wewe kama una feel like a boy uendange na huko, wewe na huko peke yako na huko ukafiriange na huko, sio kuja kutuambia wewe enda ukafiriange na huko.
Even then we don't care. You see, kuna watu kama kina Kinuthia kina nani, as much as they want to throw themselves on our faces tuendelee kuwaona. For me sina hata time yao, hata siwezi nikaangalia. I don't know their pages, sijui wanakuanga kwa wapi. Sometimes accidentally I meet them kwa net, but hizo si vitu yenye nanihusu saizi. Mi iko na bigger problems na bigger concerns and things that interest me. But ikifika mahali sasa unataka kutuambia so tukufanyie nini? Tuwapeleke wapi? So waende wakae huko hivyo kando. But anyway, I blame wenye walikubali kuachilia Ruto achukue hiyo uongozi, because before we could say things and things maybe could work, but right now mahali penye imefika, hao wote ni kama wanapeperusha hiyo bendera moja hiyo ya LGBTQ. So hawezi waambie kitu yoyote, wameacha kulisha watu,
wanalipwa
hata kama ni kulipwa bana,
wanalipwa na hao wazungu. Unajua wazungu sasa wameona a free place to come and develop their bad things here, kwa sababu wameona sasa we can buy these people. Sasa kama unaweza nunua mpaka mtu mwenye ako on the top office na CJ ni nini huwezi leta? I'm telling you these people they'll bring. Si hata ulisikia the other day pia wanataka kuleta sex education kwa shule, comprehensive, kwanza inaitwa comprehensive sex education. Hebu tuambie kwanza story ya Mishra.
Anyway, story ya Mishra iko hivi. Mishra has been running Medihill. He has been renting the whole premise, akitumia hiyo place kuendelesha hiyo biashara yake ya Medihill. Yeye ndio mwenye Medihill Hospital. But since nani aingie kwa kiti, Ruto amemwambia sijui ni stop ama nini, lakini there's been a very unaona tu there is a very huge downscaling. Mpaka kuna vitu nilikuwa ziko auction last week, or was it when are we, is it Friday, kuna some few days before kulikuwa na auctioning ya maninizo ma beds, ma wheelchair nini, zote zinauzwa kwa sababu wanajaribu kufunga biashara yao hapo hivyo. The reason is ati Ruto alikuwa anataka kurent that place, but according to reliable sources, the owners of hiyo place hawajawahi kuingia into any agreement na Ruto, but Mishra has been told to vacate the area, so amekuwa akijitoa tu pole. Yeah. Very soon hatakuwa ako pale, hatakuwa hana la kusema.
Wapi ni Eldoret? Sio kuna hospitali mbili na Nairobi.
Yeah, Eldoret. And you know why? Because influence iko Wasinkishu,
anataka kufanyia nini hiyo building?
Sijui anataka kufanyia nini, just to take it kufukuza tu ule, anaweza ifungua hata ikuwe labda hata ni shule ama kitu yoyote, just to make sure Mishra is no longer remembered kwa ground, kwa sababu Mishra yeye si mtu mwenye, kama umefuatilia sana siasa ya Mishra, hajakuwa mtu mwenye amekuwa akipiga sana campaign yake anapiganga in those 5 years yenye yako kwa position, ile vitu yenye anafanyia watu, vitu yenye watu wanaona kabisa huyu
ni kumvuja miguu. Inaona watu wanasema jamaa anagongwa miguu aanguke.
Kwanza amevunjwa miguu na ametolewa huko hivyo Eldoret, hawezi akasimama hata akitaka. Same thing na Alfred Keter. What happened to Alfred Keter? Na tumemsahau by the way, and you know in these few days imemdent kiasi kwamba hata saizi wakienda wasimame na labda mwenye yako saizi, Alfred Keter cannot get the position. You get, kwa sababu wamehakikisha
Alfred Keter looks to be sensible and it makes sense. Why can't people reason with him? People are reasoning with the
Tanga Kenya Kwanza. Do you think they are allergic to sense? What are you talking about? He is everything that they do not want. So that's why wameanza kuwaface so far. In fact, Alfred Keter, as long as Ruto ataendelea kuwa president, you will not hear from Alfred Keter. You will not hear. And in fact, I heard Mishra is like alikuwa anataka ama sijui alienda kukutana na Ruto wakawa na handshake kama nini, kitu kama hiyo. Forced handshake. Sio ile handshake ya sasa sisi now we are brothers, okay, wacha tuone tutaendelea aje mbele.
serious.
Been
Ruto is
kicked out of Nandi politics.
akikuamulia kuachi.
Hawezi mwachilia na hawezi mwachilia hata baada ya kumreduce, still ataendelea kumfuata because Mishra is somebody mwenye hata saizi tuseme Mishra ahame na aende aanzishe siasa yake tuseme Kwale.
They want him to Punjabi. Wanataka aende, si mulisema lazima aende Punjabi. That is what you people you said before election. Mulisema huyo jamaa aende Punjabi.
And Mishra is going to Uganda.
And maybe baraka yake iko Uganda. Wacha aende Uganda, he will do great.
But what is the problem? What is the nini inafanya afuate Mishra? Alikataa kumsupport ama amekuwa against him ama what is the issue? Because I don't understand.
Mishra akisimama, Mishra alikuwa amesimama kama independent na alisimama kama mtu mwenye ana lean on Baba's side. Now, Mishra kufanya hivyo plus the numbers yenye yeye mwenyewe ana control ni kama nani, ni kama Pastor Ezekiel. What wrong did Pastor Ezekiel do? Nothing. It's only that turn out kuonekana kuwa ni mtu very influential and also is very politically sound and very observant. Amekuwa akipeana nje ile yenye anaona ni inatakana isemekane, only that time haikuwa ina favor Ruto. So that's why wamejaribu kumuunganisha by hooks and crooks kuhakikisha Ezekiel ni wa inaitwa nini, wa Shakahola, and some of us almost believed it. So Mishra hako anatolewa in Nandi politics kwa sababu yeye is not this average politician. He's somebody that is so smart, not only just smart, he is a wise person and very well meaning to the society, because the things that he has done is so much more than even the things that the county has done for him. It's like he's not getting anything kwa politics yake. Yeye amekuwa give out everything. So ikifika ni wakati ya kura, you
just want idiots everywhere. From Kapseret kwenda huku wote tu anataka tu ajinga peke yake. Yani
no. You cannot say like that. It's not like we Kalenjins like idiots. We had people like Nani, Albert Keter. Those are the people that the masses wanted. Sikia nomination alishinda, alifungiwa nje na still alishinda. What happened? Alinyimwa nomination papers. Alinyimwa. Na akahakikishiwa kuwa hawezi simama siku ya general election.
Come out in the defense of this Mishra. If they can come out and demonstrate against the injustices which are done to him, because it is something in the public domain. People know he has friends who are Kalenjin. Why are they not coming out and even help him fight, even in the media? Why are those people not?
And I think it's the same reason why Kenyans are not coming out to protest what this guy is doing. We are all helpless. We are all helpless.
Frankly speaking, if I was Mishra friend, I would get out. If I was Mishra friend, I would get out. Mishra has friends. He has people. He has connection. Why can't those people come out and they help him fight this thing? Why are they allowing him to fight alone?
They come to you also. They come for you also. What happened to nani? Anaitwa Rai ama anaitwa Raj? Rai or Raj? Ule mwenye amefungiwa pia nini zake. Why? Because you have a political influence. You know, by virtue of anybody becoming a business person and becoming a billionaire in the field, you control some aspect of politics. So, be it that you are in it directly or indirectly, kuna lazima leanings zako zitakuwa zinajulikana. So, these are the people wenye wamekuwa wakiwa hunted down kuhakikisha kuwa wametolewa kwa Kenya na wasiwahi kuwa na usemi yoyote hapa hivi Kenya. So, na ikifika ni mambo na Mkenya, wakale wamejionea yenye imefanyika, tukiwa tunasema Ruto must go. And now they see, kama Ruto hajaenda, tungengojea basi atoke ndio tuitishe Mishra wetu warudi, but now Ruto is still there. What do we do?
Okay, ni sawa. Wacha nataka tupe nani Kenyan maandamano aseme point yake, but maybe you can answer this one in one question. You know, in one minute. Can you tell me, is it only like in Eldoret and your areas, because I know Ruto has to kill those influential people, sababu unajua hataki, you know what Ruto fears is the people who can come up with the financial muscle and they can be used to antagonize him in the next presidential campaign kama iko. So you want to make sure that everybody within his backyard has been mummified. That's what he's doing. So that even if there will be a threat, that the threat has to come externally. So he doesn't want any internal threat. So he has to make sure that the majority of courageous people who he thinks they have power, they have to be suppressed. If those people, he can't get their allegiance. Because somebody like Mishra, you really need to convince him too much for him to be on your side. He want to see tangibilities. He is not a guy who will just come out like that. So can you tell me, is he on the target Mishra alone? Do you know of other people within Eldoret and the courage in land who are being targeted? What is happening to this former civil servant? Alikuwa anaitwaje huyu mama, alikuwa kwa Azimio but ni kama amesink, hata simuoni. Sari Kosgei. What is happening to Sari Kosgei? Ama huyo alisink. What is happening to those people? Na akina Ngeno ama alikuwa anaitwa nani? This guy who was like na the other guy who used to be the governor of Elgeyo Marakwet. How wote hiyo timu yote, how are they? Wanatafutwa ama? No, I'm not talking of Isaac Ruto. I'm talking of Sari Kosgei. Kulikuwa na jamaa mwingine, I'm just forgetting his name. He is a yellow guy, jamaa yellow
kuna ule governor mwenye alikuja nini Azimio. Still that guy is solidly in Azimio. But for the likes of kina Isaac Ruto, hao wameshafika redundancy. Unajua, she's old. I think she cannot even be there for so long. That is in terms of politics or anything. To be of that much sway. Najua saizi watoto wadogo wajua tu kama kina Sally up to majirani yake wanashanganga, huyu alikuwa mtu, because right now she's old. Wenye wana relate na yeye sio watu wenye wana possess the numbers is with the youth. Now Ruto, remember Ruto went mpaka kwa nyumbani kwa kina Jaramogi juzi. Was it last week? Akaenda ka launch barabara. And I was there yesterday on Thursday. I had gone to Bondo for some small businesses there. Na nikapata kuna hiyo placard imekuwa hapo hivyo, wame launch barabara. No machinery, nothing. Hakuna kitu yenye inaonekana kama itajengwa. But I think itakuja kujengwa. Why? Because Ruto is on all fronts. Anajaribu launch attacks in different ways. Remember when we were doing the general elections, there were counties and constituencies that did not vote for their MPs, some for their governors, and things like that. And one of them being West Pokot, my county. So Ruto, knowing very well that he did not get the huge support that he ought to have gotten according to his thinking, that now ikifika wakati ya kura Wapokot wote ni Wakalenjin, after kura Wakalenjin wanabaki ni Wanandi na Kipsigis. Ruto has now gone out on charm offensive campaign. Juzi amekuwa kihost kina Kachapin and all wale wabunge mpaka kina Samuel Moroto. I saw a parade of almost 7-8 people kutoka huko hivyo kwetu. What he's doing, it is like he wants to appear to be seen as hapo anafanya kitu na in a gentlemanly way, lakini is twisting them. You have to come on my side for you to survive next time. I don't think we're going to be having elections in 2027 if Ruto will be there the way we had it in 2022, because 2022 elections were done. Only the counting and the events that happened after people had voted that were different. But this time round, he wants to make sure that it is happening at the voting. And how? If you're not singing my song, you will not even make it to the ballot, not even to the ballot, to the nominations or this and that. So if we are going to be having counties like constituencies like kina Kacheliba, kina Sigor, mahali penye nani anatoka, the guy who was controlling State House in the previous government, I don't remember the name, but it's an MP from their home. If you have these people, they're few, and their competitors are not that badly off yenye ati waezi kuchukua pia numbers. So Ruto wants to make sure that these people will not make the cut like the way he did with Alfred Keter. So usifikiria ati ataenda kufanyia kila mtu kama yenye anafanyia kina Mishra. With Kinamisha it's so easy. You take him out, kila mtu anaanza kuulizana, anaanza kupigania mwindi, because at the end of the day sisi ni wakabila, we are also racist in some ways. We are so detached nikifikana na watu alafu tunasema ni wadosi. Kama ni wadosi wako wanaumana, wacha waumane. In fact, not so many people are so concerned on what is happening to Mishra right now. They will only be concerned when he is so gone and the things that they were seeing him doing are no longer being done. That's when they'll be like, hey, baby. That's when they will come back and recall people like Kinamisha. But as of now, si ameenda. Si serikali iko kwetu. Until now, hii serikali sasa yenye itauma vizuri mpaka watu waone, no, hapa hivi hatuendi vizuri. That's when people will wake up. But in terms of leaders, wote wenye walikuwa na act rebellious, Ruto is going there. Ruto went to Bondo kwenda kuanzisha barabara. Do you think it's for nothing? And I think this road, because it was launched the other time during Uhuru's time, and it was not done. And he's the one who did the launching, and it was not done. Now he went there last week. It is still not done. The only one thing that is new ni ile inaitwanga nini hiyo, ile kitu ile ya black nyome kama tiles alafu ameandika this road has been launched by His Excellency Nyoko Ruto blah 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 hizo. So this time I think he is not just going to leave it at that. He is going to make sure ameiunda huko. Kwa sababu gani? Anataka kuhakikisha ameingia huko na ameapia kuwa anafanya kitu mzuri, so that when he is going to front somebody and make sure that he twist the person that is supposed to be the opponent, Wakenya watazusha because watasema inaitwaje, hii serikali ya Ruto imetufanyia kazi. Remember even during when we were just about to approach 2022 elections, a lot of things were seen to be happening and things were done in Nyanza as opposed to before. It was a campaign strategy. He is doing it now and he is starting it early. And I think those are the places that is so sensitive, and anataka kuhakikisha kuwa hizi places haizi pata opposition sana, and especially when he will be coming to the leaders wa hiyo places. But for now it just appears like anafanya maendeleo, na sijui kwa nini tunaendelea kufikiria vitu kama hizo kama barabara, and the barabaras that we have right now cannot feed us, cannot make the economic situation become any better for Kenyans. The cost of living cannot come down right now kwa hii stima kidogo yenye tuko. So I don't know why they want to spend so much money kuanza kuweka chini infrastructures that are not so needed. We just need rehabilitation and maintenance of what we already have, and then now concentrate on making sure that a Kenyan can access and can afford mafuta ya gari, anaweza afford kusomesha watoto wake. You see, these are the things that matters. But for him, he knows the optics of politics and campaign appear to be seen to be making things happen, bigger things. Yenye haiwezi kuguza Mkenya wa kawaida. So him, everything yenye hapa anafanya, if you watch it keenly, it's not like kuna mtu mwenye ako safe, and especially the regions zenye zili prove kabisa like West Pokot that it was Azimio. If you did not see, go to the internet, you will see meeting yake akiwa na West Pokot leaders. And if you've not seen it, just be keen, be there on the internet. You will see them again and again. And in the last days, people like the MP for Kacheliba, the MP for South Pokot, those leaders will not see them. And if you will see them, they will be vying for UDA because they'll be untwisted. So those are the ways to see this thing. It's not like in watu wanafukuzwa kama kina Raj, kina Rai, kina nani. And these big business people, hao watawekewa scandals ya kuhakikisha wameenda chini so that they cannot talk. But for the politicians, yao imeshaanza, and soon tutaona zaidi. Thanks. Yeah, Guru. Can see you. Karibu. Sijui Kamwene ameenda wapi? Sijui kama nimewajibu satisfactorily.
Ni sawa, na tuko na dakika 8. Nataka kufunga hii feed. Kama mnataka feed ingine mtasema.
Na niulize Pogon, kuna siku nilisikia Timishra alikuwa amepeana ng'ombe kwa families, alafu vyenye hawakumpigia kura akarudi akakuja kuzichota tena. Is it true ama ni propaganda?
The only thing that is true ni kuwa ulisikia, lakini it happening, that doesn't even sound like Mishra. And Mishra not being a Kalenjin, he would not survive in Nandi politics. Akiwa ni atakuwa anafanya vitu shrewd like that. So don't believe it. We don't have actual people wenye wamewahi kutokeza na kuanza kusema kuwa these things happened to him. He could not even survive there as a business person, let alone him being a politician. So don't believe everything inasemekana huko hivyo, unless amepelekwa kotini na kabisa kesi imefunguliwa, so that we have witnesses wenye ndio huyu anasema mimi nilipatiwa ng'ombe na ng'ombe imerudishwa. Vitu vingine tu ni za Ruto hizo, hizo ni za habari za Ruto.
This issue of education, I think it is now going to hit the parents so hard because most of the incomes that families get end up in education. So by increasing the fees and also making it impossible to get money to go to college, TVET at the universities, is going to be a double tragedy for most families. In fact, this is the issue that could finally be the final straw in the relationship between Sakayo and the so-called hustlers. But I'm not surprised. You have also seen that there is an announcement. Kenya Power made a loss of 3-point-something billion, which was a reversal of a profit of similar margin in the year before. So you start asking also what is happening to our parastatals, that you can move from a profit of 3 billion in 1 year and then move to 3 billion a loss in the next year. So things are degenerating very fast in all the institutions. I don't know, even those who have a lot of faith that things could turn around, I don't know what they have to say about some of these things because they don't seem to end up, honestly.
Guru, let's have an open debate between me and you, just for a minute, about that Kenya Power thing. Open your mic. I mean to ask you this. Is it not true that right now we pay more for electricity than we did in the previous year? So, yeah. So it is safe to say, or it is true to say, they have cushioned themselves against losses by adding prices to make sure that the cost for production of power, the cost of supply, the cost of everything else is not affected. So, and if Kenyans have just been using this electricity that we were using last year, where does the loss come from? You're mute. We cannot hear you. You are mute.
The most interesting thing is that they are saying the losses were as a result of the depreciating shilling.
But exactly, that's why I was asking you. They increased. In fact, even the latest one was 5 days ago, where they increased it further. This was all cushioning it against the dollar, against everything else. But I don't think even we are producing our power in dollars, because most of it is from geothermal, this and that I hear. We are not importing geothermal. So if they're saying it's because of the dollar differences, they already increased the tariffs to make sure that they are buffed. So why? How? Where are they getting these losses from? and we are still using this electricity, the same one. This is not solar.
My gut feeling is that this is a parasito that is being used to mop up money, perhaps for future elections, because you see we are in a monopoly situation and there is nothing Kenyans can do. I understand all the people that Uhuru had chased away due to one or the other scandal are now back. They are the ones who are running that parastatal.
Yeah, it's true. Plus, we know the Minister for Energy and the things that he did in Bomas.
What about the CEO?
Who is
you remember there is a young man there, I can't remember his name, but he's from his community. And then there is Chumo.
He's called Siror.
Yeah.
Siror. Siror.
And then there is this man from Chumo, who was involved in this they are called what? Generators. This meaning for electricity. Tunaziita nini? Anyway, he bought expired gadgets. And he was let he was let off the hook, and he's free man. So I think for me, the Kenya Power is just a cash cow for now, and maybe into the next 4 years. It's the easiest place to get money.
It is true. It is true what you're saying. Because if you just report losses, auditing and everything will follow suit after maybe 2 years, 3 years. By the time we are done with elections, whatever truth you come up with, just like it has been happening before, nobody's going to do anything, and even a Kenyan will not care. Because Kenyans, we are very current people. We want things that are affecting us right now. But talking about losses.
One minute. Mnataka tufungue link ingine ama mnataka kurudi na hii niwaongeze dakika ingine 10?
For me unaweza ongeza ingine 10 juu I need to sleep.
Okay, ni sawa. So 10 minutes make your clearing point. Mimi sitaongea, I'm waiting to close.
No. Ni mimi nimesema hivyo, Guru hajaongea na public hajaongea.
You also remember nobody has been convicted for stealing the tokens. You remember there was a scandal that was disclosed and revealed that there was stealing of tokens. Nobody has ever been taken to court. So I believe there is a lot of things that are happening in this parastatal.
True. A lot of things. And I think the only way to tell which are the most scandalous parastatals that are there, look at who's on the helm, who's on the top of things there, and then it will tell you which one will come top, which one will follow. Because that's how they planned. It was for nothing. It was not for nothing that wamewekwa tu hapo hivyo. We have David Stister here because walikuwa najua huko hivyo wanaendea pesa kubwa na they do not want traces inafuata mpaka penye wako, because the guy is smart. The guy is not smart. He is clever. He is not smart.
Then I don't know what else. There is a lot of frequent power blackouts these days. I don't know whether it is part of the scheme or what it is.
I think now the token issue is still coming up because you experience blackout, but you can, like I stay in Utawala, there are times that we have three power outages, but when you look to your usages ya stima, unapata unalipa almost the same or for a shorter period yenye unatumia stima, mpaka unajiuliza kwani ama wanalipisha mpaka na time, kama ile credit yenye unanunua, unasema nunua data deals ya 2 GB for 1 hour, so that if you use it or you don't, you still lose that money. So hatuelewi, lakini mimi najua tu kitu moja ni kuwa hii serikali iko out, and I don't know why they should concentrate on making money when they have all the power. I think power itakana ikuwe ina cover vitu mingi sana, but with the hunger for money, it tells me that the scheme of things that these people are up to is way bigger than just in the confines of our boundaries. These people are not thinking about only Kenya peke yake. Or if they are thinking about Kenya, they are thinking of incorporating people from mahali pengine penye they are so expensive, they need big pesa. Unajua, once you're a president, what can stop you if you can iba kura na ukuwe president? What can stop anybody? Unakumbuka mpaka Uhuru alikuwa anatishia watu, walikuwa anasema anataka kukatalia kiti, na hiyo ilikuwa inahitaji pesa, alikuwa tu amenyamaza. You see, if just by being quiet he sends shivers kwa kila mtu ya kuwa you are up to something, and everybody is scared that you can do something. Now, why would these people still need money? Unless they're investing outside, or they are having people from outside that they need to please, they need to making it rain on them mpaka kwa hivyo mbele. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Once you're a president, you are everything. So this money thing, I think maybe we do not even understand their scheme, or we do not understand their aim.
I think by end of next year, if things go the way they are going on electricity, things will be so bad. Even the few businesses that are there and which use power, especially in the manufacturing, they will just have to fold. The electricity is just too high. The charges are just too high. They are just too high.
But before they fold, by the way, Kinasiji public, you also need to come in and help me. But me, I was thinking, currently we do not produce anything, and not so much yenye tunaweza sema inaweza kuwa to keep afloat when it comes to trading with other countries, to bring in foreign exchange or anything. So if the little that we have are going to fold, then I think the level of poverty is going to rise even much more. So I don't know if that is the end game, to make sure that we become poorer than we already are, or is it that they're just stupid, they do not understand the implication of their actions? I don't understand. Go ahead, public, or somebody else, msaidia pia kuchangia hapo. Okay, good, endelea. Or what are you thinking, by the way?
I don't know, because for me, I found that explanation rather unconvincing, that this loss is out of the depreciating shilling, because the component of power that is produced through use of fuel is not big. So that's just an excuse. For me, it's just an excuse. It's just an excuse. And if you look at the history of this Kenya Power, they have always escaped with the scandals after scandals, scandals after scandals, including even stealing directly from the customers. Because when you steal tokens and when you manipulate bills, you earn bills. Sometimes even you double the bill of someone. You know, this is going to be a big scandal, by the way. It's going to be a big scandal. And you see, the unfortunate thing is that power is what holds key to most of the even small businesses, the salons, the construction industry, especially in making of doors and windows and so many other things. So it has a big impact on the economy. So there is a ripple effect when the Kenya Power increases the cost of energy to everyone, because it means those things will have also to factor in that extra cost. So things become more expensive, you know. Even that food, they were saying that there is Pamba harvest, that with the increasing cost of electricity, increased cost of transport, and so on. I saw that the farmers in North Rift are saying the government must increase the buying price from 4,000 to 5,500. So what does that translate to the consumer if it happens? So these things are not, they are interconnected. They are interconnected in the sense that there is a ripple effect. When the cost of electricity goes up, everything also follows suit. And I don't know what strategic plan the government has to deal with the cost of power, because it means so much for the general welfare of the economy. I don't know whether they have any clue to what they are doing to the economy by increasing cost of energy and transport.
You know, Mr. Guru, first of all, you are a father and you have your home. Even if you're not a father, you have your own home. And when you say, according to yourself, that things are not okay at home, that project that you are doing that is not bringing in anything, or that project that was supposed to bring in something a while after it has been built, you had to stop it, and then you concentrate on what is immediate. So I do not understand, and I don't know why these people think that we cannot see that it doesn't make sense. You go around, you launch projects, and then here you have these very crucial parastatals that are supposed not only to be making profit, but to be servicing the country in a way that it also helps to bring down the cost of living, so that now, in the immediate, a Kenyan can afford a meal a day, at least. Can afford to pay their rent. But when you just go about, you continue building roads, already you have enough coverage, at least for the places that are needed to make Kenya going for now. So why not focus that attention to places that it's needed? Remember, food is not about having a bumper harvest. What if you don't have any place to keep it? Every other day, when we go to the cereals board, we stay there for 14 days, and I do not own myself a tractor. Or let me not talk about me. Like, let's say in our homestead, we do not own a tractor or a truck to take the maize to the cereals. Then it takes me 14 days to go there, only to be told that my moisture content is above 12%. So I need again to go back and dry it further I have spent a lot of money, like almost 40,000 a day, not mentioning the fuel, this and that. So what I'm saying is, if you have to talk about bumper harvest, and government was anticipating this, in the US, they have this thing looking like a corn, where they take in the maize, they put it there, and then underneath, they've made some mechanisms to make sure that this grain is dried to the desired moisture content. That way, it's going to last for more than even 2 years. In Kenya, we don't. And not only that, even we don't have enough silos to keep the harvest that is already coming from the farm. And nobody talks about that one until it's harvest time. Then they close the what do you call it? The strategic grain reserve. They close the NCPBs. They close everywhere. Then they leave us to the middlemen who come na malori mpaka ndani ya shamba, and they buy it there in very ridiculous prices. Na ukikataa unaachiwa hapo hivyo mahindi yako, na mahindi inachukua only 3 days, they start yellowing. And when they do that, unaambiwa iko na aflatoxin, you will do nothing with it. Tunakatazwa kuunda chang'aa, and I think chang'aa should be legalized when government haina mahali pa kuweka hizi silos, so that if I cannot take it to the cereals, niunde chang'aa, na ni hii chang'aa sijui tuuzie nani ama kiwanda gani, so that we can do something with the chang'aa. Ethanol inajua inafanya hata inasafisha vidonda. But now tunakatazwa, tunaambiwa tu mahali pa kupeleka ni hapa na haitoshi. And that is only one thing. That's only one place I'm looking at. And in every other area, government imeachilia watu. Everybody are fending for themselves. But tunangojea kwa taxes. Tunangojea kwa taxes, and they've buffed themselves so well so that unapata ikifika mambo na mafuta, kuna hii yenye nani ametuandikia hapa hivi Haron, April inaongeza, kila siku inaongeza. Kila siku inaongeza. When they feel like hapa hivi tuta make profits, ongeza shilingi 2, shilingi 1, 50 cents. These people have always been proactive ikifika upande hiyo ya kuhakikisha they are not making losses. Now, funny thing is, after all their interventions and after them neglecting to do what is needful of them, they still come and tell us wameunda losses. When we had government, according to them, ilikuwa ni ya walevi and it was senseless, they are doing way better. At least in those areas, tulikuwa tunaona vitu kama profits. And even then, not only profits, we were seeing services. What we are seeing right now ni kama hata wanashindwa na maintenance. How can it be that a place like Pipeline, places like industrial area, places like even here in Mutawala, how can it be that you could experience a 5-hour blackout 3 times in a week? A lot of businesses, small as they are, they depend on these fridges, they depend on electricity to run. So if you do that 3 times a day, and umevalisha watu uniform wakuja kuchukua ushuru, are they coming to get our blood or what? Because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Business kidogo tu kama ya maziwa ile milk ATM, it solely depends on this steamer. Steamer ikipotea for 5 hours, yote imekuwa mala. Na tuundangi chai ya mala. So I think this government, first, according to me, they do not know even their mandate. And second of all, these people do not live in the real world that we are in. Our reality is not the same as theirs. So that when they are looting, they do not know that whenever they have a blackout, whenever we have a blackout, it is made sure that it does not touch those areas that they stay. And when it does, it is very, very necessary. Mpaka inatangazwa hata labda na CNN. And even then, when that one still happens, they have these backup generators that kicks in immediately and make sure that only their lights do not go off. Because these people do not depend on their fridges like they do. They don't. So that's just steamer. And I've just talked about mambo ya grain. Now, what about all the other things in inafanya, because we are not only living on steamer na nini. What about everything else? These people are just failing. And they're almost looking like it's a deliberate attempt kuhakikisha kuwa wamefail. So I don't know to what end. And to me, it looks like now Kenya, we are going to fall into lawlessness of another level. And we are going to be thrown into this tribal cocoons, mahali penye tulikuwa tumejaribu kujitoa. So that I'm not only seeing Guru hapa, niko naona Kamkikuyu kaka hapa hivi amevaa earphone na Mkikuyu mwingine ako hapo hivi juu. Because at the end of the day, when we have a deputy president that keeps talking about Mount Kenya, I feel so bad when I'm suffering. It looks like Mount Kenya, they are not suffering the way I'm suffering because I'm not from there. See, kwa sababu hao kuna watu wao wenye wanaangalia na mtu wetu atuangalia na angalia the whole of Kenya na watu ndo watatukulia sisi. You see? So
that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. In fact, we are suffering double. We are suffering.
What you're saying is double. What you're saying is true. All of us are suffering. But the truth is, the way these people speak, I remember a few days ago, Nani amekuwa kwa radio show, anaitwa nani? Gachagua. And Gachagua was trying to lament of how he was so stupid to be so westernized only to sire 2 children when he should have had a number, if not 10, of children. So he was asking people in the mountain, if you need power, mwache ujinga tuzaane. Himself, he only has 2. And he wants to look like he made a very wrong choice. So now he's out of choices. He's a man. As long as he can have an erection, even sometimes not even an erection, he will still sire. Unajua hakuna menopause kwa wanaume. So hii mambo ya kwanza kudanganya watu. It's because there are fools amongst us. And problem is, sometimes in Kenya, fools make the decision. Who do the most of voting? Not the high and mighty. Yeah.
Kamwene. He's gone to sleep or what? Kamwene.
Niko.
So actually,
naona ni kama Bernard mpenda kidogo bwana Nzuri. Naona ni kama Bernard amewapea right. Naona ni sharing links saa hii. Muendelee.
So it was very interesting to see that Ruto saying that he has cut the travel budget by 11 billion yesterday. And then on the other side of the group, Gachagua is signing a 11 billion grant in Brussels. So you start asking yourself, the traveling expenses, 50% is 11 billion, if we go by his argument, and that is what is going to save the country. Then on the other hand, his deputy is signing a grant of 11 billion. So you start asking yourself, how do we manage our economy, honestly?
For now, there is no management. According to what I've already seen, what I'm seeing happening, there is no management of this economy. These people are just trying to make sure that any implications of everything that is happening that is battering our economy is only felt by the hustler, not by themselves. That is what I'm seeing. And good things with Kenya is that they can suffer so much, but when they're just given a loaf of bread or 500 Kenya shillings, they will forget. It will bandage their suffering, and they will make that foolish mistake again. So I don't know. Let's see. Because also, ukitembea kwa ground, you will truly see that we have fools amongst ourselves, and there are many. Yes, so many.
No. I think I think the problem with this country, the civic education is very, very low. Some people think that government is like your father or your mother. That affiliation sometimes is better than looking for and demanding performance, that so long as it's somebody coming from your backyard, from your region, you feel comfortable, you have that good feeling that the CS of the energy is coming from my area. And despite the fact that you are suffering at personal level, as long as it's not on the other side of the country, you feel okay. Because when you hear the argument, we have been given 5 CSs and those kind of arguments, and you see people, kind of agreeing that is the achievement that they have received. Although, of course, there are other what I would call benefits that come with positions, because some of these people employ 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5 villagers. Right now, you have heard how this is really being practiced right now. Everything seems to be controlled politically. Even the Public Service Commission now seems to be powerless. I understand the MPs are hawking positions in government. Even one holding a ranchion for five from his backyard that he pushed for jobs. So when a country gets to that level, then there is a problem, because it means a collapse of systems. It means for you to get services from the government, you start having to look for people who are close to you, to the powers that be, so that you can access those services. It is just a replica of what used to happen during the 1990s, when government services were being brokered. It's not anything new that what was happening at the immigration department, especially in getting passports. I think Kindiki Kibore is a bit different from others, because he came in very fast to arrest that situation. Otherwise, we are going back to where we were. And in some of the departments right now, we've gone back there. When you see an MP openly saying he has pushed for these 5 to get jobs in the public service, then you know that country has started collapsing, because it means then that MP who is either those people who voted in a person who did not get to the core of the government is in the opposition. What happens to the youth that voted for him in his backyard? Or is it a psychological game that is being played, that once if you don't vote on this side where the government is, you don't expect anything? Is it a perpetuation of the shares and non-shareholders principle? It's just bad, because you see, institutions are the ones that are enduring. They are the ones that should set standards of how we do things, how we conduct our affairs, our governance. But when they are infiltrated by personal whims, then finally everything comes down crashing. And this personalization of government institutions and power is what the problem is, and it's a bad thing. It's a bad thing. It may look exciting for those who are enjoying right now, but when the shoe moves to the next foot, and the others also behaving the same way, that's when you start understanding what it is.
One thing I like about the progression of civilization. Can you mute your mic, please? One thing I like about the progression of civilization, from when man started to rule himself, then to form a society, then trying to govern it and perfecting it to where we are right now. people have been making mistakes, and the masses have been waking up, and now people had to make changes. I don't like what I'm seeing right now happening in Kenya, and I don't like the things that we use as parameters to gauge and measure success in terms of leadership or governance, so that a particular region can be so happy that they have 5 CASs. But what is 5 CASs? They don't feed me. At most, if they will decide to do anything, they are going to buy high-end cars that I do not manufacture. They're going to they're going to build houses that the only thing I'm going to do is just laying the bricks, but everything else will be coming from very far from where I am. So when it comes to that making economic sense, this is the time to try it. This is the time for a Kenyan to see it. You get? So we are reaching that point where it will not matter if you're going to give 200 people from my region position, because at the end of the day, what are they going to do? Kunipatia these manual jobs, those are not the things that I want. I just want, and this is what the government is supposed to be doing, I want to be trading on equal grounds so that I am able, just like you are, to make a living and to thrive according to my ability. But this notion that if you're going to be having 5 positions coming to our places, but they don't feed us. And even if they do, we do not want free things. We want things that we work for. And that is every man that has something in their on their head. So true, right now people are looking at it that way. I remember walikuwa nasema hii ni serikali ni kampuni. That's what they meant. We formed this government, we are supposed to be getting these positions but that is for them that are up there. What about the people in Wakoko Iwe Chini, the people that did the actual voting? What is coming down to them? Nothing. Nothing. So this is the time that people are going to really see it, so that we do not need to have positions here. We just want governance that is felt down hapa hivi penye niko, so that nikipanda mahindi I should not be planting it season yenye watu wengine wanapanda, so that mine can reach NCPB. You know, the places yenye huwezi peleka maharagu na cereals board inamaanisha ni National Cereals and Grains Produce Board. So it's anything but you take your maharagwe or cereals siku ile nyoko wanachukua mahindi. They will not admit it. Now those are the things that we want, because I don't want to do everything that Guru you're doing. I don't want to be you. I don't want to ride on your brain, so that ukifungua duka I am opening a duka like you are doing. So that ukiamua kuendesha bodaboda, hata mimi nanunua bodaboda kama yenyewe unafanya. Why? Because the government is making sure that it is favorable for everybody to do this one particular thing. But in reality, we are robbing the whole country. We cannot all of us be having easy kiosk. Kila mtu anauza hizi retail produce zote. Same person, duka moja 2 3 4 5, same thing wanauza, na bado tuko Naivas hapo Quickmart upande ingine. Makes no sense. Now, how about you empower Kenyans in a way that now we can manufacture and do less of importing, more of exporting? Now, that is good and correct governance. But yenye hao wako najaribu kutufanya is just to manage you. Mkae tu hapo hivyo chini. Mtuangalie huku juu tuko tunacheza. But I think right now Kenyans are getting it and Kenyans are seeing it. You see, juu sawa, ninauza mkate, sawa, nauza wembe, nauza nini. Is any of this being made mahali hapa hivi kando so that I do not have competition? No. You know what's happening right now, like hapa hivi Utawala? They have allowed in a radius of less than 1 kilometer, we are almost having 150 bars na hizi wines and spirits. Now, who's going to sell to who? You get? Now, police wakikuja, they are coming in, wanakuja mara tatu. Kuna ule polisi mkubwa, huyu anakujanga katikati, lakini kuna wale wadogo wenye wanatangulia wenye wanachukua so moja so mbili, sijui ni 50 bob, alafu kuna waso mbili, na kuna ule mkubwa mwenye anakujanga sijui ni mara moja after every week, then he takes 500. So when he works, he takes from you. It is like he is allowing you to run that business. Now look at it this way: in an area of 1 kilometer square, there are 150 of you, and he is not preventing any other person to come to open more competition there. If you can come, as long as you can give me my 500, I will allow you. You get? So who is going to make that money that is going to be enough to make profit, to give to the police a bribe, to buy and to buy hizi ma produces na kulipia mpaka transport, kwa sababu siku hizi zote zinakuja, some you have to go for them, mpaka ulipe rent, mpaka ufanye nini, unapata Mkenya hapo hivi chini haoni kitu yote. And for the first time last week, somebody was talking to me and talking about the competition. They were saying it makes no sense. I'm hearing echo from your side. Somebody was telling me it makes no sense if this person is going to be coming and taking from me. Actually, I have to part with 750 almost every day, a day. Like on Wednesday, mdosi atakuja achukue 500. Kuna ule chini ya mdosi sasa atakuja achukue 200. Alafu kuna wale wa kutembea ni daily na ni 50 bob. Ukipiga hizi hesabu yote, a week 500 has to go. Twice a week 200 has to go. And every day 50 has to go. But now the problem is, these people that are taking my money, they are not protecting me from competition. Where am I going to get the money? I loved it when I had somebody say this and nikajua Kenya iko inaamuka. Na mwenye alikuwa anaongea ni mtu mwenye akona ujanja ya biashara, si eti mtu mwenye amesoma mwenye anaanza kufikiria no wait. Sima natakana kuhakikisha nikiwa nimefungua hapa mtu mwingine asifungue hapa karibu, so that I can make something substantial. Ukisema unachukua hii 500, actually you're protecting me. You're making sure that I'm making a profit. But here you're just looking at yourself. It is 1 kilometer 150. Now, if we give ourselves some months, it's going to be 175 or 180. We don't have that many drinkers when you wataleta paka profit. But when I had a Kenyan say that, we are heading the right direction. So it's no problem, and that we are having Ruto came in as a lesson. Ruto is the 10 plagues in ilikuwa imebefell nani Farao, but eventually the people will go.
But you also know that Kenyans are their own worst enemies, because look at it this way: when did even that business of wines and spirits become an illegality? Why should anyone portray like it's a favor that he is doing you by allowing you to operate? Because that's how normally this comes in, that I will allow you to operate because I have power. I am the police in the area or whoever. It is because the government has tied in the issue of liquor with security. Okay? And it is because of that they see like it is somewhere they can always go to fish something out of it. That we can say that your business is bringing security in the area. And once they like that, you are out of business. Actually, that is the underlying thing. That's why they have that confidence that you have to give that money. Otherwise, you'll be out of business. So we are having what we would call a black market kind of a situation, or a bandit economy. In fact, that's what William Mutunga called it. There's a bandit economy operating in Kenya where you have a legal business, but there are you are made to feel and see like you are doing an illegality. You know, like in those, even this prescribed group, that's what they were doing. They would come to your place and business premise, and you make an agreement how much you'll be paying them for them to give you protection. Meaning, what they meant is that if you don't give that money, they will come and disrupt your business. So you weigh the two sides. Do I pay this 200 shillings to be around to get maybe 3,000 in profit? Or do I? So it's a serious matter, but it also shows the other side of the government. But this, we must add that they have not started now. Let's also be fair. It's not started now during Ruto's government. It's only that perhaps now it could be accelerated because of the situation that is there.
Actually, not only accelerated. Now people are beginning to see things in their true colors.
Okay, now look at the matatu industry as well. It carries a lot of baggage. It's no longer secret that part of the high fares that travelers pay is because that element of corruption has to be factored into what the customer finally pays to the owner of the vehicle. So you see a situation that could be contained, but for one reason or another, it is never contained. There is an underlying kind of conspiracy between the various systems to make sure the system stays as it is, and it's what Willy Mutunga called the bandit economy. There's a lot of black marketing in most of our sectors. There are people who earn income in very unofficial way from official businesses. You have gotten what I've said there. It's just like those guys who would go out and hoover around Nyayo House. And when they see you approach the immigration department, they intercept you and ask you whether they could assist you to facilitate quicker processing of the passport. And then you give them money, and you are going to a government office for service. Maybe you give them 5,000 or 10,000, which is divided between them and the people who will do the work inside. So you can see it's a bad situation. So similarly with businesses, like those wines and spirits, let them compete, but to make those who have kept those business see like it's a favor that is done to them by establishing those businesses. I think the government there should check, because when you keep a business, you take licenses, you register, and all that, and the rest. Nobody should be visiting your business regularly for bribery, not unless you are operating an illegality, because that's what happens when you are operating an illegality. That's where you have to pay to be protected, so that you don't get into the hands of the law enforcement authorities. But when you have a genuine business, there is no reason why somebody should come to your premise to collect money. And the government knows this. I don't know why over the years it's never found it necessary to make it very clear that this should not happen, because it all comes from the top. It just requires it just requires a government firm stand on that matter, and it will just fizzle out. However, I know there are those who may suffer because those guys, you know, they are the ones who assign you to keep such business. They will say that, okay, your premise is situated in a place where there is no security risk and so on and so forth. But even as that happens, I think there's every reason why the government should be firm enough to protect those who have genuine businesses. They don't have to operate like in a mafia environment where you are, it's like a cartel that you have formed a web of people and you are made to feel that you are doing an illegality, it's a favor that is being extended to you. Yet the government has registered your business, taken license, and so on and so forth. And that is basically the problem we are having. And it has its own effect also, because it means there is leakage in terms of incomes. And maybe even it makes those businesses not grow because you remain small because you don't want to add so much expenses upon yourself. So I don't know, but that is the situation. That's the way it is.
True. Anyway, that's where we are, and I think even right now, this government is going to help us deal with our own demons, some that we've been with before even this government came in. So by the time we're done with Ruto, I think we'll be a cleaner Kenya. That's according to me anyway, because so many things are just going to be exposed, and people will have a lot of cleaning to do because cleaning has to be done. Because what we're having now is does not even have a semblance of a government. Does not. And things are caving in quickly. So by the time that time for reckoning comes, Kenyans will have a lot of cleaning to do, and I think it's going to be a squeaky one. We're going to have a sane Kenya, a Kenya where we'll be very, very proud to bring somebody from very far away in a very civilized and good country, and then they will say, there's also a country here. But right now, what we're having, something else. Anyway,
going back to the issue of maize, the government has given a price of 4,000. The farmers are insisting on 5,500. The government is saying it can only buy 1 million bags, I believe. And at the same time, they have said the country has 44 million bags of maize. So, don't you think, me, if I'm to be asked on my side, as having interacted a bit with this maize issue, me, I would think the best thing is for the government to leave the market forces to drive themselves. Because you can imagine the people who get the privilege to sell maybe the 1 million bags at above market prices. Is it fair? And are you sure those are the common people, or is the mambwenyenyes?
tuko na how many nini au millers, tuko na kina nani yao wenye tunajua, kina Kabansora, kina nani. These are the people that have put their money already out and told the government, you only take hapa hivi, hii ingine utuachie, wacha sisi tukatane na wao. Because let me tell you what, when it comes to maize, is a very delicate thing. People just look at maize and think that hii kitu imemea, imeshavunwa, imeshapepetwa, imeshaanikwa, and it's ready. Far from it. there is a lot of timing that's needed, and sometimes it's just the grace of God kuhakikisha hiyo siku yenye mnavuna kuna jua at least. It takes around 5 days now. 5 days in Rift Valley kupata straight jua for 5 days, almost a miracle. And even the 5 days, it requires you to be having a big field yenye unaweza kwenda kuzianika vizuri. Now, when they're telling you that they want 1 million bags, that's the much that they're going to take. Remember, there is somebody mwenye ako kwa line yako anapeleka, but moisture content haiendani na ile yenye requirement ya NCPB. You get? So even when they say that they know, kuna watu wenye wako kwa line wanapanga laini, lakini mabwenyenyo wako hapo na mahindi zao. People that own hundreds of acres will go in straight away. Mtu wako na lori kama 7 kwa atago, zote zinaingia huko hivyo ndani, lakini wewe wako kalori tu kamoja ama kapika trakta moja na ni ya kukomboa. Utatoka hapo hivyo ukiwa unaenda kulipa mafuta, unafanya nini for 14 days? Huwezi pata hiyo space. So it's a hopeless situation. So especially about maize, I don't know why.
So I'm asking you, is it fair that the government gives a few people an opportunity to sell maize to the government at above market prices, and then the rest fight down there? Why not open the market and let the forces of demand and supply play out for everybody?
And for people that are smart, they already opted out of maize farming and this common grain, because it's never a fair ground. It's a big man's playing field. So kama wewe sio mtu mkubwa, huwezi pata huko hivyo kitu. So it's not fair and it has never been fair. Sisi tumekuwa tukikaa, nakumbuka nimekuwa nikienda kuchunga mahindi ya nyumbani for days. So si kitu yenye imeanza saa hizi, only that sasa saa hizi hao watu wame your mic Mr. Guru. Yeah, it's not something that it has started right now. It is something that has been going on for days. So even when they said and they had projected and prophesied there was going to be bumper harvest, I don't know why it was so hard for them to take even 500 million Kenya shillings and just put some 3 dryers somewhere there, so that even though they are not going to take, a farmer can as well keep the produce for some number of months until prices are even right, so that it compensates for the time that you've been staying with your maize. But right now they're just I don't know what they're doing. But also farmers have a problem, because all of them, they keep buying these stupid things that people keep telling them. They brought a fertilizer that is new. They were experimenting on people this year. They were experimenting on people and they were giving very, very big promises. But same farmers, people that we know ourselves, places that we keep going and sell our produce, we know the capacity that is there. And we know things that have been happening there. But it became so important to us to buy a cheaper, fertilizer, which not all of us got. But we went singing praises and hallelujah kwa sababu ya Ruto kwa yeye kuleta hiyo mbolea yenye iko cheap. Now, let's say the miracle worked. Where are we going to take this maize? That's where we have this out kina Kabansora, kina Ajab Maize Millers, kina nani, kina Mombasa, huko hivyo hao wote watakuja tu kuchukua na chukulia mpaka pale hivyo kwa shamba, because that's how it has been happening. And I don't see any changes, because kama kuna change yoyote is supposed to be happening after planting and before harvesting, so that we have bigger grain reserves, so that we have also dryers, so that some people just only come to dry their maize so that they can store it, so that when we don't have so much and we do not have enough, instead of importing from outside, we have people that have enough already in their farms that can sell to the government. But right now, if you go and dry it outside there, rain comes, it makes it rotten. You cannot stay with that maize for more than 2 months, even if you dry it. You know, with moisture content of 12, and you're storing bulk of it, within itself, it's going to still some will vaporize and going to make others become mushy. Itaanza kuoza huko hivyo ndani ndani tu wenyewe, so that lifespan ya hiyo mahindi hakuna. You have to sell it haraka haraka, inakuwa ni karibu kama perishable. So it's not right that these things are happening, but now to correct it also needs to start with the farmers. Kama saizi, why is anybody in Trans Nzoia, why is anybody in West Pokot, in Rift Valley planting maize na unajua vizuri wewe si bwenyenye na hakuna dryer na grain reserve ni zile. Hata ukiambiwa Wakenya wako na njaa, Wakenya wanashibanga kidogo, when they only have 500,000 bags. Kenya imeshatosheka na chakula kidogo, nasikia mahindi bei imeenda chini, na cereals wanaambia wamefungua. Wakifungua ukienda huko hivyo unapata line yenye ujui ilitokea wapi. It's like wanaingia huko ndani na kutoa mahindi na kuweka kwa lori na kuweka kwa line. So there's a lot about our government that needs to be checked, needs to be corrected, and then we can have something that has a semblance of a government. But as of now, it's just a hopeless situation. But one good thing is people are taking lessons, and so soon things are not going to be the same. But issue in court nasemanga hapo hivyo Ruto must go, and I think sasa ni ile yenye watu fungueni macho. Wacha kusema Ruto must go, fungueni macho. What do you really need?
You see, the maize issue is a very political issue, and also is an issue that has not been handled very well. In fact, it's a time Tegemeo Institute was asking very pertinent questions. Why should the government intervene at the production level by availing cheaper inputs, and then the farmers also want the government to intervene at the market level to give above market price? Why not intervene at production level and leave the forces of market to determine the price at the marketplace? Reason being,
or also do this, intervene at the production level, but also ensure that we have storage facilities, so that government, when they do this, they can also take it on.
No, that's okay, because the storage and the rest is a process of marketing. It is actually when you plant, you must also find somewhere to put that maize. So the empowerment level should come at that basic level of planting and storage and then drying. Then you leave the market prices to play out. If a farmer wants to take his maize to the market in the next 3 weeks, let it be. If he wants to wait for 2 months, let it be. If he wants to wait for 3 months, let it be. Because first of all, we are not operating in isolation. There is a East African market. There is even the Comesa market. So we also have maize from Uganda, Tanzania, and elsewhere. So how do we play out in this if we remain with the old policies and still ensure there is consistency in supply of maize in the country? For me, like you are saying, the government should just invest in making sure the farmers get affordable inputs, and then storage, drying and storage, and they leave the matter at that. The issue of National Cereals and Produce Board should just be like any other buyer out there. Let them compete with the Campasolas of this world on pricing. Okay? And in any case, it should never appear like the farmer is producing for the government. That's also another thing. The farmer does not produce for the government. The farmer produces for himself as a commercial enterprise and also for food requirements. It should not appear, and that should be emphasized, that the farmer does not produce maize for the government to buy. And that way, with time, the Kenyan farmer will get the best price, because even you can take your maize even outside, even in southern Sudan, if that's where you find your maize is fetching good money. I can also get maize from Uganda and Tanzania if we feel that is where the price is fitting for us. So it evens out the market in such a way that everybody benefits. We have enough food, and the farmer gets his money, and is not intimidated to go to the market in the shortest time, so that the food does not get bad, or the maize does not go bad. But all this requires a lot of planning, and I don't know whether these mambwenyenyes have interest in the common man, because they would have invested heavily in the stores and the drying machines, where they even perhaps offer very basic charges for drying, and then use the receipt system, where you can stock your 100 bags or 50 bags, and then instruct the selling at the time you feel that the price is what you would recover your costs. Otherwise, the situation the way it is, it won't work, because you can imagine also there are times we have had people have gone across the boundary to buy maize from Uganda and come to sell to the National Cereals and Produce Board. How do you prevent that? You understand?
I think also to prevent that one, we have to be like the way Uganda are. Uganda is our neighboring country. Actually, we were a colony under Uganda at some point. So we were not exposed to anything that is so different that is happening there. What Uganda did that took themselves out of this mess is to diversify it so that not the entire nation is depending on only Uganda. I remember was it 1994 or sometime around there, when we had drought na tukaletewa hii minji yenye imekaushwa, na sisi Wapokot tukaikula. Nilikula nikiwa shule, na ilikuwa ni tunakula mpaka tunajua hii ni kitu gani. So tukienda kwa shamba, unajua huko tuko na Wakikuyu wachache, ndio natuambia, unaona nyinyi mnakulanga shule ni hii, lakini hiyo imekaushwa. So tunachukua ile mbichi tunaenda kuonja, na hii kitu ni tamu na ni mzuri. Now because of that tukaanza kupanda hizo minji. Nakumbuka tulipanda hizo zenye tulikuwa tunapatiwa relief, hakuna yenye ilimea because zilikuwa zimekuwa overdried mpaka haiwezi kasap in water ikamea. So that's how Mpokot saizi anakula minji na anaiita minji. Tulipata kwa Kikuyu, walituonyesha hiyo wakati ya nini. Other than that, vitu zingine nyingi sana. I think you will go in my homestead, you will cook carrot, na watu wengine watakula chakula kingine wakihepa hizo carrots zako hizo, because it has not been exposed to them enough mpaka taste buds ikazoea oroda hii vitu gani hivi. But when we are having, like, let's say drought, and majorly it's in the northern Kenya, sometimes it's in the northwest or northeast. Now, instead of having those people only being given mahindi, because mahindi ndio inakujanga wakati ya relief, how about now you give them what is in surplus in Nyandarua, like last time? You remember last time when we were having droughts in the northeastern, they were having surplus of cabbages, carrots, nini in Nyandarua. but government went outside to bring maize kupelekea wale watu. So if we will have people wame diversify their consumption ya kila kitu yenye tunazipanda hapa hivi Kenya, then everything will even out very nicely, so that we will not have less dryers, less NCPBs, less grain reserve stores, vitu kama hizo. Kuna hii mbaazi yenye inatoka huko hivi Kambani, ukipeleka kwetu hakuna mtu mwenye anaweza ikaribia hiyo kitu. Kwanza harufu peke yake is too strong, but ukikaa na kina Mwende unamkaribisha leo kwa nyumba na kupikia kidogo kidogo, nastukia hata mimi pogona naweza kula hizi vitu siku hizi. So wakati ya drought vitu kama hizo ndio nitakana ikuwe inahamishwa, unapeleka hii huko, unapeleka hii huko. When you go to Uganda, these people eat variety of foods yenye hata some communities in Kenya cannot keep up. They eat ndogo ndogo lakini nyingi, lakini sisi tunataka kula ugali kubwa na ni ugali tu. Kila mtu anaangalia ugali, guru anaangalia ugali, nani anaangalia ugali. But I do not blame the people so much, because the times yenye watu wanatakana kuwa introduced to new things yenye itajaribu ku bring lesser dependence on vitu kama mahindi yenye imekuwa contentious, ni hii wakati ya drought. Unaona? So unless now tuko tunapigania vitu kama hizo, I was very happy last year wakati wa watu wa Nyandarua walikuwa napiga mapicha wakisema, muone kwetu, msiseme tumekatalia chakula, ndio hii hatuna barabara na hata serikali haikuji kununua viazi yetu, haikuji kununua inatongaje cabbages zetu, na watu nakufa northeastern, lakini mahindi imetumanishwa ikuje wapatiwe zoea mahindi tu, so that mahindi become the political food. Anyway, Mr. Guru, me, I think I need to really catch some sleep. It's too late. It's too early. In fact, that imekuwa asubuhi. Should be going somewhere.
Yeah, I think people are tired now. Bwana Guru, I think by 7:20, 1 hour 20 minutes after the Congo, we can wait for another 15 minutes. Aya, ni sawa, acha tu tufunge. So anyway,
on zote tunapiga kelele.
Aya, ni sawa. So bwana Nguru, umepotea sana, sijui hiyo pande ya Embu huko mnaendelea kurambwa? Hebu ni you need to tell me.
Mi siko Embu.
I know, but
mimi ni mtu ya Kiambu.
Okay, sawa. Hebu niambie, huko Kiambu mnarambwa?
Tu wanarambwa sawa sawa. Watu wamerambwa.
What is the solution?
Hii wanalia kwamba kijana yao amewatoroka.
Hebu niambie, the gospel. Bwana Nguru, the gospel according to Togege. Can you tell me what is the gospel according to Togege? Wanapangaje? 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 Hebu niambie Togege wanapangaje? The gospel according to Togege.
Some of them are too shocked even to talk. Unajua kuna vile mambo inaweza kukuguza mpaka unakuwa zombie. You don't know what to say. Lakini wengi they are going through a very big shock, by the way. And if you try to broach the subject ya hustler, ukicheza utachapwa, especially na hawa jamaa wa boda boda.
Bwana Nguru, a minute. Sasa alisema hustler ni wewe jamaa unaendesha pikipiki ya mtu, unaendelea unanunua pikipiki yako, unaendelea unakuwa na pikipiki mbili, unaendelea unapata box, unaendelea unakuwa na box mingi, na tunaendelea hivyo. Hiyo ndio tunaita bottom up. Is that the bottom up which they were expecting?
today hata wameshindwa. Yule alikuwa amechukua bike ya mtu awe anapeana pesa jioni, imeshindikana. You can't make enough to break even. Kwa hivyo even the number of motorcycles has gone down. But the question is this, where are these youths going? Wanaenda wapi? Hiyo ndio swali.
Okay, ni sawa sawa. Unajua whether they voted for him, at least this is a very good training session. We need to write books, by the way. Some of us, we are thinking of writing books of what Zakai is doing.
I have a professor friend of mine, I have a professor friend of mine. Whenever we sit down, he asks me, Mwaneki, we need to find out, he's done sociology. We need to find out researchers who can go to this community called the Kikuyu. How the illiterate, the learned, and all Kanda were easily duped by one person to an extent of even sacrificing their own interests.
Yeah, I agree what you say, but yeah, that research can be done, but I think the question is very imminent. All is obvious because we also have a very huge group in our communities which has refused to be in conventional economy. You know that because of also deterioration of character. Saa zingine tunapenda makarikari sana, hii mapombe ya Ivango. So there and also although these are the things which we also talk, and I also want to confirm here Bwana Pogon. Saa zingine vitu zingine tunaambiwa na wazungu tuwalimie ili they get them from us. You know, maybe Bwana Nguru, that's also one thing which personally I take it very seriously, and we have been analyzing it. We have been unable to solve Muguka issues in our communities, like the socio-cultural aspect of Mira is actually destroying our community. We are actually looking at the money aspect, and the truth of the matter is that we are also losing our community. I'm talking specifically of communities which do Muguka because those ones I've looked at them. We rarely had divorces in families. Now I can tell you the postmodern world. I'm not talking of Western world. I'm talking of communities in Kenya. And Nguru can confirm this. The towns like Mwea, towns like Mwea, actually, they are some of the towns which are leading with broken marriages. It's serious. I think they are beyond Europe. Nyinyi munasema it's a crisis. I'm not saying that people need to be married. That's not what I'm saying. But this is something which was not there in 90s. 90s we had families very intact. Sahi hatuna mafamilia. So then we have like for example, if I talk of like the Mwea, because I've lived in Mwea, I know. Mwea is a very economically empowered town in Kenya. Hata mtoto wa miaka 10 anatengeneza pesa yake, unaweza ingia kwa maji ya mchere unapanda. There is a lot of money there. So likelihood of youths handling money the wrong time is destroying our communities there. And those are some of the socio-cultural issues which now when they are coupled with bad leadership, bad governance, lies, you cannot separate wheat from chaff. So those are some of the issues. So now, on top of what Bwana Nguru you are saying, we now have to analyze how we are going to handle. So to me, if I was asked, to me, if I was asked, actually in Africa, na saa zingine Africa nasikianga tukisema oh, we need to take people to do engineering, to do medicine and this. Actually, I can tell you, we have so many sociologists, psychologists who have not been able to be given that mantle to give their expertise and their professionalism to run the community. We have left everything to pastors to guide our people, to guide our families. Sasa ati hao ndio wanaongeanga sijui story ya mafamilia toa I don't know, sijui Pastor Nganga, all those people, but some of these people do not have capacity to guide families. Unajua, these are some of the things which, unajua Bwana Nguru, if you are pastor, it doesn't mean that you can guide. These are some of the things which people don't understand. So this problem whereby ati lazima pastor akuwe na ofisi ya guidance and counseling, ati tunaenda kwa ofisi Tuesday na Thursday kuona pastor, ati pastor to guide because we have problems. Some of these people do not have skills. These are actually jobs of counselors and some other specialized people who can be able to work on hearts. So huyu mtu saa zingine pastor ambaye and this is one of the places where we are infringing professions. Unakuta mtu ni pastor, yeye anasema ni counselor, he thinks he can counsel, but these two things do not work. So when you look at all these issues, these socio-cultural issues, it is actually the problem which we have. So actually, in our communities now, we have to start training psychologists, sociologists, and we start giving them opportunities. We start now having NGOs, even if they are African funded, or even if they are Kenyan funded. We have like billionaires or millionaires, people who can be able to open a farm of psychology and sociologists to handle these socio-cultural issues. Sio lazima ati tunangojea international agencies to come and deal with these problems. Kukuwa na shida ya maji lazima tungojee sijui World Vision global body to come and deal with those problems. So we have that neglect, like African billionaires do not want to invest on our socio-cultural issues. And you remember, if you lose your generation on socio-cultural issues, you will not be able to tap that generation for capacity building in other areas of income generation, industrial generation, nation building. So that is the problem which we have with our nation. It's only that now that issue has been exacerbated in Mount Kenya region and in some of the places whereby we are selling these mild drugs, which personally I don't support. People say that these things bring a lot of money. I'm one of the person, even if I come from an area where Muguka is planted, I have refused to plant that thing deliberately. And I've been one of the person who has decampaigned the planting of Muguka because we are not handling the socio-cultural issue. So I would only encourage us working on Muguka if we will be able to deal with the socio-cultural issues. Nguru, endelea. Nilikuwa tu, unajua lazima nikuchangamkie.
Kamwene.
I want to remove the honey in you now. I want to
you are operating at an intellectual elite level for our communities, and unfortunately our community has also, despite taking children to school, has progressively kind of distanced themselves from advice given by the intellectuals from the area. Everybody is thinking for himself and wants to do things his own way. So it's a tricky situation. It's a crossroad where you want to take children to school, but you don't want to tap into the knowledge that they have acquired. So we have a situation in the community, like you are saying, Kamwene, where even when you look at the manner in which we have made decisions, political decisions, and other decisions. Kila mtu anasema hapangwingwi. So you are going to find that person who's never left Ugweri ama Mutuobare thinking he knows everything, and therefore he feels that he can't listen to you who has and a wide knowledge of issues. So that's a crossroad that we have in our community. Then on the issue of what we are planting, consuming, and so on, it is very depressing to understand that the people who are making even these illicit brews, the bootleg, are actually people from the area. The same liquor that is actually destroying the youth is being made by mid-level age generation from that area. They are making the community to consume ethanol, especially the youth. And as a result, quite a number are getting destroyed. And like you say, in Kamwane, the families cannot stand because of that kind of socio-cultural environment. And the leadership, the general structure of leadership has collapsed. Even the pastors you are talking about, they don't lead by example. Okay, so it's a confused state of affairs. I'm happy to hear that you have said you cannot plant Magoka, but you know these people who thrive on that plant, it is a push to earn a living that has made them take up that. It's not that they don't see the negative side of it. They do. But circumstances are such that there is no way they are going to look the other side if they can make an extra sharing from that plant. And it's even become political now. No politician in the area would dare confront the issues you are talking about here. You'll be running the risk of never getting a leadership position because of the reduced economic activities that bring income. This looks to be the most immediate and viable solution to the need of an income at household level after coffee collapsed in the 90s and has not come back strongly. After such other economic activities like honey harvesting and livestock not performing very well, so it's a tenuous situation where the community has to survive one way or the other, and therefore Moroka happens to be the most immediate thing that they can take to the market and put money in the pocket. But you also be surprised that the elite from the area are the ones who are making illicit brews, the bootleg, the ethanol, industrial alcohol that is destroying the youth even more than the Moroka we are talking about. So there's a community caught up in a capitalist situation. You think there are those who have refused to leave the informal economy. They don't exist in the conventional economics. That's true. And for that, things are the way they are. That everybody is doing his own small thing out there to make money. The families, as a result of all this, are now getting destabilized. The youths, quite a huge chunk of them, are remaining in a space of recklessness and near depression. And like you say, there are no interventions by the government at all. So it's a confusing environment that the community is existing in. When you look at the family structure in central Kenya, it's collapsed. The single motherhood, I think, could be the highest it could have the highest concentration.
Before we were 38%. During that 38%. Now I know it is at 45.
About 45.
Yeah, we are at 45. Yeah.
So you can now see it's a it's a combination of factors. It's a combination of the harsh economic situation. It's also a combination of collapse of culture, and it's also a combination of lack of support structures. Therefore, it is about to even get worse. Because how do you expect a young man who started drinking at 18 every day to keep a family? It's not possible. Or even a young girl, it's not possible. So to some extent, I think the government, although I may not agree 100% with how they are going about fighting the alcohol crisis in central Kenya, I think they have a point. I think Rigathi has a point in getting to those villages and but I may not agree.
One moment. I want to bring that point clear to you so that you, before you give Rigathi Gachagua accolade, I want to bring you on board so that you can know Rigathi Gachagua is not after fighting those things. This is what has happened from the time when I was a small boy. I want to tell you, these government administrators who actually collaborate na how watu wanapikanga hizi mapombe in the coined name Mashore, Muratina. You know that this coined name. Maybe I want to make you happy a little bit. I know the way they actually hii pombe sijui kama bado watu wanakunywa na kasuku, so to the extent hata mtu I used to hear wazee mtu akitaka umnunulie pombe, hiyo pombe anaanza kusema ninunulie musuku moja because they used to take it na so ninunulie musuku moja, so you know the chemistry ya this pombe. I wanted to see your canine. Nimeona hey, na comment section hapa imetulia bado, tuko ama wako kivyetu. Comment section kama mnatusikia bana, muweke i5 hapo bana, ama tufunge kituo tuende, we can detonate everything and we disappear. Tumeshika kifunguo ya hapa, msicheze na sisi. So bwana Gakuru, Nguru, this is what happens. Sorry nisikupunguze, unajua kuna Gakuru na Nguru so wewe ni Nguru, so you are the big one, wewe sio kare kadogo. Let's be clear on that. Anyway, Paul, it is a weekend. We have to be happy. This is what happens from time memorial, 90s. The concept has been they appear on those drinking den because they are known. Inakuanga familia moja ama mbili usually, like in my village, wale watu wanapikanga hizo mapombe za kienyeji wanajulikana. It is not something which migrates from point A to point B. unawajua, the big brewers are known because and maybe it is something which is like hereditary. It's a monarchy of a thing, so it is known. So what they always do, the concept has been one, wanatokeza wanakatakata hizo matangi na wanamwaga hiyo pombe at that time. So they usually pretend like they are fighting that thing, but the same person ambaye matangi yake imekatakatwa na pombe yake imemwagwa, within 1 week he is up and running again and doing the same thing. That's what I want you to understand. I know of many people kwao kumeenda hizo vitu zikakatakatwa, but within 1 week the guy is up again. So to me, I always see it as a pretext to show people you are fighting that thing while you are not, including even those guys who used to sell bangi to school people. Because like in the 90s when I was in school, we used to have specific guys who used to sell bangi, like in the place where I used to come from. Ulikuwa unakuta saa zingine hata chief anakuja na polisi wanakamata huyo jamaa, but yani ile euphoria, you know, the Kenyan euphoria whereby watu wanasema huyu mtu lazima ashikwe. Jamaa anashikwa, anaenda analipiwa board, anarudi tena, he returns to his usual life. Like the Kenyan lifestyle is not a lifestyle which can offer solution to any crisis, because we react on euphoria. We react sporadically. Sisi ni kama ile mvua inaitwa kadhano. Like we cannot wait anything. So unajua hiyo mvua ya kadhano ni ile ambayo unatembea nayo, imekunyeshea, umetembea kilomita 5 nje, by the time hata unafika kule unafika you don't have any water in your body because it is kadhano, it is not doing anything. So that is how Kenyans are. They can show people as if they are reacting to something, but they are not offering any solution. Kama tulikuwa na intention, hebu imagine, like for example, Nguru, let me ask you, kama hii crisis ya dawa za kulevya Mombasa and the creeps, and you saw like vile hizi mandawa zimesumbua watu, and we have been talking about mandawa, and you even know beneficiary wa hizi mandawa za kulevya, including of some of the people who have even been in very high political positions, retired, and now you know them, they have been there, yet like history ya madawa, we have been unable to solve it. And all the time you will be hearing the government saying history ya madawa tutafuatilia and we will make sure that this thing is eradicated. So what I wanted to confirm to you is that in Kenya we are big talkers who do nothing. And I think it is a culture which needs to be fought. We need a courageous leader who can be able now to move the front with actions, so that at least we can be able to stabilize how we view things in terms of using our energy to make people get benefit of what they are doing in life. But we usually have pretense. So huyo Gachagua sio pombe anapiga, he is just pretending like he's doing anything. Wale watu wanauza hizo mapombe, he knows them, they actually even talk to them. So it's a pretext because Kenyans understand pretense. Kenyans understand pretense. Mtu anajifanya. You saw Ruto before he became the president, hata analia ati awekwe kamera pale kwa kanisa akilia, so that people can see that meekness. Ama ukuona hiyo kwa kanisa ati awekwe na kamera zikuwe zoomed, ati akuwa kwa kanisa analia anatoa machozi, and akuwe zoomed, and then those things can be spread so that sababu jamaa amelia kwa kanisa, including even the other time when he cried in the church, ile wakati alijishika hivi, ile alikuwa anashikiliwa na. So because the only thing which Kenyans understand is pretense. That is why even salvation and Christianity cannot work in our country, because we are engulfed in Christianity. Bwana Yesu asifiwe, asifiwe tena. Huyo hawezi tuibia, huyo akuwe governor. You understand? Now go ahead now. So that's why I wanted you analyze it deeply before you start giving Gachagua a credit doesn't deserve. He is actually doing nothing. Okay, go ahead. Now watu wameongezeka. Tafadhali kanijadili what your comment. Kama mtaandika kitu hapa, I will close this please.
Kamwana, unajua, our communities are very interesting one. Eh? There's somebody who said that alcohol of the industrial type was introduced during Moi's time with the purpose of pacifying the community. When there was a detection that the community could get agitated, one way of de-escalating people is to make them stay in that state of drunkenness and zombiness over a period. And to some extent, you may agree with that theory, because if you are keen enough, Moi was very serious about fighting alcohol when he came to power. But something happened in the 1990s when he just let it be. And there was a lot of escalation of alcohol in the central Kenya. And once the alcohol that came into the market was industrial type, the ethanol type, where you take and your body just starts withering away. So that problem has persisted with us, but we may not blame others as much, because when you look at the major brewers and people who have been said to be industrialists, and they bring this quick fix alcohol, they come from the area. They are sons and daughters of Mount Kenya. So, but they are in the mid-range of 40s, 50s, and 60s. But they are actually poisoning a generation that is far below of 18, 20, and so on. And it's been difficult to eliminate this culture. And like you are saying, you may not be far from truth. There could be a big industry that is generating billions of money away from the conventional liquor industry, and maybe even the intentions that are there could not be very clear what they are, because this is the quick win, especially for those who want to make money, and money that can never be accounted for. It's very easy to make billions of money every day from alcohol that is not within the ranks of the conventional drinks. So it is a situation that I don't know how it will work, because it's a web that cuts across all the systems of government. Because even the people you are talking about who have small breweries in the villages, they seem to draw some support from the systems of government, from personalities who have power to make things happen. So that makes it very difficult to eradicate that industry, that underground industry of alcohol. But the unfortunate thing is what you talked about earlier, the social cultural aspects and the impact that it is having on the Mount Kenya population. Because truth be told, things have gotten bad. They are bad. The youth, quite a number, you find they wake up very early, go to the marketplaces looking for this quick fix alcohol or bootleg. And from there, then things go south. I understand the fun that is now being thrown around is that most young men are sleeping on the floor. So that's it. That's the way it is. And to close up this industry, especially deep in the rural areas, is not a very easy thing. Not unless there is a lot of goodwill from the systems. It's not going to work. because there is a lot of time between 7 in the evening and 6 in the morning. So if there is a conspiracy to take beer, it's gonna work throughout. And but also on the other side, I think the government has not done well, especially in encouraging clean local beer industry. And in this, I'm talking about the rights of Waragi in Uganda and Konyagi in Tanzania. These are clean beers that are made in conventional spaces, and they are locally made. So by going hard on the local manufacturing and leaving the corporates at the top, there is a market gap of people who cannot afford beers of the rights of the corporates that are operating in Kenya. And because these people have to take beer somehow, then a way must be found to make to encourage clean manufacturing of beer. Somebody here earlier on, Pagon, asked why the government should not encourage making of beer out of part of the maize that we produce, buza, and make it a conventional beer, which is manufactured under controlled conditions. And this would be quite a good thing, because it would not only increase the job opportunities, it would also fetch some revenue for the government. But rather than take the wisdom of encouraging clean local beer, the government goes hard on anybody who is making this kind of beer. And therefore, there is a market gap of a huge population that still feels they should take beer, but the beer available in the shelves is very expensive. So I think there's a case, a serious economic, a serious cultural, a serious social case for the government to deliberately encourage manufacture of local beers under controlled conditions, to tap into that market that is left hanging because the beers available in the market are too expensive, and who have to go for bootleg, so that they not only get clean beer, but also some job opportunities are created, and also the government is able to tap into this some of the revenue from that beer segment. Kamwene, I think, I don't know whether you've gone.
Yeah, I get it. Maybe now I need to ask you, how are we using our learned people to solve the menaces which we have in our community? Because I tend to believe that every problem we have in this world has a professional solution. You can inculcate people with knowledge, people with information, people with the skills to solve some of the problems we have. So how comes people in Mount Kenya region have been unable to use their bright people who can think? Mount Kenya is a wonderful place which has produced so many things in this life. They are the pioneers of things like Equity Bank, good innovation. You understand? They are like pioneers of Equity Bank. There is a lot which happened there from actually not government initiated. It was people initiated movement. Yeah, some guys came from our communities. They went to Nairobi. They did big investment. Sabina Joy, Rwadia Group, so many Gong Road. Wananguru was
Why are you so happy? It's not an invention.
No. You know, I'm naturally comical, don't worry. So I'm just bringing some good examples to keep you going. You know, it's very expensive to bore you here ukiwa peke yako hapa, and you have decided to abandon your band and its accompaniment for this station. Eh? And I say band and its accompaniment. Now usiniulize swali. Kitanda pamoja na mishipi yake.
On a serious note, Kamwene, you know, this is what the current governor of Murang'a, Kanata, was talking about. He was asking, how is it that in the 1960s and 70s, the communities around Mount Kenya were able to generate such big ideas that have brought forth huge institutions that are enduring even up to now. Something went bad somewhere along the way because that resilience, that creativity seems to have been killed. That's why I'm saying this. Imagine today, Kamwene, you know, Mbere area is very rich in sorghum, millet, honey, and so on and so forth. Do you know that could be a whole beer industry that would be cream beer, that is that would provide a lot of employment opportunities in that area and across the region of Tharaka, Mbere, and going all the way to the coast. But because we have become captive of a few corporates who want to even monopolize the market, and even to an extent of denying those they can't reach an opportunity also to have their kind of standardized products, the government acts along with them and does not think outside the box. That's what I'm talking about here, because essentially we must accept that the people have to drink, and those people they are cracking down on right now because they cannot afford a bottle of Tusker. They have to drink one way or the other, and what is important here is to give them an alternative that is clean, that is beneficial to the economy. But the government seems to have lost it completely, or they are in bed with the corporates. That's what I'm talking about here. Kamwene, or is it what's wrong with what's wrong with Karubu when it is made in a conventional way, in controlled environments, standardized and all that, and yet we have so many people who have gone to school, they have done food technology, they have experience in not just local but also international. What's the problem?
Yeah. I get you. You know, one thing which we need to agree is that there is nothing local. Things can be standardized. So that's why we have refused to apply knowledge. You see, like our government chemist, that's why I usually say all these Kenyan institutions are doing nothing. Their work is to work for international companies instead of working for us. including busa, like for example, busa is food, is great thing. In fact, busa can be packed and be sold to everyone. Busa can be sold to everyone. So we just need, and it can be a very big market. And for your information, busa can do wonderful than KBL. Busa can be wonderful than KBL, because you can imagine that will be purely Kenyan economy. Build Kenya, buy Kenya. That will be the real build Kenya, buy Kenya. Sasa yani, mimi naenda pale Embu town, kuna niko kwa bar na busa imewekwa kwa chupa na imewekwa lebo mzuri sana na ibi na kebs wameweka hata muhuri yao hapo na nagongwa busa hapo. It is healthy. Hakuna difference ya busa na maringo. Unajua hii kwa uji sasa, after tumemaliza uji tunawekanga maji alafu tunagonga hivi tunatoa hiyo maji. Hiyo maji tunaita maringo. There's no difference between busa and maringo. They are the same thing. So bwana Nguru, usianzie kusema kwani huyu jamaa these days he is not talking about siasa. He has now started digressing to to unsatiable stories. So what I'm trying to say,
that's the reality. That's the reality, man. I'm just asking you, how do you know the whole of Daraka can make a whole that can change the people?
1 minute, and that is where now the county can be very good in, and that is why like one county one product thing from Azimio could have been very beneficial. Jutungiana wai sasa watu kama Wambere wanakuja wanasema we are very good in producing this type of thing. We can standardize thing, just like the Ukambani people were able to capitalize on Maembe. Although I don't know like your project ya Maembe where it went, but I used to see when Kivuza Kebwana was a governor, the Maembe thing was very serious, and they were even bottling that in Maembe, and I was seeing things that I hope it is something going on. So even like that place you are talking about, Embu, that is like a place whereby it can be, we can capitalize on by just standardizing those things. You see the problem which we have in our country, KEBS is not helping Kenyans. KEBS wako hapo kungojea vitu kutoka China ati waziweke muhuri. That is the problem ya KEBS. KEBS is there kungojea vitu kutoka Australia waweke muhuri. It's insanity, bwana Nguru. It is insanity. But ya KEBS waendee vitu Mbeere, waendee vitu kule Marsabit, waendee vitu Eldoret wakiweka muhuri. Hata hiyo karobo yetu, they should tell us the chemical component ya yenyewe. Wanasema by the way, hii karobo, you people, if you can reduce the alcohol content from 60% to 24%, it is good. Including changa. Changa can be standardized and it is sold in large scale. In fact,
what is konyagi? What is konyagi?
So that's why I'm asking you, like, for example, what is the difference between vodka and changa? I want to tell you, who told you that we cannot standardize changa and we start marketing it to Russians? And we start now telling Russians that we have a better Kenyan vodka. We have a better Kenyan vodka. Hii hata ukuli mingi. Hii unakunywa bottle top unalipika. So bwana Nguru, then we start marketing it so tunasema hii you are saving. You are saving sababu hii unapiga bottle top 3 and kesho tomorrow ni to solve the hangover, so you go ukunywa bottle top zingine 2. It is not expensive, it can be standardized, small quantity, hence it's economical. Those KEBS can help us to do that. So actually, if KEBS was able to, if including like things like KEPSA, private alliance or what, KEPSA, KMA, Manufacturers Association, all these institutions have been unable to work for Kenyans. They don't work for love.
But is it just standardizing, or is it the alcohol policy that we don't have? Do we have a policy that specifically encourages local manufacturers of
with
beer.
the standardization, will come into play. All those things will come into play. What we need is you standardize those things. Like we just need to hata hiyo inafunganga watu macho, by the way. It can be standardized. Hiyo ambayo inasema hiyo saa zingine watu wanakunywa wanaanzia kusema hata mkizimba taa tutaendelea kukunywa tu. It's only that individual.
That is either no.
But it can be standardized.
Yeah, but that is industrial. I'm talking about improving the local grassroots economies by using millet, sorghum.
What I'm saying, we need a local evaluation of what we have. Our expert needs to go down into the grassroots. Story peke yake. That's why I said you cannot. When I started speaking here, I said you cannot foster industrialization through rhetoric. Uwezi anzia kuambia watu tutafanya hii, tuko na hii, because that is what we have been doing for 60 years. Tuko na hii, we have this, we can do this. Kila mtu akikuja, no one, we talk industrialization. We never do industrialization. Ruto mwenyewe akisimama pale, tutafanya hii, and no one does anything. There is a starting point here. You understand? There is a starting point here, Bwana Nguru. It's only that we do not have people with the capacity, people with the spine, people who can do.
Do you know how many avocados are getting rotten? Yet I understand there is a lot of, there are many products, including beauty products, that come out of that plant. And here we are, just wasting away resources.
Bwana Nguru, what I'm saying is that we are just joking. We are not serious with our lives. I think we want to condition our people to perennial poverty. That is what that's what we do. And I think Africans are cruel, including our leaders. They are cruel. I think any human being who handles his subjects the way African leaders handle their people, they don't deserve heaven. They don't deserve heaven because.
Do you know today? Macadamia is hooked. Macadamia is just getting wasted. It's just being hooked at 10 bob per kilo. And yet, I understand there are so many products that can be made out of that product. And yet, you go and say that the youths are idle.
You see, Bwana Nguru, like macadamia has no waste product. Macadamia kila kitu yake inatumika. Kuanzia, unaona ile ganda ya the green ganda ni manure. Hii ngumu inatengeneza cutlery. Hii ngumu, hiki kitu ya juu inatengeneza cutlery. Then ile iko ndani tunakula kwa airport, kwa mandege, ile kitu ya white tunakula kwa mandege, salted nuts. And it's also used to make nuts oil. So like nuts is one of the products which has no waste. Hautupi chochote. Like you have 3 products which can make 3 industries. It can make fertilizer, that green covering. It's only that
farmers are desperate. They don't know what to do with it.
But now you see, Rigathi Gachagua is always saying, he's always talking of cartels. Until I wonder, these cartels who you are talking about, and yet you claim to be powerful, you made sure that dynasties were not elected. How comes cartels are bigger than you? Yet you could stop dynasties. Who are these cartels? You see, unless you tell me these cartels ni wewe. You see, Bwana Nguru, let's be categorical and clear about this. You stopped the dynasties. You stopped dynasties. Who are these cartels? It's a joke. You are the cartel. So Rigathi Gachagua, his brother, they are the biggest cartels in Kenya. So they are always inverting the story. That's why they are cartels. That is why even they could be able to subvert the will of the Kenyan people.
that they know because they don't owe the leadership to the vote. They can do what they wish. They are still. I think they have already started planning on how to renew their leadership in 2027. What will you do about it? What will you do about it? The systems are being aligned to deliver prearranged result.
No, they cannot get a second term. That one, take it to the bank.
They will. I can tell you that. I've been in this country for a long time. I know this man knows how to use power. It's not like Uhuru, who may not use, who was a bit restrained in use of systems. This is the time you are going to see how systems work to deliver the desired results. I take that to the bank.
So even if he doesn't produce, he is going to win. Is that what you mean?
He will. When you look at the things that are being put on the ground right now, they will certainly deliver the victory. Look at the 100,000 so-called health workers. Those are foot soldiers. Those are foot soldiers, and they have 100 families in their belt, each one of them. So the system. I'm just trying to tell you how systems are set up. When you see this person, everything is political. And take this to the bank. Do you know we have about 40, is it almost that 7 or thereabouts polling stations across the country? Assuming each station, in each stream, you get only 10 exaggeration of votes, that's over 3.7 to 4 million. It's not joke. It's a big thing, this one. Kamwene, you know Africa, and when somebody is deliberating using the systems, it's very difficult to beat that person. But especially when you are well liquidified, and you know that some of the people, by the way, go to vote because they have been induced. So you just need to tell someone. Like somebody told me during the multi-party of when we went multi-party 1992, a delegation from Embu visited Moi in the State House, the leaders of KANU that time. And Moi told them, okay, I know you are operating in an extremely hostile environment, but our calculations show that we just need 10,000 votes from the whole of Embu district by then. So they were told the strategies to use, and it's sure to the point, they delivered 10,000 votes. So I know what I'm talking about here, Bwana Kamwene. This is a man who is well tutored on how to use the systems.
So you want to say tutamukunywa kama queenin? Is that what you want to say?
10 years, itaisha 10 years itaisha hiyo. It's not about popularity. No, it's not about popularity. It's about getting and power.
But what type of a country is that whereby people can continue being in power even if they are not productive? Is that democracy? Is that what we always say Kenya is a democracy?
Let me bring you closer to what I'm talking about. Look at what happened in Zimbabwe just the other day. Even the observers said the elections were not conducted in a fair manner. But who is the president today? It is Mnangagwa. Look at Uganda. No matter how much Bobby Wine runs around with a huge population around him, especially the youth, he goes nowhere. Why? Because the systems in Africa are used in a most appropriate manner. In fact, even today, people wonder how Uhuru failed to deliver victory because he had the power. He had the systems. He knows he could have used those systems to make sure he delivers the kind of victory that he wanted. But now you have somebody who has used these powers before. He knows the systems. He is supported by a DO who also knows the systems. How are you going to beat them? It's not possible. It's not. It's to be difficult.
So, according to your rhetoric, you are saying that we are in a futility battle. Is that what you mean? I want to get you.
Well, there's nothing that can be said to be certain in politics, because also that is my theory. But I also know that the determination of people who want to change systems, there are two things that happen. You know what happened in 2007 and the repercussions that came with it. So if the urge to remove them will be too much by that time, they will be running the risk of taking the country down to the drain if they persist on using the systems. But then again, it also depends on other factors that whether they will be supporting them. Because I understand what happened in 2002 is that Moi was told by the Western powers, let the vote go as the wish of the people. We do not want to see Kenya degenerate into another Sierra Leone. So then he extracted some understanding that one, you would not be taken to court, and for mistakes of omission or commission. In fact, that was confirmed by Sariko's Gay when Moi died, that they went to meet President Bush and they extracted those commitments. So even as they approached the elections, they knew how it would be, and they had accepted that there was going to be a transition. So what I'm saying here is this. African leaders are known to use systems to maintain themselves in power. And this person, I am sure the next 4 years will be nothing else except setting up those systems. And so we are not out of the woods yet. Maybe somebody who understands better what is happening is Raila Amolo Odinga. He knows the insides of these all these things. But because we cannot understand him, majority of not majority, a section of Kenyans, that some of the reforms he is fighting for is about that, then we could actually have elections becoming just mere exercises, rituals that don't produce the will of the people if we are not careful.
There is a question I want to ask you. So do you want to tell me that it doesn't matter, even if Ruto plunges everybody into poverty, he will still get a second term? Even if things don't work for him, even if there is too much chaos, things are not okay, even if we are impoverished, he will still get a second term. Is that what you mean?
What I'm saying is this, Kamwene, the determination to retain power is too high. You can even see it right now. We are on the campaign trail daily. Like yesterday was in Taita Taveta, and he made, I think he was opening some small mining enterprise or something. So for him, if you look at his way of doing things, his every day is a day to campaign for the next elections, and maybe trying to set up systems that will make sure he actualizes that dream that he has of retaining power. And like I told you, right now, look at it this way. 8 million Kenyans did not turn out to vote. Okay? Okay? 8 million Kenyans did not turn up to vote. Who tells you that a research, if it is made and found that the 8 million could be induced to go and vote through monetary, and they are targeted? You know, the government works with also with data. They don't just work out of the vacuum. They know even in Embu how many support the government and how many do not support. They even know which village supports the government and which one is on the other side. So they are able to do the targeting, and therefore it is very easy for a government that is in power to manipulate systems and manipulate voters to get the desired result. Right now, I'm just giving you an example. Who tells you that the government cannot use the 100,000 so-called health workers as foot soldiers, as their political foot soldiers? Who tells you that? You are in power, you have 100,000 young people moving from one house to another, potentially to give some health services. I don't know whether they are trained in taking temperatures and weight and all that. That one is a debate of another day. But I'm asking you, who tells you that they cannot be used as foot soldiers?
One minute. Those people are not health workers. Hao ni watu wa salamu. Hiyo ni that's like ile Jehovah Witness groups zile zinatutembeleanga manyumbani zetu. I don't know kama umeitembelewa na watu ya Jehovah Witness, hao wanatembeanga kwa manyumba na wana
I've checked it on my way several times.
Take that group that way. That's like how at Jehovah Witness, no matter how many days they have visited you, have you converted? Have they managed to convert you? Mbona wewe na kichwa yako ni ngumu sana kama hao watu ya Jehovah Witness inakuja na bado you have not gone to their chapel. Nguru, you are not serious, bana. I need to know where you eat your sacrament from. I need to know.
No. Let me tell you, when I was given that example of what Nyayo used to do, in Embu, you remember, we could not want to hear about him in 1992, but he still managed over 10,000 votes. What he needed to add to his final tally, because he knew also the opponent may not get those kind of votes in areas where he was popular. So you balance out these mathematics. That's how it is done. That now you are dealing with a refined student. So that's it. And you know it is very. You know how it works.
And productivity cannot produce. And do what they want to do. We can come up. Go ahead.
Sijui kwa nini yako inakaa inakatakata, lakini what I meant is this, what they do is this, and the person, because he was an insider of KANU then, he told me that they were promised specific things. They were told, each one of you comes from a family, okay? This isn't my sequence of reasoning, Each of you comes from a family. Each one of you comes from a village. Go and silently talk to about at least 20 people and deliver them to the voting booth. And this is the amount of money. The promises are, one, when you give me the minimum of 10,000, I'll give you a cabinet position in your area. And the families that will have delivered the votes, we will look for the opportunities that will arise. You put them in a list so that the cabinet minister will be giving those names as and when positions arise in government. We put them in the police, we put them in the teaching fraternity, we put them in the army, we put them here, we put them in civil service, and so on and so forth. So those people go to convince with specifics, specific benefit to the family, to the persons. So that's why you wonder in your station in Motuavare, because everybody is talking about a certain political party. But at the end of the day, you see there are about 200 votes from, you start asking, kwani hawa walitoka wapi? They did not just plant themselves there. But unajua ni hesabu. Kila mtu anajua hapa ni kugumu, lakini lazima nipate hii this amount of nini so that I offset on the other side. So that's how it works. That's how it works, Kamwene.
I want you to discuss something. I want you to discuss how Ruto can be gotten out of power. Stop telling me that the guy has embossed himself. There is no way we can do. We are stuck with him. He has to be there for 10 years. I want you to talk as a revolutionary, as somebody who believes that things can change, as somebody who feels like Kenyans can bring a resolution and can resolve. We are fighters. We can assemble. We can make a concept. We can do something. We can make Kenyans rally against inefficiency, and we produce a defeat to this guy. Can you talk about that? Talk about the Kenyan resilience and fight against impunity. Is fight against impunity dead, based on what you are saying?
No, it is not. But you see also, bad leaders are also elected by good people who do not go to vote. And that's where now civic education is required. Because some do not see the relationship between bad leadership and their failure to go and vote. You are aware that in the last elections, the voting population went down compared to the previous, meaning increasingly there is a generation of Kenyans who do not see the use to go and vote. And the unpopular regimes thrive on that one very much. They thrive in suppressing voter turnouts, because voter turnouts up to a point makes it completely impossible to manipulate the will of the people. You can imagine if the 8 million had voted either way, it would be an overwhelming, win, which would be even impossible to tamper with. But the moment you have situations where over a third of the registered voters don't turn up to vote, what do you expect? Right now in our region today, the kind of frustration you see in the people, quite a number will not go to vote because on the basis that they voted, they are under very high expectation of how things will change. But the question is this: if they don't vote, who benefits? If they were to vote, on which side would they have voted? So it's not a simple matter. It is a community matter. And I do agree communities and the nation can bring a revolution through the vote. But the voter has to be psyched to a level where they have to make that decision. They have to turn out and vote and express themselves so strongly that it becomes impossible for anybody to manipulate the vote. You understand?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Yes.
So I want to tell you, let me understand, like, Ruto is ineffective. Things are falling apart. Are Kenyans asking for the that they are not answering? Are we starting for 10 years? Are we still have ineffective so much to sacrifice our life for? Is 1/7 of your life, 30% of your time when you are alive. So that guy is using a of your eternal 10 years is 1/7 of a typical human being lifetime. Are we stuck? Are we ready for somebody to waste 13% of our lifetime? So
You are question because Jiro, I know you tested the Moi regime like I did,
and I regret it. I wish Nigeria 02. I wish
let me ask. Let me ask you, did you see any worry in Moi, the fact that over 65% of Kenyans had not voted for him? Did you see any worry in him or even any concern? For him, at that time, there was no need of 50+1. For him, it was win, and there he sits on the seat and does what he has to do, whether he's doing nothing, you know. So, although times have changed and there is 50+1, what I'm saying here is that the sitting governments often have a head start in the sense that if the population is not well versed in terms of civic education, those people who fail to go and vote actually assist the government to get back to power. You understand? So there are systems they use to depress the voter turnout. You know, you can be, and you know how quickly some of our people get discouraged. Like now, one of the risks we are facing in Mount Kenya is failure to turn up to vote in the next elections because they invested heavily in emotionally, even in this government, and therefore, if we get there with the current environment, who benefits? First of all, the people have moved away from the KK, but they don't turn out to vote against. Who benefits? Who benefits? And you also know that there is you go and get replacements elsewhere. So I don't want to paint a grim picture here. I'm just saying how the systems are used. They have been used in Kenya here. They have been used in other African countries to even put very unpopular government back to power. And when you look at the current duo, they are ready to use those systems to the fullest to get back to power. And here is where you are going to find the funding of divisions and the suppression of voter turnouts and profiling and so many things, manipulation. The only thing that can cause a revolution on the ballot is through a very well educated in terms of civic education, the population. In absence of that, all those other factors come into play and produce shock results.
And we will find out that who is civic education? Is IBC going to do that?
If you look very well, no, if you look very well, Ajiru, there has been no deliberate effort to increase civic education in Kenya. In fact, in the last elections, there was no even education on how to vote. None. Absolutely. So it is in the interest of those in power that civic education does not spread out in the communities. The only saving grace right now is that we have social media, but up to some point, it does some civic education. But is it enough? Is it enough? That is the question. Is that civic education enough that comes from the social media?
Who is actually doing it? Because the Kenyan media, sorry, 1 minute. Like the Kenyan media is also supposed to be very vibrant on educating people. Do they do anything? IBC, do they do anything? Cohesion, do they do? There are a number of people who should be able to do this thing, but people are not included. Although I don't know if, to what mandate can the political parties. The question which I'm asking is, are we stuck with Ruto? Like this guy has to get a second term in a silver platter, even if he's not.
May I shock you? May I shock you, Jiru? Though majority of those who did not go to vote are young people. In fact, they are in their 20s. And when you listen to their reasons, you'll be shocked because for them, they have never been exposed to governance issues as perhaps we were. As at least we got a bit of it from the 1990s agitation. But those who are born after us, most of them, they may not understand the dynamics of politics. They'll tell you, they'll give you flimsy reasons for not going to vote because they don't see the relationship between the vote and what right they expect to get thereafter. For us who experience the agitation for multipartyism, we may understand that systems change and there is need to get involved in political processes. But for those who are just young fellows who came in the 2000s, some of them, because they met things going well, some of them were born during Kebaki's time, so they may not know that things can even degenerate into a very bad situation. So who is doing the civic education to educate people for them to understand that it is important to vote, especially the youth? How many? How many? None. So the government relies on
Okay,
the government.
Let's conclude now. Let's conclude now. I want to do other things now. Now that the keyboard dashboard is not working, I think people are not concentrating. I can see we are dropping to 13. I think people are not ready to listen to us more. I know we have done quite an elaborate and excursive discussion. Go prepare, come tomorrow. Tomorrow I will still offer to do moderation for close to 10 hours. So kesho nitakuwa hapa. So naweza saidia Bernard. So I think just make your parting punch and we call it a night. Please, Guru. You are mute, you are mute, you are mute, you are mute, mute.
We got to start thinking deeply on where we want to go, and we have to start preparing now. Things don't just happen, even in politics. If you want to retain this government, start making your mind now. If you want it out, you start preparing now. And the bottom line is just vote. That's all.
Nguru ameenda? Mr. Nguru, have you gone? Come and make your conclusion before I close the feed. Na mtu yote mwingine ambaye anataka ku make conclusion before I close the feed. Otherwise, I will close the feed. I think the dialogue was good. People were here. They have done a lot. I don't want to say anything else. We have talked enough today. 8 hours is a third of a day. That's good enough for me. Anyway, what I was saying, I think we are going to close the feed now. I think it was a good day to meet with you all. We have entered a nice weekend. So I hope you are enjoying the political discussion about Kenya, on how we can change the mentality of people in Kenya and how we can make things better, how we can spread this gospel of bad leadership, which is happening in Kenya right now. There is a lot we are doing as a people. So I think let's keep the spirit going. I know we were expecting for quick results. They did not come. We are now stuck here with the people who are not doing anything. It's our country. We can't grow wary of it. Whether we get it or we lose it, our passports will always remain embedded to that nation. So we have to love that nation, just like the way the Christ loved the church. We have to keep on building it without getting restless from these people who are destroying our nation, knowing that it has been donated to us for our children. So let's be spirited. Let's not fall to devil's lie. Good people still exist. We can get leadership. Let's not be cheated that these people cannot get out of power. If they fall out of people's favor, if there is people anger, these people can get out. I don't think they own people. They don't own our minds. And I do not think that Kenyans deserve to contain indiscipline in leadership, incompetency, in the name of somebody is the mayor of cartels. He cannot be defeated because he is the mayor of cartels. Whether you are the mayor of cartels, whether you are the uncle of cartels, whether you are the sister of cartels, we can make a difference. 2027, things can be better, things can change. We can change the lifestyle of Kenyans. People can get good life, people can get school fees, they can get food. There is a lot we are losing with these people. So I think we have a collective duty as citizens of this nation to build a country which we will be glad to leave to our children. We cannot continue kushambikia the indecency of Kenya Kwisha. There is too much which they have changed in our nation, and we will need decades decades to change. Sorry, I think I've gotten lost a little bit. So I think Kenyans, without any further ado, shalom. Let's meet tomorrow. So kama kuna mtu wa keyboard ananisikia, shalom, let's meet tomorrow. I'm now closing the feed. Tutapatana kesho, nitachukulia pale Bernard atawezewa. Greet your families. There is hope. There is betterment in thinking positive. We can't allow to be ransacked by Zakayo. We can make a difference in that nation. Thank you. Bye.